It was 10 o'clock at midnight when my girlfriend, Zhang Li, and I were frolicking in the small grove on campus, engaging in activities of a rather clandestine nature. After about an hour of our escapades, Zhang Li finally suggested we stop, for the dormitory doors would soon be locked, and if we did not return promptly, we would surely face the wrath of the dormitory matron. Though I felt a twinge of regret, I recognized the importance of discretion, so I dressed and offered to escort Zhang Li back to her dormitory. The grove was a bit distant from the dorms, nestled in a corner of the academic building, typically deserted due to the iron fences erected by the school to deter students from entering. However, unable to resist the allure of the secluded spot, Zhang Li and I had surreptitiously climbed over the fence today. As we walked along the narrow path, emerging from the grove, we found ourselves surrounded by an expanse of desolation, shrouded in darkness. I illuminated the way ahead with the flashlight on my phone. Zhang Li, somewhat apprehensive of the dark, clung to my arm as we ventured forth. I playfully grazed my hand along Zhang Li's thigh and teased, "If you're so frightened of the dark, I shall take you to a hotel this weekend." She nodded in agreement, but as the path ahead grew increasingly obscured, her grip on my arm tightened in trepidation. The night was eerily silent, devoid of even the slightest breeze, and we continued along the path. Yet, as we walked, an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. How could we have wandered for so long without nearing the fence? The previous journey from the fence to the grove had taken merely a minute, yet now, we had been walking for 3 minutes, and the end of the path remained elusive. "Li, do you think we might be lost?" Zhang Li's voice quivered slightly, her fear palpable in the oppressive darkness. I patted her shoulder, reassuring her. Though I too felt a twinge of confusion, the grove was indeed larger than I had anticipated, and it was entirely plausible we had strayed off the course in such impenetrable darkness. "Don't you find anything strange?" Zhang Li suddenly inquired. I glanced around. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, devoid of anything out of the ordinary, and I shook my head. Zhang Li pointed towards the sky, her voice barely above a whisper. "With such a bright moon, we should be able to see clearly without a flashlight. Why is it so dark here?" Her observation struck a chord within me. The moon was indeed luminous this evening. However, the path remained obscured, rendering visibility virtually non-existent. Instinctively, I turned to look behind us, and a chill ran down my spine as I was met with an impenetrable void. The path we had traversed had vanished, replaced by an all-consuming darkness that obscured any sense of direction. It felt akin to being lost in the depths of a forest at night, where the obscurity rendered each step uncertain. One might tread upon solid ground or plunge into a hidden chasm. The absence of a visible path behind us evoked a sense of dread, as if we were ensnared in an inescapable abyss. How could a path we had just traversed have simply ceased to exist? Fear coursed through me, causing my body to tremble involuntarily, which only heightened Zhang Li's anxiety. She clung to my arm even tighter, her face obscured in the darkness, her voice trembling as she asked, "What are we going to do?" I shook my head, assuring her that everything was fine, reluctant to reveal that the path ahead had vanished. The mere thought would surely frighten her into a faint. At that moment, I recalled the words my mother once shared, recounting an experience from her childhood when she and her companions encountered a ghost in the mountains. Despite the presence of a seemingly complete path before them, it felt as though an invisible wall obstructed their passage, rendering them unable to move forward. Overcome with fear, they chose to turn back. My predicament, however, was rather embarrassing. The destination ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, while the path behind had simply ceased to exist, leaving me with no option to retreat. Clinging to Zhang Li's hand, I resolved to press onward, reasoning that the area was not vast and that a continuous stride would surely lead us to a conclusion. At that moment, Zhang Li averted her gaze, timidly clutching my arm as we walked together. Summoning my courage, I continued forward for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, until we finally reached our destination. Yet, it was not a wall that awaited us, but rather a classroom. Zhang Li lifted her head, her expression one of confusion as she surveyed the classroom before us. "When did the school acquire this classroom?" she inquired. Our institution was merely a modest college, and its environment was well known to the students. Thus, the sudden appearance of an additional classroom struck me as quite extraordinary. "Ah, look!" Zhang Li suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the right. I turned to see what had captured her attention, and terror gripped me, causing my legs to tremble. There stood a basketball hoop, one that appeared disturbingly familiar. A chill ran down my spine, and Zhang Li, equally frightened, clung to me tightly. This was unmistakably the basketball court, situated adjacent to the teaching building. How had we arrived here? Throughout our journey, we had encountered no iron barriers. What was most unsettling was that we frequented this basketball court. How could a classroom materialize overnight without warning? The greatest fear of humanity lies in the unknown. When confronted with unfamiliarity, one's instinct is not always to flee, rather. An overwhelming curiosity often takes hold. Why is this so? Because each individual yearns to comprehend the essence of the unknown, as understanding transforms fear into familiarity. Intrigued, I gazed at the classroom before me. It was a standalone structure, devoid of adjacent classes or a second floor, merely a single-story classroom. Both the front and back doors stood ajar, leaving me perplexed. Why were both doors only partially open? Surely, they should either be entirely shut or fully opened. My curiosity piqued. I contemplated approaching the classroom, but Zhang Li hurriedly grasped my arm, her voice trembling as she cautioned, "Don't go. What if there's something there?" I understood her unspoken fear of encountering a ghost, yet the insatiable curiosity within me had ignited a fervor. I speculated that this could be a temporary structure erected by the school, perhaps not a traditionally built classroom. The only way to ascertain the truth was to venture inside and discover for myself. Zhang Li was engulfed in fear, too apprehensive to step inside with me, opting instead to linger outside as she awaited my return. As I approached the classroom door, darkness loomed within, obscuring everything beyond. I attempted to push the door open, yet it resisted my efforts in a peculiar manner. The door wobbled slightly, stubbornly refusing to yield. I felt as though someone were hiding behind it, resolutely preventing me from entering. At that moment, a sense of dread enveloped me. I was certain someone lurked behind that door, perhaps even something otherworldly. Regardless, I lacked the courage to ascertain the truth. Turning to call for Zhang Li to return with me, I was struck dumb when I discovered she had vanished. The path we had traversed had also disappeared. Just like the narrow trail we had walked earlier, everything we had passed was suddenly gone from sight. Zhang Li, Zhang Li. I whispered her name, but no response came. She had truly disappeared. I swallowed hard. The silence of the classroom was oppressive, amplifying the rapid rhythm of my heartbeat. At this juncture, I had no option but to enter the classroom. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the wall until I encountered the switch. Relief washed over me as I hurriedly flipped it on. For in the presence of light, courage often flourishes. Click! The sound of the switch echoed crisply, and a beam of light illuminated the room. However, the glow was a sickly yellow upon inspecting the bulb. I confirmed it was indeed an antiquated type. The classroom was bathed in a dim, yellow hue, revealing walls that appeared worn and ancient. Panic surged within me. This classroom was no temporary structure, but bore the marks of age. A classroom had inexplicably materialized before me. The dim light only deepened my unease, offering no solace, but rather amplifying my terror. Just then, an unseen force pressed against my back, as if someone had shoved me inside. I stumbled forward, barely avoiding a fall, nearly colliding with the podium. Bang! In that instant, both doors of the classroom slammed shut, and I was so startled that I felt a warm rush of fear. I dashed toward the exit, only to find it seemingly locked, impervious to my attempts at escape. Thump! 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 The sound of footsteps echoed in my ears. I looked around the classroom in terror, yet nothing was visible, only the relentless cadence of the footsteps reverberating in my mind. The footsteps drew nearer, sending shivers coursing through me as I bit my lip, silencing my voice. At that moment, the sound reached my side and my heart raced to my throat. To my astonishment, the footsteps paused at the podium, and I instinctively glanced toward the blackboard, where an array of names was inscribed. "Oh my!" I gasped, nearly letting out a scream, as a piece of white chalk from the box inexplicably levitated, as though grasped by an invisible hand. I had undoubtedly encountered a ghost. The invisible man grasped a piece of chalk and began inscribing words upon the blackboard. I gazed in horror at the characters. A horizontal stroke, a vertical line, a slanting dash. This is .li. Suddenly, it dawned upon me it intended to write my name. Why? Why would it write my name? Its movements were slow yet deliberate, and in mere seconds, the atmosphere shifted. For reasons unknown, the illumination around me intensified, as bright as fluorescent lights, lending the classroom an unexpected vibrancy. A horizontal line, the final stroke, .ht last. The characters Li were completed on the blackboard. In that moment, it felt as though magic enveloped the classroom, as dozens of students materialized before me, seated at their desks. What was happening? Each student held a book, engrossed in their studies. Yet what filled me with dread was their pallid complexions. Their eyes possessed only pupils, devoid of any whites. I hastily turned my gaze towards the podium, where a female teacher stood. Her visage was the most ashen of all, and she smiled at me, her eyes as dark as those of the students, entirely lacking any semblance of scare. Trembling uncontrollably, my legs gave way, and in my terror, I sank to the ground. A word suddenly emerged in my mind, rendering me incapable of regaining my composure. Ghost classroom. In this state of profound terror, I fainted. When I regained consciousness, I found myself reclining in the infirmary, with Zhang Li steadfastly by my side. Li He. You're awake? She exclaimed, immediately helping me sit up and offering me a cup of water. My throat felt parched, and after consuming a generous amount of water, I began to recover. I inquired about what had transpired, and her complexion paled, her eyes reflecting palpable fear. Yesterday, as you approached that classroom, it suddenly vanished once you stepped inside. I was so shocked that I fainted. When I came to, I found us both collapsed on the basketball court. And I managed to bring you back. I sighed in relief. At the very least, I was unharmed. Shakily, I retrieved a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, lit one, but was interrupted by a teacher who entered and admonished that smoking was prohibited in the infirmary. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating I would leave at once. Li He. When we exited, Zhang Li clutched my arm tightly. We must have encountered a ghost, right? My heart sank at that moment. I could not entertain the notion that it was anything else. I nodded. Zhang Li had suspected as much, and upon my acknowledgement, her fear intensified. What if we are haunted? Should we call the police? I chuckled bitterly, suggesting that reporting it would only result in us being deemed insane. Zhang Li, feeling equally distressed, pondered whether we should consult a Taoist or a monk. I dismissed the idea, asserting that such individuals were charlatans, and that we should not place our faith in dubious practices. Suddenly, I recalled my mother, who had encountered spirits in the past, claiming that villagers frequently witness such phenomena and possess various folk remedies. I took out my phone and called her, seeking her advice. Upon hearing my account, she became visibly shaken, urging me to return home immediately, for I might be targeted by a ghost. I was taken aback and asked if she had any solutions. She admitted she didn't know, insisting that I should return and not act recklessly. Exchanging glances with Zhang Li, I acknowledged that as a local, my home was merely an hour away by bus. However, Zhang Li, being from another province, would require 7 or 8 hours of travel. I asked my mother if I could bring my girlfriend along, given our shared experience. She consented and mentioned she would consult my grandparents for potential remedies, given the circumstances. Zhang Li and I decided against attending classes, having witnessed the supernatural firsthand. We bid farewell to our classmates and exited the campus to hail a taxi. Throughout the journey, Zhang Li was apprehensive, fearing both the events at school and the prospect of meeting my parents. Yet, as we progressed along our route, her mood gradually improved. Upon arriving home, I found my mother waiting, likely having taken the day off work for my sake. As soon as she saw me, she grasped my hand and pressed her palm to my forehead, anxious about my health. Zhang Li politely greeted her, to which my mother responded, though her expression was fraught with concern. Upon entering the house, she began to chatter incessantly. Your grandmother also said there was no way out, so I called your uncle, thinking he might have more connections through his business. He mentioned knowing someone quite capable who could assist you. However, he insisted that I pay a deposit to this gentleman first, or else he wouldn't come. Your uncle has never treated you well when you were young. He only gave you 100 yuan as a New Year's gift each year, despite earning millions annually. He doesn't regard you as his nephew. You know he has no children, and I told him that you would essentially be like his son, looking after him, hoping he would treat you better. Yet he remains unchanged. In his old age, do not feel obligated to care for him. I interrupted my mother, feeling a headache coming on. So what is the situation? I transferred 5,000 yuan. She rolled her eyes and then went to the kitchen to chop vegetables, while Zhang Li hurried to assist her. As my mother sliced the vegetables, she continued her tirade, lamenting how poorly I performed in school as a child, and now, having entered such a university with tuition fees reaching tens of thousands per year, I was encountering troubles just 2 years in. If you abandon your studies now, imagine how much tuition would be wasted. Even if we resolve this, I still have to pay that person a substantial sum. I called your father earlier. He said we shouldn't overextend ourselves, as we still have over 100,000 saved up for emergencies. I told him, what good does it do to resolve this if you still need us to find you a job after graduation? Her words left me feeling vexed. I hadn't anticipated her nagging at such a critical moment. Clearly, I was indeed her biological child. Frustrated, I lit a cigarette and at that moment, my mother glanced outside and remarked unhappily, "Smoking without money? You'll end up with lung cancer. And who will save you then? Don't curse me. I plan to support you in your old age," I retorted, somewhat irked, before retreating to my room, leaving Zhang Li and my mother to converse in the kitchen. After playing a game for a while, the doorbell rang, presumably signaling the arrival of the gentleman. I hurried to the door, and upon opening it, I found a middle-aged man in a suit and tie standing at the threshold. "Who are you?" I inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he handed me a business card. "Hello," he said. Taking the card, I noticed it read, Zhou Tianwen, Taoist priest, specializing in feng shui, fortune-telling, naming, renaming, auspicious dates, and burial rites. I felt a wave of incredulity wash over me. It was indeed true that Taoists and monks were quite prosperous these days. Although Zhou Tianwen was a Taoist priest, he eschewed traditional robes, presenting himself more like a businessman. At that moment, my mother arrived and quickly ushered Zhou Tianwen inside. I invited him to sit on the sofa and poured him a glass of water. He scrutinized both me and Zhang Li for over a minute before exclaiming, "You've encountered a ghost. Your yin tang is dark." Rolling my eyes, I thought, if this weren't a ghost incident, what would warrant his presence? I then recounted to Zhou Tianwen the events of the previous day. After listening, he closed his eyes in contemplation and said, "You've strayed onto a ghostly path. However, as a young man, your vitality is quite strong. How could you have encountered such a fate? Last night, did you?" I immediately understood the situation. Initially, I considered lying, but realizing the gravity of the matter, it concerned human lives, I had no choice but to confess honestly that it had happened 3 times. Upon hearing this, my mother began her usual lecturing, chastising me for not focusing on my studies at university and instead indulging in shameless activities. She warned that if a child were conceived, Zhang Li and I would be in deep trouble. Zhang Li blushed furiously, too embarrassed to speak, while Zhou Tianwen remarked, "Precisely. Essence is the foundation of a man's vitality. Having indulged 3 times consecutively, your yang energy must be significantly depleted. Meanwhile, your girlfriend has been excessively nourished, brimming with yin energy. The balance of male yang and female yin has been disrupted. You've lost yang while supplementing her yin, thus veering onto the path of the supernatural. Wait a moment. Let me make a call." He pulled an iPhone from his pocket, and I couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how lucrative the life of a Taoist priest must be. After a brief conversation in an incomprehensible dialect, he hung up and informed us, "I consulted an old friend who has lived here for years. That school indeed has a history of deaths. He mentioned a classroom fire that claimed an entire class. But that explanation is dubious. How could an entire class perish in a fire without escaping through the windows? There must be more to it." I had no interest in the details of their deaths and pressed anxiously, "All I want to know is what I should do next." "Tonight, you'll encounter them again." Zhou Tianwen's words sent a chill down my spine. "You entered that classroom, and the teacher wrote your name on the blackboard, marking you as one of them. If you skip class tonight, the teacher will come for you." Desperate, I asked what could be done. Attending a ghostly classroom was unthinkable, and who knew what horrors awaited? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Tianwen sighed. "This is a tricky situation. Their lingering presence suggests they met unjust ends, their grievances unresolved. With so many spirits involved, even I dare not provoke them. But rest assured, if you endure until graduation, they'll release you." "Graduation, my ass!" I snapped, frustration boiling over. "If you can fix this, do it. If not, spare me the nonsense." Unfazed by my outburst, Zhou Tianwen rummaged in his pocket and produced a murky black sphere. "Brew this into soup tonight and drink it. Don't discard it. It can be reused 10 times, once daily. It will enhance your yin energy, making the spirits perceive you as one of them. If your yang energy dominates, disaster will follow. It costs 10,000, but I know you want to pay now. No matter, you'll return for a second round, and I'll collect the full sum then." My mother paled. 1,000 per day? With 2 years left. "We can't afford this." Zhou Tianwen waved dismissively. "No need. After repeated use, your yang energy will naturally wane, and you can stop. Realistically, it'll cost 50 or 60,000. Young man, you may doubt me now, but by tonight, you'll believe every word. However, bear in mind that the female specter who came here for you is far from being as amiable as she was yesterday. Moreover, there is one crucial piece of advice to remember: never engage them in conversation. The voices of ghosts differ subtly from those of humans. And the moment you utter a word, it shall spell your doom." I stared blankly at Zhou Tianwen, who wore a smile that was neither here nor there. An inexplicable wave of panic washing over me. What did not as friendly as yesterday imply? After Zhou Tianwen departed, Zhang Li also took her leave. For Zhou had made it abundantly clear that those entities had fixated on me, not on her. For her safety, it was only natural that Zhang would choose not to remain by my side. I had nothing to articulate, as anyone would feel dread in such a situation. The day passed in a haze, and after dinner, My mother brought me a pot of boiling water, instructing me to steep the dark sphere left by Zhou Tianwen. Despite my dissatisfaction with Zhou's insistence on my presence in the ghost classroom, I recognized, based on his words, that this was, at the very least, a life-saving item. Thus, I refrained from being pedantic, placing the black sphere into a bowl and pouring in the hot water. To my astonishment, the water changed color as it cascaded over the sphere, not to a murky black, but to a vivid crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. The sight sent a chill down my spine, and I sighed, turning to my mother and saying, "Mom, perhaps you should spend the night at a friend's." My mother paused, momentarily taken aback, then began to murmur her concerns. I grasped her hand firmly and said earnestly, "That gentleman made it clear. This object may allow me to appear as a ghost temporarily, but you must not. He was explicit. If there is any vitality about you, the spirit will become frenzied in its pursuit. I shall be fine. You should really go to your friends for the night. If you remain here, it could be quite problematic." My mother pursed her lips, choosing not to argue further, instead reminding me to keep the lights on if fear should arise. Before mentioning her plans to play mahjong in the evening, I lifted the bowl of water and drank it in one go. The taste was rather unpleasant, slightly metallic, yet not overwhelmingly so. Curiously, despite it being hot water, it felt icy within me, akin to consuming a chill beverage. Only then did my mother feel reassured enough to leave the house. I found myself lingering at the dining table for a spell, then retreated to my room to play video games. Overwhelmed by fear, I turned on every light in the house and sat before my computer, attempting to distract myself with games. Nevertheless, anxiety gnawed at me. Within a mere 2 hours, I had smoked through an entire pack of cigarettes. I fetched another from the drawer, yet no matter how much I inhaled, relaxation eluded me. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the house. I paused, momentarily stunned. It was the ticking of the clock. I halted my game, sitting like a fool in front of the computer, counting the beats of the clock. 11 o'clock. It was already nightfall. A wave of panic surged through me unbidden. It was at 11 that I had entered the ghost classroom yesterday. The term midnight flitted through my mind. It is said that spirits are most likely to manifest at this hour. Did that mean the female specter would soon arrive? Regardless, I dismissed the thought. With a determined resolve, I continued my gaming session, pondering the veracity of Zhou Tianwen's ominous warnings. Perhaps, I mused, fate was on my side, and nothing would transpire. Immersed in the game, I felt an increasing chill enveloping my body, perhaps a consequence of the black herb I had consumed. After several rounds, I glanced at the clock. Midnight had struck. A sigh of relief escaped me. Surely, the specter would not make an appearance at such an hour. However, after prolonged gaming, dizziness befell me, prompting a desire to recline upon my bed. As I turned to depart, I was suddenly frozen in place. There, behind me, lurked a figure with inky black eyes, pallid skin, and mottled corpses. The ghostly teacher had been silently observing me all along, unnoticed. A shiver coursed through my body. No wonder I felt so cold. An apparition had been lurking in my shadow. My heart raced uncontrollably as our gazes locked. In that moment, I beheld her visage more clearly. Her features were unremarkable, yet her ashen complexion instilled profound dread. Clad in professional attire, her feet were adorned with striking red high heels. My heart leapt into my throat at the sight of those heels, for her weight seemed precariously balanced on her toes, as if supported solely by the tips of her big toes. She regarded me with her dark eyes, a mask of unsettling calmness. Recalling Zhou Tianwen's admonitions, I fell silent, exchanging no words with the ghostly educator. Suddenly, she smiled, though it was a smile devoid of warmth, and then her mouth gaped wide, stretching to an unimaginable size, the corners splitting grotesquely. Yet, she continued to laugh, her mouth growing wider, revealing a horrific sight as her face seemed to rupture, blood and flesh exploding forth in a ghastly display. The jagged edges of her mouth oozed a viscous fluid mixed with blood, my heart sinking further into despair. The room was filled with the chilling sound of her face tearing apart, the gruesome noise of skin and flesh being ripped asunder. Maintaining her eerie smile, the fissure expanded, reaching the base of her ears, rendering her visage utterly terrifying. I could only grasp the chair in fear. Was she intent on consuming me? If so, I would have to muster every ounce of strength to resist. Abruptly, her laughter ceased. She closed her mouth, yet her cheeks were grotesquely marred, revealing her teeth and gums, sticky crimson liquid flowing freely. When she spoke, her voice was gravelly, as though she had smoked 2 packs of cigarettes. "You refuse to attend class and instead indulge in gaming. Come with me." I yearned to proclaim that she had mistaken her quarry. I longed for a vibrant, sunlit classroom, not the sinister confines of a ghostly academy. She took 2 steps forward and suddenly seized my wrist, pulling me toward the darkness outside. Her hand was chillingly cold, akin to a block of ice. However, what was more terrifying than the ice itself was the way this frigidness seemed to penetrate my skin and seep into my arm. causing an unsettling chill to envelop my entire being. I hastily withdrew my hand, bowing my head, yet found myself trailing behind the ghostly teacher. She glanced at me, but uttered not a word. As we stepped out of the house, I was momentarily frozen in disbelief. For it was indeed that same narrow path, the very path I had emerged from the thicket. How could this be? Was it a trick of the eyes? I would rather die than believe this was mere teleportation. A hypothesis began to form in my mind. Could it be that this ghostly classroom existed within a specific time frame, influenced by certain factors, coupled with some unknown elements that permitted entry? We continued along the path, and the ghostly teacher's gait was strikingly different from that of an ordinary person. She walked on her toes, seeming to shrink her neck as if in fear of the cold, her shoulders raised high. Rather than walking, it appeared as though she glided on her toes, at times moving swiftly, then slowing down, occasionally overtaking me, at other times trailing behind. Just like yesterday, we arrived at the ghostly classroom. This time, the lights were aglow, and I followed the ghostly teacher inside, where the ghostly students were quietly engrossed in their studies. The ghost teacher gestured towards an empty seat, prompting me to take my place. Reluctantly and fearfully, I complied, realizing, as Zhou Tianwen had said, that I could no longer evade this fate. Seated in trepidation, my desk partner was a girl, as was customary in most schools. Regrettably, I felt no joy, for beside me sat a ghost, not a living person. She turned to me, offering a friendly smile, her eyes large, akin to eggs, with heavy lids that drooped. I managed a feeble smile in return, but then I caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from below. Curiosity compelled me to glance down, and I was nearly driven to scream. This girl was not wearing pants, nor even a pair of underwear. Yet, there was no allure to be found. Her private parts were grotesquely stretched, with an infant emerging from within. The baby's upper body was outside, while its lower half remained ensconced within the girl. Its pupils were pitch black. Scanning the surroundings with curiosity, upon noticing my gaze, the infant suddenly pointed at me, erupting into a chilling laugh. So I turned my gaze once more in that direction and beheld the infant's hand emerging from my female classmate's body, subsequently grasping her thigh. With a sudden, forceful tug, a chunk of flesh was mercilessly torn from her thigh. I hurriedly glanced at her face, yet she seemed almost oblivious to the pain, continuing to peruse the book on her desk. At that moment, the infant clutched the piece of thigh flesh as if climbing, and astonishingly, he emerged further from her body. As he did so, a copious amount of blood flowed from my classmate, staining him entirely as he caught sight of me and erupted into gleeful laughter. My scalp prickled with terror. Viewing this scene for a second time did not acclimatize me, but rather intensified my dread. I glanced at my phone, revealing it was now 10 minutes past midnight. Suddenly, all the students laid down their books and intently focused on the blackboard. Instinctively, I followed their gaze and discovered that the ghostly teacher had ascended to the podium. She picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed several characters upon the board, none of which I recognized. The students remained absorbed in watching her, while she set down the chalk, refraining from delivering a lesson, instead breaking into laughter once more. Her smile mirrored that of the ghastly visage I had witnessed at home. Her lips split open, and an array of blood and flesh fell to the ground as she gazed at the students, laughing. The chilling sound of her laughter echoed ominously. Yet the students remained fixated on her, as if she were indeed imparting knowledge. Observing this bizarre tableau filled me with overwhelming fear, prompting me to lower my head and rest it upon the desk, akin to a slumbering student. To my slight relief, the teacher paid me no heed, continuing to laugh, while my classmates remained entranced by her. Suddenly, something brushed against my leg, sending a jolt of terror through my already taut nerves. I sprang to my feet, the noise of colliding desks and chairs resonating loudly. Upon focusing my gaze, I realized that the ghostly infant had crawled onto my female classmate's thigh. It was he who had startled me. Now tethered only by the umbilical cord, he continued to laugh at me. I stood frozen in place, unsure whether to flee or remain seated. At that moment, I became acutely aware that my movements had drawn the attention of the entire class. The teacher turned her gaze toward me, her mouth closing, and astonishingly, it appeared to heal. The ghostly teacher approached me with an ominous air, and I trembled in fear as she drew near and glanced down, spotting the ghostly infant. Seemingly incensed, she delivered a resounding slap to my classmate, who collapsed to the ground, the infant tumbling alongside her. The ghostly infant exhibited a look of sheer terror, attempting to retreat back into my classmate's body. But the ghostly teacher had already seized him, violently forcing him back into her. The students regarded this ghastly scene with an unsettling calm, while I, paralyzed by fear, crumpled to the floor. The ghostly infant was thrust back with brutal force, and my classmate rose, passively allowing the teacher to reinsert the infant into her body. Blood cascaded down both her thighs, yet she continued to gaze at me before curling her lips into a grotesque smile. What could possibly be amusing about this? Was it an apologetic grin? Summoning my courage, I turned to observe my female deskmate's face. She was grinning foolishly all the while. The female teacher, her voice hoarse, commanded sharply, "Stop laughing." Immediately, my deskmate's smile vanished. Intrigued, I studied her countenance when suddenly her eyeballs began rolling outward as if threatening to tumble free. Panicked, she hastily resumed her manic grinning, miraculously preventing her eyes from escaping their sockets. The spectral teacher's fury ignited. She viciously pinched my deskmate's thigh, forcing her to cease smiling once more. This time, the eyeball did detach, dangling limply by the corner of her slack mouth. "M.O." I nearly cried out for my mother in terror, but the entire class abruptly swiveled their heads toward me. Remembering Zhou Tianwen's warning that speaking here was absolutely forbidden, I clenched my jaw shut. So that was why my deskmate had been incessantly smiling, to keep her eyes from falling out. After the ghostly teacher stuffed the infant back inside, she motioned for me to return to my seat before resuming her post at the lectern, her eerie, unsettling grin never fading. Strangely, by now, a peculiar calm had settled over me. Just as Zhou Tianwen had predicted, so long as I remained silent. These spirits meant me no harm. They had accepted me as one of their own. I slumped over the desk again, feigning rest, while the restless ghost infant, daring not to disturb me further, clambered up my deskmate's legs toward her abdomen and began gnawing at her flesh. Noticing its actions, my deskmate flashed me another ghastly smile before unzipping her uniform, as if to nurse the creature. I averted my gaze at once. The dead deserved reverence. Watching her feed the infant would have been a profound disrespect. Frantic, I checked my phone. 2:00 a.m. A soft whimper drew my attention back. The ghost infant's razor-sharp teeth had torn through my deskmate's flesh. Catching my stare, she smiled again, pried the creature loose, and, as blood seeped from the wound, offered it the other breast instead. The infant sprawled across her desk, suckling hungrily. The absurdity struck me. A classroom hosting a schoolgirl with a baby, yet no one batted an eye. Zhou Tianwen's words echoed. These students had died unnaturally. Perhaps the ghost infant held the key. Once sated, the infant drowsed. My deskmate covered herself, gently stroking its back until it slept. With the infant subdued, I relaxed. My phone, though signal-less, allowed me to read pre-downloaded ebooks. Unbothered by teacher or peers, I lost myself in the pages until dawn. After an indeterminate passage of time, a sudden crowing of a rooster pierced the air, causing both the teacher and students to change their expressions in unison, and then, as if vaporized, they vanished before my very eyes. I gazed around in astonishment, witnessing the classroom becoming increasingly translucent until it ultimately disappeared. To my bewilderment, I found myself seated on a park bench near my home. Had the cursed classroom's location shifted? I glanced at the time. It was 4:00. I was taken aback by the realization that the rooster's call had come so early. I had always believed they crowed around 5. At that moment, my phone regained signal, inundating me with numerous text messages from my mother and Zhang Li, all inquiring about my well-being. I replied, assuring them of my safety and that I had returned from the haunted classroom. To my surprise, they responded almost instantaneously, suggesting that they were both awake, clutching their phones, which moved me deeply. Suddenly, my phone rang, the caller ID displaying an unfamiliar number. Instinctively, I answered, "May I ask who is this?" "It's me, Zhou Tianwen." A wave of relief washed over me, and Zhou Tianwen wasted no time, diving straight into the matter at hand. "I have uncovered the causes of their deaths. Tell me, did you see a ghostly infant in the classroom?" Chapter 5, Communicating with Spirits? Upon hearing Zhou Tianwen's words, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over me. His knowledge of the ghostly infant's presence in the classroom hinted at progress in the situation. With progress came the hope of salvation. I recounted the details to Zhou Tianwen with utmost care, not daring to be negligent. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "To be honest, I am not particularly well-versed in this matter. However, I learned from an old forensic friend that the individuals in question were not actually burned to death. Upon examining their stomachs, he discovered that they had all succumbed to poisoning prior to their demise. The enormity of the incident led to its concealment. Intrigued, I inquired, "What does this have to do with the ghostly infant?" Zhou Tianwen elucidated, "This does not conclusively link the deceased to the spirits in that haunted classroom. Coincidentally, my forensic friend mentioned that during the autopsy of a female student, he found an infant approximately 3 months gestational age. Thus, I sought your perspective. It is now evident that the ghostly classroom you occupy is indeed the very site of the poisoning tragedy. Although the spirits may appear tranquil, their resentment is likely profound." Panic surged within me, prompting an urgent question about what actions to take. Zhou Tianwen urged me to remain calm and continued, "I consulted with my superiors. As our profession intersects with certain authorities, they informed me that not all students from that class perished. One individual withdrew from school mere days before the incident. When I inquired about this student, My superiors revealed that they had previously investigated him but eliminated him from suspicion, given the passage of many years. Relevant departments have long since lost track of his records. Therefore, moving forward, you will need to communicate with the spirits to extract information regarding that student, allowing us to proceed from there. Outraged, I retorted, how am I supposed to inquire? I can't even speak in the ghost classroom. Zhou Tianwen's suggestion of passing notes left me astounded. This method, a time-honored tradition among students for decades, was also a skill possessed by the spirits. By passing notes, one could communicate without revealing their identity, evoking warmth rather than suspicion from the ghosts. I felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in frustration. Zhou Tianwen seemed to trivialize the matter, likening it to a game, even employing the term skill. His reliability fluctuated dramatically. However, upon reflection, if I wished to save myself, I would indeed need to exert some effort. Thus, I acquiesced and subsequently inquired about the peculiar object he had mentioned. Zhou Tianwen chuckled and replied, that is an eyeball extracted from a naturally blind individual after their death. They were born without sight, and this eye is rendered useless, thus infused with substantial yin energy. Do you understand now? Naturally blind individuals are rare, and I assure you, the price I charge is not exploitative. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily overcome with revulsion, exclaiming in disgust. Zhou Tianwen, however, dismissed my reaction, stating that should I refrain from consuming the eyeball, my very life could be at stake. Subsequently, he hung up the phone, and I found myself in the park, retching until nothing but bitter water came forth, finally attaining a semblance of calm. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket to touch the blind man's eyeball, feeling a pang of guilt towards him. However, Zhou Tianwen was right. If I wished to survive, I could not afford to disdain this precious item. With a sigh, I succumbed to a heavy drowsiness and returned home to lie in bed, drifting into a deep slumber. When I awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and I was astonished at how long I had slept. As I stepped out of my room, my mother was busy cooking outside. Upon seeing me, she inquired if I intended to return to school. With a determined resolve, I replied that I would go back after dinner. I was acutely aware of the hardships my parents endured to support me. And since Zhou Tianwen assured me that those spirits would not harm me, I could not afford to neglect my studies. My mother continued to ramble on, reassuring me that those spirits posed no threat, urging me not to be afraid, especially when resting in the ghost classroom, lest I jeopardize my health. I could only smile wryly at her words. After all, I was in the presence of a ghostly infant capable of tearing others apart, making it quite difficult to feel at ease while sleeping. After dinner, I soaked the blind man's eyeball in hot water, placed it in my pocket, and announced my intention to head to school. My mother slipped an additional 1,000 yuan into my hand, urging me not to be frugal and to purchase ample supplements. As she anticipated, I would have restless nights. To be honest, my eyes were quite red at that moment, and after my mother escorted me to the car, I found myself weeping profusely, tightly clutching the 1,000 yuan. Upon my arrival at school, Zhang Li greeted me with concern. I smiled and assured her I was fine, even joking that I had struck it rich, able to study diligently in the ghost classroom while others yearned for free tutoring but lacked such opportunities. Of course, one could learn nothing in the ghost classroom, but in an effort to appear courageous, I could only boast. Zhang Li laughed and reminded me to exercise caution. By the time I reached school, it was already 7 in the evening, indicating that the ghost classroom would likely appear soon. I contemplated the timing, pondering the significance of when the ghost classroom materialized, which might greatly aid in my rescue. Thus, I skipped evening study hall and, at 7:30, ventured into the small grove, waiting in silence. The moonlight was exceptionally bright that night, illuminating the ground beneath me. I focused my gaze on the path, for I understood that when the road could no longer be illuminated, the ghost classroom would emerge. The small grove was tranquil, and to stave off boredom, I had downloaded several novels onto my phone. While reading, I remained vigilant of the ground. After an indeterminate period, the ground gradually darkened, while the sky retained its brightness. Checking the time, it was now 10 o'clock at night. It seemed that the ghost classroom had appeared the previous night while Zhang Li and I were engrossed in our own sweet moments, oblivious to our surroundings. I stowed away my phone and followed the darkened path forward. After walking for 5 minutes, I finally beheld the ghost classroom, its light still aglow. It seemed that ever since my name had been inscribed, I was able to perceive the peculiar sights within. However, this time was unlike the previous 2 occasions. Upon entering the classroom, I discovered that the ghostly female teacher was absent, and the students were not sitting quietly in their seats. Instead, they were engaging in playful antics. Their frolicsome behavior mirrored that of a typical classroom, yet there was an eerie quality to it that sent shivers down my spine. The manner in which they moved was reminiscent of the ghostly teacher, with their toes pointed excessively and shoulders hunched as they glided through the room. Their feet barely made a sound upon the floor, save for the occasional clatter of the few female students wearing wooden high heels. The rhythmic thuds echoed through the room, creating an unsettling contrast to the otherwise silent chaos. At that moment, a male student glided over to me, playfully tapping the back of my head before darting away, reminiscent of the playful antics of boys in school. Naturally, I did not pursue him. He skated away for a while, then, noticing my lack of chase, his expression shifted to one of disappointment. Don't feel lonely, you fool. It's not that I don't wish to befriend you, nor do I look down upon you. I typically engage in such playful pursuits with my male classmates. Yet, despite my usual boldness in chasing after even the most imposing boys, I find myself too intimidated to chase you, you fool. I simply lack the courage to join you in your playful antics on those frictionless skate shoes. I settled into my seat, and at 11 o'clock, the ghostly teacher appeared. Instantly, everyone resumed their seats, behaving as obediently as before, engrossed in their books. Observing the classroom, I noted the absence of empty seats, indicating that the position once occupied by the classmate who had withdrawn was now mine. I rummaged through the drawer for a while and, to my relief, found some paper and a pen. Drawing a deep breath to calm my racing heart, I wrote, "What is the name of the student who previously occupied my seat?" Then, biting my arm to steady my pounding heart, I mustered the courage to pass the note to my female classmate beside me. I was genuinely terrified, as this marked my first attempt to communicate with a ghost. Thankfully, she received my note, glanced at the words, and, to my astonishment, delicately took up her pen and began to write in response. Chapter 6. Identity Exposure. I never imagined that communicating with spirits through the exchange of notes could truly be a reality. This revelation caught me by surprise. Suddenly, I recalled the folklore surrounding the pin spirit and the plate spirit. Indeed, it seemed to draw parallels, for do not those spirits also possess the ability to inscribe words? After a brief wait of about 10 seconds, my female classmate handed me the note. Upon glancing at its contents, an unsettling sensation coursed through me. Her handwriting was a chaotic scrawl, simultaneously hasty yet eerily disturbing. The letters twisted like worms, evoking an image of a hand devoid of strength. The ink was faint, yet legible enough to discern. Zhang Li, a name so simple, yet it belonged to the student who had dropped out. A flicker of realization ignited within me, and I hastily scribbled on the note, "Do you know his phone number or home address?" After passing it back, a sense of calm enveloped me. My classmate busily wrote and doodled before returning the note to me. It contained an address and a landline number. It was remarkable, indeed, that having a landline in those days was quite a feat, understanding that the note would vanish with the crowing of the rooster. I quickly saved the address and number on my phone. Subsequently, I delved into a novel during class. The atmosphere remained as tranquil as the day before, though the ghostly infant occasionally peered at me with curiosity. In truth, this ghostly child was the source of my greatest fear in the classroom, as its aggression was alarmingly potent. After a while of reading, I noticed the desk trembling. Curiously, I glanced to the side, only to be taken aback. My female classmate was trembling uncontrollably. Looking around at my peers, I realized that tranquility had dissipated. Many ghostly students were agitatedly scribbling on paper, and one ghostly student before me was scanning the room, his head turned backward while his body remained facing forward. The sight was unnerving. It seemed as though this spirit had no bones. A normal person would be incapable of turning their head in such a manner, yet this student continued, performing a complete 360-degree rotation. His pallid visage bore a trace of tension, as though he awaited something ominous. What could this assembly of spirits be anticipating? Suddenly, I detected a faint scent of smoke, seemingly arising from the corner. I turned to look, aghast to discover that a fire had ignited. At that moment, I noticed the classroom doors had inexplicably closed, previously left ajar. Panic surged within me as I attempted to flee, only to find my body paralyzed, immobile as if ensnared. The lights began to dim, plunging the room into darkness. All that remained was the flickering glow of the flames, while students and the teacher emitted screams of terror. Yet they remained frozen in place, the teacher still at the lectern and the students seated in their chairs. The fire had now. Why is everyone here engulfed in flames? The fire, like a ravenous beast, surged toward me. Instinctively, I glanced at my female deskmate, who was visibly panicked yet wore a smile so forced it seemed almost grotesque. Meanwhile, the ghostly infant ceased its restless movements, crawling obediently onto her face before vanishing back into her body. She began murmuring to herself, but her words were indistinct. Only fragmented whispers reached my ears. I'm going to burn to death. The flames licked at my surroundings. Yet when they reached me, I froze in disbelief. There was no heat, none at all. The fire crept onto my desk, then onto me, yet it inflicted no pain, as though it were nothing more than an illusion. But my deskmate was not spared. Agonized screams tore from her throat as the flames devoured her school uniform, charring her skin. Her waist-length hair ignited like a fuse, racing toward her scalp. Collapsed over the desk, she writhed in torment. For reasons beyond comprehension, I acted on impulse, wrapping my arms around her shoulders, only to be met with a bone-chilling cold. I pulled her into my embrace, hastily unzipping my coat to smother the flames engulfing her. Her cries, raw and harrowing, sent shivers down my spine, though I extinguished the fire on her. The inferno raged on, consuming other students. Trembling violently in my arms, she sobbed uncontrollably. I stroked her back, murmuring softly, "It's over. You're safe now." I am no saint. Yet even if she were a ghost, I could not bear to witness such horror inflicted upon a girl beside me. In that instant, she lifted her head. Her face, now scorched and peeling, revealed grotesquely enlarged eyes fixed upon me. Dread crashed over me. Zhou Tianwen's warning echoed in my mind. Never speak in the classroom. And yet, I had forgotten. Terror seized me as the ghost infant slithered from her body, its tiny face contorted with malice. My deskmate's icy fingers clamped around my wrist, her skin regenerating into its usual deathly pallor, unnaturally, unnervingly white. "You are human." Her voice, barely a whisper, sent my heart into my throat. I cursed myself for my recklessness. Why did I speak? Now I was exposed. Her smile remained, a rictus grin holding her eyes in place. Bathed in the firelight, the ghost infant's shadowed visage twisted as it crawled toward me. I longed to flee, to scream, but the flames held me captive, as though bound by invisible restraints. Then, the unexpected unfolded. With one swift motion, my deskmate seized the ghost infant and hurled it to the ground. The ghostly infant fell to the ground, letting out a pained cry, and an unexpected dent appeared on its forehead, creating a significant indentation in its oval-shaped head, causing its features to become even more compact. Lying on the ground, it wept, while my female classmate paid him no heed. She stared at me in a daze, and then suddenly whispered, "Thank you." I was momentarily taken aback. Was she expressing gratitude for my assistance in extinguishing the flames? Do even ghosts possess a sense of gratitude? I waved my hand, realizing I dared not speak further, lest I attract the attention of other students. My female classmate continued to gaze at me for about 10 minutes. Her eyes, illuminated by the flickering firelight, appeared haunting. Once the flames subsided, the room regained its brightness, and everyone returned to their former selves. She turned her head and quietly resumed her reading. The ghostly infant, no longer daring to disturb me, lay on her lap, curiously observing me. A bold thought suddenly crossed my mind. Indeed, it was quite audacious. My female classmate seemed disinclined to harm me. If I could forge a closer bond with her, it might prove immensely beneficial. I took a deep breath, summoned my courage, and looked at the ghostly infant, then shut my eyes and reached out to touch its head. Murmurs escaped the infant, a low growl that hinted at some resistance, yet it was not particularly fierce. My hand trembled slightly, but I pressed on. At last, I made contact with its head. It felt slippery and sticky, still cold as ice. I opened my eyes to find the ghostly infant gazing at me with curiosity, but now adorned with a hint of enjoyment on its face. I quickly glanced at my female classmate. She smiled gently at me before returning to her book. A sigh of relief escaped me. It seemed that a flicker of friendship had ignited between me, her, and the ghostly infant. Though fragile, it could offer significant assistance. Once I commenced my investigation into this matter, perhaps my female classmate might aid me in unforeseen ways. I dared not inquire on a note whether they had perished in the Great Fire. Zhou Tianwen had mentioned that this group bore considerable resentment. To broach such a topic might provoke her ire and summon trouble. Thus, I resolved to endure my curiosity in silence. I continued to read my novel, losing track of time until the sound of a zipper being undone broke the silence. Clearly, it was time to feed the ghostly infant. Once again, I chose to avert my gaze, adhering to the principle of see no evil. However, today's sound seemed more intense than those of yesterday. After a few minutes, my female classmate emitted a soft, tragic cry. Ugh. Curiosity compelled me to glance over, and I was struck dumb. The ghostly infant had latched onto her chest with an unyielding grip, and she made no attempt to resist. Though her wounds from the previous day had healed, new ones had emerged. Suddenly, the ghostly infant bit down fierce. The spectral infant crawled onto my desk, then gently placed a piece of my female classmate's flesh upon its surface before retreating. It then sprawled across the desk, awaiting nourishment from her. As before, my classmate proceeded to express milk directly into the ghostly child's mouth. Does this imply I'm meant to accept this macabre offering? Turning her head, she bestowed upon me a faint, enigmatic smile. I stared blankly at the sanguine, fragmented flesh now staining my desk. This is the flesh of the departed? What purpose could it possibly serve? Chapter 7. Sharing a bed with ghosts, I gazed with a sense of revulsion at the morsel of flesh before me, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Surely, she could not expect me to consume this? That was out of the question. Setting aside the fact that it was the flesh of a ghost, even if it were human, I would find it impossible to swallow. I had already felt nauseated from the soup brewed with those eyeballs. Now, this grotesque offering was thrust upon me, rendering me entirely incapable of eating it. Cautiously, I picked up the cold piece of meat, placing it into my pocket. To my surprise, my female classmate did not exhibit any peculiar behavior. Instead, she continued to nurse the ghostly infant. It appeared she did not intend for me to eat it. Merely carrying it with me sufficed. I resumed reading my novel on my phone, and at 4 o'clock, the rooster crowed once more. The ghostly classroom vanished as usual, and I instinctively felt for the morsel in my pocket, astonished to find it still there. I hurriedly called Zhou Tianwen, and he answered almost immediately, his voice tinged with annoyance. "What is it? Am I disturbing you?" I was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Tianwen's demeanor. He lowered his voice, stating, "I am currently performing a blessing for the neighbor's young wife. If you have something to say, make it quick." This Taoist was far from ordinary. I helplessly responded, "Why conduct a blessing at dawn?" I inquired about the student's address and number. "Oh, we can investigate at daybreak. Is there anything else?" Zhou Tianwen asked. I relayed the situation regarding the flesh, only to have his tone shift to one of urgency. "How could you be so foolish? You cannot accept anything from a ghost. She aims to use you to escape the ghost classroom. That female ghost classmate has not vanished." Panic surged through me as I realized the gravity of his words. If I could survive until sunrise, it would signify that I was safe. Otherwise, I would meet my demise that very day. Zhou Tianwen's alarming words made my hand tremble, nearly causing me to drop the phone. I then heard the dial tone, indicating he had hung up in frustration. A wave of indignation washed over me. What could I do? A female ghost and her infant demanded that I accept their offerings, and refusing them could very well cost me my life. The fact that my ghostly classmate had not disappeared was even more troubling. What did it imply? A chill coursed through me, and I dared not dwell on it further. It was already 4 in the morning. Returning to the dormitory to sleep was out of the question. I decided to find a small inn near the school to rest and perhaps secure a modest room for the future. After all, I would be spending my nights in the company of ghosts, and returning to the dormitory was no longer viable. It would be wiser to rent an inexpensive accommodation. I made my way to the wall surrounding the school playground and scaled it. Behind the school, there was a street lined with small inns, many of which operated 24 hours a day. I selected a brightly lit establishment and paid 60 yuan for a room. The innkeeper lazily handed me the key, directing me to the room on the left side of the 4th floor. This was a simple little inn without an elevator, compelling me to ascend the stairs. Fortunately, the inn was remarkably well lit, which alleviated my fears as I made my way inside. Glancing at the time, I noted it was already 20 past 4, and the sun would soon rise. It was autumn, and typically, the sun emerged around 6. I felt that Zhou Tianwen's words were rather frightening. After all, I had saved my ghostly classmate, so how could she possibly harm me? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I opened the door to my room and inserted the key card into the power slot, instantly illuminating the space. However, the moment the lights flickered on, I was left utterly dumbfounded. The room was dimly lit with a yellow hue, despite a fluorescent light overhead. The darkness was compounded by the shocking sight of my ghostly classmate lounging on what should have been my bed. This. She truly had not vanished. She cast a glance my way, her eerie smile intact, while the ghostly infant crawled about the bed. I found myself frozen at the threshold, unable to enter or flee. At that moment, my ghostly classmate beckoned me with a wave, and I found myself yielding. After all, I was not dealing with a mere human, and who could say what consequences might arise from incurring her wrath? Like a compliant child, I stepped into the room, and upon her silent urging, I shut the door. Since my ghostly classmate was already aware of my identity, I decided to drop my pretense and boldly asked, "What brings you here?" Her terrifying smile persisted, and although her voice was hoarse, it lacked the exaggerated rasp of the ghostly teacher. "You possess something of mine, and thus I have manifested." So it was indeed this piece of flesh that had summoned her. I felt foolish for believing that spirits could feel gratitude. Zhou Tianwen had previously warned me that the students in this classroom were steeped in resentment, likely either vengeful spirits or lingering souls, far from benevolent entities. I endeavored to steady my voice, having had some prior encounters with such apparitions. "What do you intend to do?" My ghostly classmate regarded me and suddenly erupted into laughter. The room echoed with a rasping, duck-like sound as the ceiling light flickered ominously, casting her in an unsettling glow. The ghostly infant joined in her laughter, albeit in a grotesque manner, its mouth stretching unnaturally wide, blood and bits of flesh dripping onto the sheets, the grin extending to its ears. I watched in horror as my ghostly classmate reached towards the umbilical cord. I gazed at my ghostly deskmate in disbelief as she placed the shredded flesh upon me. Was this merely to separate herself from the ghostly infant? Could it be that within the haunted classroom, she was unable to part from it? Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through my mind. The ghostly infant, sustained only by feeding, had been trapped in that spectral classroom. unable to leave her side. Now that it had escaped into the outside world, it would surely prey upon the living. A wave of regret crashed over me. How could a single act of mine have endangered innocent lives? No, once dawn broke. I must call Zhou Tianwen and seek his counsel on how to rectify this. Meanwhile, the ghostly girl continued to point at the bed. Who was I to disobey? Trembling, I lay down. She watched me with a smile, one that, strangely, no longer chilled me to the bone. There was something almost grateful in her expression. Did she truly wish for the ghostly infant to be free? Heh. Ugh. HNGH. Her eerie laughter filled the air as she unzipped her school uniform and slipped beneath my covers. What was this? A twisted form of gratitude? My skin prickled with dread. So this was how she intended to repay me, by draining my life force. Hadn't I always heard tales of men found dead in their beds? Their vitality siphoned away by vengeful spirits? My own mother had warned me of such horrors. I didn't know why ghosts craved the living essence. But even a fool could see, this would end well for her, and terribly for me. She climbed atop me, and to my horror, my body grew leaden, paralyzed beneath an unseen weight. Regret gnawed at me. Why had I ever pitied her? Now I faced a fate worse than death. Every inch of me was immobilized, even my fingers frozen. Then her cold lips met mine, her icy tongue slipping past them. Dizziness surged through me, not from passion, but from the sickening sensation of something vital being torn from my core. My strength ebbed away, leaving me limp and helpless. Thank you. Her laughter curled around me like a noose. I wanted to scream curses. Was this how one repaid a life debt? But then I noticed, after the ghostly infant vanished, her form had shifted. No longer spectral, she now resembled an ordinary girl. Still giggling unnervingly, she pressed her breast to my lips, forcing a bitter, rotting liquid into my mouth. The taste was vile, like decayed flesh, yet as it slid down my throat, an unnatural vigor surged through me, as though I had slept for days. And it wasn't just my mind that stirred. My body, too, reacted in ways I desperately wished it wouldn't. Her laughter twisted as she positioned herself above me. In that moment, despair swallowed me whole. All because of a single moment of weakness. Now, I faced annihilation. The thought of departing from my parents filled my heart with profound sorrow. As I gazed at my mischievous ghostly classmate, a torrent of tears cascaded down my cheeks. I was truly weeping. I beg you, please. I implore you. My voice had grown hoarse, and my throat felt both warm and painful, as though something was obstructing it. My tears dripped onto the pillow, tracing the contours of my temples, while my ghostly classmate stared at me, bewildered. I long to live. I beseech you. In light of my previous act of salvation, I continued my earnest pleas, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. Suddenly, she released her grip, crawled down from my side, and lay beside me, gazing at me with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. Chapter 8. The Haunted House in the Mountains. I gazed in astonishment at my ghostly classmate. Had her heart softened? She fixated on me, her eyes narrowed, the pitch-black pupils still instilling a sense of dread within me. At that moment, the ceiling light gradually transformed, eventually radiating a brilliant white. I sighed in relief. It appeared she had decided to spare me. Gathering my courage, I looked at her and inquired, "What is your name?" The ghostly girl paused for a moment before responding in a ghostly whisper, "Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu. Such an unusual name. Yet, upon reflection, it was plausible that a girl from that era might indeed bear such a moniker. I suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, perhaps due to having some of my vitality drained by Xiao Wu, and I closed my eyes, slipping into a deep slumber. When I awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and naturally, Xiao Wu was gone. I felt fortunate to have survived. Habitually, I grabbed my phone and discovered several messages and missed calls from Zhou Tianwen, all sent during the day. It seemed he had assumed me dead, hence the single attempts to reach me. I dialed his number, and he answered almost instantly. "Still alive?" "I made it," I replied, "but what does all this mean?" Zhou Tianwen elaborated, "Do not covet the possessions of the deceased. Doing so signifies that you will become entangled with them. This is why most belongings of the dead are burned. Clothing, hair, nails, these are not to be taken. Moreover, if you directly claimed a piece of a ghost, she would undoubtedly become attached to you." I countered, "Regardless, she seems to have no intention of harming me. I've acquired the information about that student. What should I do next?" "What can you do? You must visit yourself." Zhou Tianwen's response left me momentarily speechless. A wave of anxiety washed over me, and I urged him to accompany me. He declined, claiming proficiency in exorcising spirits, but possessing no means to confront the living. It would be inappropriate for him to curse others, as that would tarnish his moral standing. I reflected on this. While a Taoist may excel in dealing with ghosts, they might not be adept in physical confrontations. After all, they were not trained in the martial arts of Wudong or Shaolin. Consequently, I attempted to contact Zhang Zhihao via his landline, only to be informed that the number was disconnected. This was to be expected after all these years. It was entirely plausible that he had abandoned the landline. A sense of unease gripped me as I hoped fervently that he had not vanished before I could reach him. It was a Saturday, with no classes scheduled, signifying that the ghost classroom would not manifest today or tomorrow. I boarded a bus with the intention of visiting Zhang Jihao's home. His residence was not far from the school, specifically located on the left side of the hillside in Zhangjia Village, Yingqian Township, Wenzhou City. It appeared he was a rural student attending school in the city. After an hour's journey, I exited the city, but the bus did not reach Zhangjia Village. I flagged down a tricycle around the county, requesting a ride to Zhangjia Village. Upon hearing my destination, the tricycle driver immediately quoted me 20 yuan. Enraged, I protested, for Zhangjia Village was merely 3 kilometers away. Such a fare seemed utterly unreasonable. The rickshaw driver explained, "The road is too terrible. I won't go for less than 20 yuan. Realizing there was no alternative, I decided to board the rickshaw, as the 3-kilometer journey would surely take over an hour on foot. Indeed, the road was in disrepair, riddled with potholes and muddy terrain. And the rickshaw driver's fare was justified. He brought me to the lakeside and halted, gesturing towards the mountains across the water, saying, "Just go straight, and you'll reach Zhangjia Village." I nodded, handed him 20 yuan, and thanked him. Instead of responding politely, he grumbled about the fare, insisting it should have been 25. I ignored his complaints and walked toward the lake. Aware that I wouldn't pay him more, he drove away. As I leisurely smoked a cigarette, I yelled at the departing rickshaw, "What do you mean 25? Your mother's dead. Get lost." The rickshaw driver halted and shouted back, retrieving a screwdriver from the toolbox and advancing towards me. Unfazed, I stepped onto a small bamboo raft anchored by the lakeside and instructed the boatman to Zhangjia Village. The boatman chuckled, took a puff of his cigarette, and pushed the raft into the water. Observing my departure, the rickshaw driver yelled that if I had the guts, I should stay in Zhangjia Village. Sitting on the raft, I continued to smoke and asked the boatman, "Master, which village is this?" "Zhangjia Village," he replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, I grew excited and quickly inquired, "Do you know Zhang Jihao?" The boatman's expression shifted immediately upon hearing the name. Although it was just the two of us on the raft, he lowered his voice and asked, "What is your relationship with him?" I replied, "No relation. Just someone asked me to deliver something to him." The boatman shook his head vigorously, using his bamboo pole to steady the drifting raft, and with fear in his voice, warned, "Don't go looking for him. He died long ago. I'll take you back." Taken aback, I exclaimed, "Wait, master." That rickshaw driver seemed intent on confronting me. "What do you mean he is dead?" The boatman appeared less anxious, settling onto a small bench on the raft, and began recounting the story of Zhang Jihao. As I listened, I was left utterly astounded. It turned out that Zhang Jihao had perished a decade prior in a sudden house fire. While that tragedy was unfortunate in itself, one night, an elderly villager, venturing out to use the communal toilet, passed by Zhang Jihao's home and was shocked to see it intact, with Zhang Jihao dressed in black attire reminiscent of a groom from the Republican era, his pale face gazing silently outside. An elderly woman had resided in the mountains for several decades and had encountered spirits a few times. During those moments, she uttered not a single word, nor did she display any fear. She simply turned and ambled away. The following day, she recounted her experience, but initially, her tale was met with skepticism. Some individuals, wary of the unsettling account, chose to avoid passing by Zhang Jihao's home even when heading to the restroom, opting for a longer route. However, while some remained oblivious to the apparitions, others claimed to have seen them. Yet, those who did witness such phenomena were primarily elderly women nearing death. Consequently, when night fell, the townsfolk hesitated to venture near Zhang Jihao's abode. I felt a surge of trepidation, akin to being in a haunted classroom. I feared I might also glimpse Zhang Jihao's residence. However, the absurdity of the situation seemed even more surreal than a haunted classroom. After pondering for a moment, I resolutely declared, "It matters not. Take me there. I do not believe in ghosts." The ferryman, taken aback, attempted to dissuade me for quite some time, but I remained steadfast. I was convinced that Zhang Jihao was deeply entwined with this haunted classroom, and since no harm befell me there, I reasoned that he would not harm me either. The ferryman, seeing my determination, reluctantly acquiesced and transported me. I paid him 5 yuan and then ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the right side of the mountainside, I indeed beheld a charred expanse of ruins. What once appeared to be an old wooden house was now utterly unrecognizable. The mountain breeze was brisk, and I hesitated to touch the remnants, fearing I might disturb the spirit of Zhou Jihao. It seemed prudent to return at night to investigate this so-called haunted house. At this juncture, it was 4 o'clock, and I felt a pang of hunger. However, being a mountain dweller, I knew the countryside was abundant with fruit trees. I could easily pluck some oranges or pomelos without incurring any ire, as they were cultivated for personal enjoyment rather than for sale. As I wandered through the mountains, I stumbled upon a wooden cabin where an elderly woman sat at the door, lost in thought, with a pomelo tree flourishing in her yard. I called out to her, "Granny, may I take a pomelo to eat?" She smiled and encouraged me to help myself, stating that she had no desire for them. Delighted, I gathered 2 pomelos and sought a clean spot in the mountains to enjoy my snack. As the sun began its descent, I glanced at the time. It was now 6 o'clock, and there were still 4 hours until the haunted house would reveal itself. At that moment, an inexplicable chill coursed through my body, and from the corner of my eye, I noticed the addition of a pair of legs behind me. Instantly, I was enveloped in a wave of icy dread. I still bore the remnants of Xiao Wu's remains on my person. Chapter 9. The ghostly marriage in the deep mountains. As expected, Xiao Wu appeared behind me. I hastily rose to my feet, casting a wary glance in her direction. Yet, Xiao Wu maintained her usual serene smile, gesturing to the surroundings. I mentioned that I was searching for Zhang Zhihao, to which her expression remained calm. Oh. After a moment's contemplation, I added, however, it seems he has died and turned into a ghost. Oh. Her indifferent attitude towards Zhang Zhihao left me incredulous, prompting me to wonder if he might indeed be unrelated to their demise. I didn't dwell on it for too long and awkwardly remarked, "So, will you be wherever the remnants of his body are at night?" In the classroom, Xiao Wu rasped, "From Monday to Friday." Her speech was somewhat disjointed, but I understood. From Monday to Friday, she would occupy the ghostly classroom, while on weekends, she would be wherever the remnants were located. For reasons unknown, having Xiao Wu beside me provided a sense of safety. After all, she was a classmate and a ghost, which should prove beneficial in the future. Summoning my courage, I inquired, "Could you assist me at night? Just stay by my side, and if I encounter anything unfamiliar, I could ask you." Xiao Wu gazed at me in silence. Although she smiled, her expression suggested reluctance. I sighed. "I need to rent a room in the next couple of days. I can keep the remnants in there. And you could watch television." To my surprise, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. It seemed even ghosts could feel boredom, and I was astonished to discover that girls retained their penchant for lazily watching television, even in ghostly form. Having settled the terms with Xiao Wu, I proceeded to the vicinity of Zhang Zhihao's home. Given the mountainous terrain, there were plenty of small groves, and we hid in one, waiting for nightfall. Xiao Wu appeared remarkably patient in silence, keeping me company as we observed Zhang Zhihao's house. It seemed that her time as a ghost had accustomed her to monotony. I, however, found myself increasingly drowsy, as the stillness was quite tedious. As the clock approached 9, I suddenly slapped my forehead in realization. Oh no. I had forgotten to brew the blind man's eye soup today. Panic surged through me, for it was already past 9, and time was running short. Xiao Wu regarded me and rasped, "Your yang energy is too strong. What should I do?" I fretted, my scalp tingling with anxiety. Discovery was imminent. Without a word, Xiao Wu gradually leaned in, pressing her lips against mine. Her tongue slipped in once more, and in that instant, I felt an overwhelming loss of strength. As if my yang energy had been drained away. Xiao Wu released me and declared, "It's done." Indeed, my yang energy had dwindled significantly, akin to having consumed the soup. However, the side effects of this method were considerable. My mind felt foggy and my body utterly depleted. At that moment, I instinctively glanced at Xiao Wu. She paused for a moment before gesturing with her hand. Big television. I must admit, at that instant, I found myself unexpectedly amused. Although Xiao Wu is a female ghost, some of her thoughts are indeed quite intriguing. I realized that I could not faint at this moment. If I did, it would mean I succumbed right beside this haunted house, and who knows what calamity might ensue. Thus, I reluctantly acquiesced to Xiao Wu's request. She unzipped her garment and, to my astonishment, shyly turned her head away. I found this utterly perplexing. She was unfazed when feeding a ghostly infant, so why the shyness now? Moreover, you are a ghost, and I am but a mere mortal. What reason do you have to feel bashful around me? I took a sip of the ghostly milk and felt a wave of comfort wash over me. It seemed that despite its unpalatable taste, this ghostly nectar was indeed a treasure. If the eyeballs of the deceased could fetch such a high price, surely Xiao Wu's ghostly milk could also be valuable. I gazed at her, and she stared back at me in a daze. I whispered, "Could you spare me a bottle or two next time? It appears you have an abundance. I could exchange it for some currency, allowing you to reside in a better dwelling and enjoy a larger television." Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock, almost as if her eyeballs might fall out, before she quickly squinted them shut and shook her head vigorously. I sighed and abandoned the notion of profit. When the clock struck 10, the haunted house indeed materialized. Just like the ghostly classroom, the haunted house emerged slowly, transitioning from transparency to semi-transparency and finally into a solid form. The sight of it sent shivers coursing through my body. It was ominously eerie. The wooden structure exuded a sickly yellow hue, resembling freshly hewn timber. The house had a large door, slightly ajar, much like the ghostly classroom, yet not fully open. While the surrounding areas were bathed in moonlight, this particular spot was shrouded in darkness so thick that one could not see their hand in front of their face. However, the wooden house emitted a faint glow, courtesy of 2 lanterns perched above. Though the lanterns were quite dilapidated, they still flickered dimly, casting a feeble light. The red lanterns were so intensely crimson that it seemed as if they could drip blood. Beneath the lanterns stood a man, his expression tranquil. His complexion was as pale as Xiao Wu's, with eyes devoid of whites, featuring only pupils. He was clad in a traditional groom's outfit from the Republic era, pitch black and adorned with a large red flower on his chest. He stood there, gazing ahead without a hint of movement. At that moment, I was taken aback. I hastily tapped Xiao Wu on the shoulder and discreetly pointed at Zhang Jihao's feet. Unlike Xiao Wu, who was on her toes in an exaggerated manner, Zhang Jihao was also on his toes, yet his feet appeared to be hovering about 5 centimeters off the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing Zhang Jihao to sway momentarily, yet he quickly regained his stillness. Just as I was about to inquire about the situation, Xiao Wu began to walk towards Zhang Jihao. What was this woman planning? Stepping out of the grove, she waved at me. Goodness, was she attempting to ensnare me? Zhang Jihao turned his gaze towards me, his head slightly tilting as his pitch-black eyes locked onto mine. My heart raced with fear, compelling me to step out from the thicket. It's fine, follow me, I managed to utter. Xiao Wu spoke in a hoarse voice as she continued walking toward Zhang Jihao. Zhang Jihao remained motionless, which piqued my curiosity. I followed Xiao Wu toward him, and as we approached, I froze in shock. Around Zhang Jihao's head, a thin rope was coiled tightly around his neck. The rope was as fine as steel wire, nearly invisible from a distance. He was suspended in midair, his head still able to move, his eyes fixed on me. Yet his body was completely immobilized. As I drew closer, Zhang Jihao snarled and clawed at me, but he couldn't break free from the rope. I crouched down to examine the thin cord and immediately recoiled in horror. The rope had already cut about a centimeter into his neck, firmly securing his head in place. I could see his exposed trachea and throat, drained of blood, leaving only pale flesh. He hung there, trapped. He's a hanged ghost, Xiao Wu murmured. A hanged ghost? I was puzzled. Hadn't he died in a fire? The inconsistencies nagged at me. If he was a hanged spirit, why was he dressed in groom-esque attire and strung up here? I whispered, shouldn't the tongues of hanged people protrude? Why isn't is sticking out? Xiao Wu shook her head, indicating she didn't know. My courage somewhat bolstered, I suddenly leaped up, positioning myself higher than Zhang Jihao. That was when I saw inside his mouth, and with a terrified scream, I fell backward onto the ground. His tongue had been torn out. Not cut, not sliced, torn. The wound was jagged, ripped diagonally from the root to about 2/3 of its length. The remaining half of his tongue twitched weakly in his mouth, unable to extend past his lips. Who could be so cruel? To tear out a man's tongue and then hang him here, my scalp prickled with dread. At that moment, I decided I wanted no part in this. I wouldn't investigate further. Maybe staying in the haunted classroom until graduation was the safer option. At least then, I could leave this nightmare behind. Who knew what unspeakable horror lurked behind all this? I no longer had the courage to find out. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a sound emerged from the grove. Xiao Wu and I exchanged glances before she seized my arm and swiftly pulled me into the cover of the trees. Thud, thud, thud. The source of the noise stepped out from the grove, and I stiffened in disbelief. It was just one ghost. There were 6 of them, moving in unison. Ghosts made no sound when they walked. The rhythmic thuds came from a coffin scraping against the ground. Yes, 6 ghosts were carrying a coffin. Or rather, for bore its weight while 2 led the procession, one playing a swona, the other striking a gong. Strangely, the swona and the gong emitted no sound at all, and the surroundings were enveloped in absolute silence. Both the swona and the gong were adorned with red cloth, and in an instant, I comprehended that this was a ghostly wedding. The 4 ghostly figures gently placed the coffin down, and it was then that I noticed the coffin lacked a lid. A hand emerged from within the coffin, withered and dry. I bit down on my garment, fearful of letting out a sound. At that moment, a chill coursed through my arm, startling me nearly into a scream. Turning to my side, I discovered that Xiao Wu was trembling, clutching my arm. Could it be that the owner of that hand instilled fear even in her? The owner of the hand had now stepped out of the coffin, an old woman clad in a blood-red bridal gown, her hair completely white, and her skin as parched as tree bark. She approached Zhang Jihao, who, to my astonishment, wore a peculiar smile that was utterly sinister. The ghostly old woman smiled as she moved closer to Zhang Jihao, shedding his clothes while simultaneously discarding her own. The two were, astonishingly, consummating their union right there. Miraculously, the ghostly old woman's skin began to rejuvenate, her hair gaining streaks of black. What was happening? Could she draw vitality from the living? Zhang Jihao maintained an unsettling grin, devoid of any other expression, while the ghostly old woman appeared to revel in the moment. I watched in horror as this scene unfolded. After a mere 10 minutes, the ghostly old woman transformed into a young woman. Satisfied, she returned to the coffin to recline, leaving Zhang Jihao with an expression of serene calmness. What was going on? I grasped Xiaowu's shoulders, intent on fleeing this dreadful place, when suddenly, Zhang Jihao smiled once more and pointed a finger in my direction. Immediately, the 6 ghosts turned their gaze toward me. Chapter 10. A Malevolent Spirit. In an instant, I was drenched in sweat, a chilling sensation coursing through my body from head to toe. The 6 specters gazed at me with an unsettling calmness, while Xiaowu clutched my arm tightly. I cursed under my breath, lamenting her utter lack of reliability. After all, she was a vengeful spirit herself, yet she trembled before the 6 phantoms. Unexpectedly, the 6 apparitions merely cast a fleeting glance at us before they hoisted the coffin and departed, leaving Zhang Jihao to struggle fruitlessly. Were they uninterested in us? Once the spirits had receded into the distance, I whispered to Xiaowu, "It seems Zhang Jihao is rather ineffectual. Those beings hardly regarded him." Xiaowu nodded in agreement, and we approached Zhang Jihao once more. This time, he appeared resigned, regarding me with a calm demeanor. I realized that as long as he did not make contact with me, he posed no threat, so I inquired, "Zhang Jihao, how did you meet your demise here? Was the fire in the classroom connected to you in any way?" His dark, murky eyes bore into mine, and then he suddenly let out a derisive chuckle. As if dismissing my presence entirely, I clenched my jaw, feeling utterly powerless against Zhang Jihao, for I was merely a mortal. Consequently, I took out my phone and sent a text message to Zhou Tianwen, informing him of the current predicament, hoping he might offer some guidance. Why not call? Because I feared he might be busy bestowing blessings upon some wayward woman. As before, Zhou Tianwen quickly replied with a message. "You lack the means to confront him. Just spit at him. Ghosts are quite afraid of that." I glanced at Xiaowu in surprise. If that were true, she had certainly been in contact with my saliva before. Why was she unharmed? Nevertheless, I placed my trust in Zhou Tianwen and spat at Zhang Jihao. Indeed, upon contact, my saliva reacted with him as if it were acid meeting flesh. Zhang Jihao's body began to corrode, and I hastily checked my breath, relieved to find no foul odor. Zhang Jihao screamed in agony. The sound was piercing and raspy, sending chills down my spine. To illustrate, it felt akin to scraping a chalkboard with untrimmed fingernails. The jarring sound accompanied by a rough, grating noise. I was filled with newfound confidence and threatened Zhang Jihao, declaring that if he remained silent, he would continue to endure unbearable pain. He seemed genuinely terrified of this suffering and began. Zhang Jihao's headless corpse lay at my feet, his severed head staring at me with an eerie vitality, yet refusing to utter a word. A wave of nausea overcame me, and I turned away to vomit. This grotesque scene surpassed even the blood-curdling horror of Xiao's ghostly infant. Grabbing Xiao by her school uniform, I dragged her away as she floated weightlessly behind me, her voice whispering hauntingly, "Aren't you going to ask?" I shook my head. Clearly, Zhang Jihao was unable or unwilling to speak that name for some unfathomable reason. I texted Zhou Tianwen about the incident, and his reply came swiftly. "There's a vengeful spirit involved. Stop investigating." Those few chilling words sent a shiver down my spine. Standing by the ink-black lake, I sighed heavily. Was I truly doomed to remain trapped in that haunted classroom until graduation? Sitting on the ground, I lit a cigarette while Xiaowu lingered beside me like a shadow. "Does this mean wherever this piece of flesh is, you have to stay nearby?" I asked skeptically. Xiaowu froze, offering no response. My suspicion was confirmed. She was bound to that gruesome fragment. For a fleeting moment, I considered tossing it into the lake, but quickly dismissed the thought. Xiaowu would undoubtedly kill me on the spot. "I'll find a place at dawn," I muttered. "You can stay there at night and watch TV, on the condition that you don't harm me." Xiaowu, however, insisted on waiting until nightfall to search for the house, adamant that she wanted to inspect it herself. The absurdity of a ghost making demands nearly made me scoff. If not for the very real threat of her wrath, I would have cursed her outright then. I waited by the lake until daybreak, and as the sun rose, Xiaowu vanished into thin air. The boatman arrived early, embodying the diligent spirit of hard work and prosperity. Seeing me unharmed, he offered me a cigarette, a cheap Xiongshi brand. I accepted it without complaint. When he reached for his lighter, I waved him off, pretending to have my own, then discreetly bent the cigarette behind my back. It was a habit of mine, never trusting a stranger's smoke. If the cigarette bent without breaking, it was safe. If it snapped, something was amiss. Straightening it, I lit it myself and asked the boatman to take me across the lake. Soon, the wooden raft carried me to the opposite shore. Energized, I began the hour-long trek to town, treating it as a morning exercise. After about 15 minutes, the sound of a motorized tricycle approached from behind. Delighted at the prospect of hitching a ride, I turned to flag it down, only to freeze in shock. The driver was the very man I had insulted the day before. Damn you, you northern bastard. The moment he recognized me, he erupted in fury, brandishing a screwdriver from his toolbox. I quickly patted his shoulder in appeasement. Sorry. No hard feelings, all right? Since you're also heading to the county town, here's 30 yuan, could you give me a ride? The tricycle driver pondered for a moment before reluctantly waving me aboard. Hastily, I offered him a cigarette, and soon the vehicle rumbled toward our destination. Upon arriving at the county bus station, I noticed the departing bus was just about to leave. In my fluster, I thrust the 30 yuan at the driver and dashed onto the bus. Once the bus had put some distance between us, I leaned out the window and bellowed at the still visible tricycle driver, "Take that 30 yuan and buy coffins for your whole family." Yet this time, he merely cast me a disdainful glance before ignoring me entirely, likely considering the fare a tidy profit. Fuming, I slumped into my seat, stewing over the wasted money. Now, upon reflection, I realized it was all Xiaowu's fault. Her spectral milk was clearly a valuable commodity, something she produced daily. Had she just given me a few bottles to sell to Zhou Tianwen, I could have made a tidy sum. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. After all, I was the one who had saved her, yet she let that ghostly infant escape to wreak havoc. Even Zhou Tianwen was at a loss. And as if that weren't enough, she had tried to kill me back then. Now she is fussing over trivialities about the apartment, refusing to part with even a drop of her ghost milk. What a miserly spirit. Upon returning to the city, I wandered into an internet CAF and browsed for rooms near the university. Soon, I found over a dozen listings, but one in particular stood out. The place was well furnished, complete with a bathroom, air conditioning, television, and internet, amenities that would typically cost 700 or 800 yuan elsewhere. Yet here, it was priced at a mere 300, and conveniently close to campus. After skimming through the comments, I discovered the grim truth. Someone had died in that room. The revelation gave me pause. Was the place haunted? And if so, by what kind of spirit? A vengeful ghost, or something more benign? After some deliberation, I resolved to take Xiao Wu there that evening to investigate. If the room was indeed haunted, she would surely alert me. The cowardly wraith was more skittish than I was. But if it turned out to be ghost-free, then I'd have struck gold. Chapter 11. Knowing full well there are ghosts, yet still heading towards the haunted house, I slept in the internet CAF until the afternoon. After which I went to check out of my dormitory. This decision astonished my roommates, although they refrained from voicing their thoughts. My relationship with them was rather tenuous. Having been in university for just over a year, such is the nature of college life, during the first year, we barely tolerated each other. The second year saw us quarreling occasionally, yet we had become friends. By the third year, we acted like close companions, and upon reaching the fourth year, we found ourselves grappling with various feelings of reluctance regarding our impending separation. I called the landlord from the forum, expressing my intention to view the apartment that evening. The landlord hesitated, citing prior commitments, but I discerned his trepidation and candidly stated my desire to assess the ambience and lighting at night. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. I had class in the afternoon and sent a text to Zhou Tianwen, inquiring if he could teach me some self-defense techniques. According to Zhou Tianwen, it would be best for me to endure these 2 years in the haunted classroom if I was to reside in such a place. I might as well acquire a few self-defense skills. Zhou Tianwen quickly responded, and upon reading his message, I was taken aback. For it resembled nothing more than a spam advertisement. I will be away for about half a month. If you wish to learn self-defense, I can sell you some items. Delivery within the city takes an hour, and payment is upon delivery. To start, let me tell you about items that can repel ghosts. I won't mention talismans, as you wouldn't know how to use them. I recommend weapons instead. I have the Divine Ice Blade, the Divine Peachwood Sword, and the Divine Flying Daggers. I personally recommend the Divine Flying Daggers. They are lightweight, easy to use, and convenient to carry, enhanced with my added divine power. If you purchase now, it's only 500 yuan per box, which includes 10 daggers, enough to repel ghosts 10 times. I was momentarily stunned. What divine power? I could never bring myself to believe such nonsense. This was akin to television shopping, where they exaggerated their meager abilities. If such power truly existed, he would certainly sell it at a much higher price rather than for a mere 500 yuan, considering the practicality of the items. I replied via text that I did not want the daggers, only the Peachwood Sword. Zhou Tianwen did not insist, informing me that the Peachwood Sword was also 500 yuan, usable 10 times, and he would have it delivered that afternoon, with shipping included. I felt an urge to curse. How could they boast about free shipping for such a short distance? Yet, I soon relaxed, as possessing something for protection made me feel considerably more secure. After class, I wandered around campus for a while, only to receive a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a woman's voice I did not recognize informed me that she was waiting at the school gate to deliver the Peachwood Sword. Upon arriving at the gate, I spotted a woman in a business suit standing there. Indeed, she was one of Zhou Tianwen's subordinates, making the whole affair feel like a corporate transaction. Approaching her, she handed me a long strip of fabric, saying, "Your inferior peachwood sword. You can wrap this around it to make malevolent entities unrecognizable, or you can conceal it within other items, like in your backpack." It was indeed not the divine peachwood sword, but rather an inferior one. Moreover, the strip of cloth appeared utterly superfluous. I could easily utilize something else to sheath the peachwood sword. I handed over 500 yuan, and the woman accepted the money, uttering a phrase of gratitude for my patronage, before hailing a tricycle to depart. "Master, how much to the Zhoutian master office? I'm unaware of its location." "It's right across from the crematorium, very close indeed." "That's a bit far, 7 yuan. 6 yuan, for good luck. Otherwise, I shall take another ride." "Very well." I stood, dumbfounded, witnessing this scene. Indeed, Zhou Tian was a shrewd merchant, even claiming to cover shipping costs. Given the short distance, he had the audacity to promise delivery within an hour. Even if one were to walk to the crematorium near our school, it would likely take no more than a few minutes. I secured the peachwood sword, and by this time, dusk was approaching, though the sun had already vanished from sight. I sensed a chill creeping in from behind, indicating that Xiao Wu was about to emerge. To avoid being seen, I retreated into a narrow alley, awaiting her arrival. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wu appeared. I gazed into her pitch-black pupils and cautiously suggested, "Shall I buy you sunglasses? Just in case someone spots your eyes." "They cannot see me," Xiao Wu rasped, instantly reassured. I invited her to accompany me in viewing houses. Xiao Wu seemed quite pleased, trailing closely beside me. I tenderly caressed the peachwood sword. She inquired about its nature, and I candidly explained it was a peachwood sword, mentioning that I was currently haunted by a ghost and required a means of self-defense. Thus, Xiao Wu requested to see the sword. With no intention of concealing it, I gently peeled back the cloth, revealing the peachwood sword within. It was indeed exquisitely crafted, resembling the swords depicted on television. Upon inspecting the sword, Xiao Wu frowned, commenting that it seemed rather formidable. Relieved, I realized that Zhou Tian had not deceived me in this regard. The thought of the blind man's eyes crossed my mind. Indeed, those eyes were not inexpensive either. Subconsciously, I glanced at Xiao Wu, who appeared momentarily taken aback by my gaze, and inquired what I was doing. I asked her if there was anything she particularly desired. Xiao Wu retorted, urging me to speak plainly. Consequently, I reluctantly divulged the matter of the blind man's eyes and subtly hinted at my financial constraints, suggesting that perhaps she could assist me in saving money, which would also enable her to lead a better life. Xiao Wu seemed flustered, lowering her gaze to her toes. I sensed a change in her demeanor since the departure of the ghostly infant. She had never exhibited shyness before, even when nursing in my presence. Consider this. I seized the moment. My current wealth does not guarantee future affluence. While you are unwilling to let me sell your ghostly milk, surely you can assist me with this minor request? Otherwise, when my funds run dry, we shall find ourselves homeless. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Wu presented her conditions. I would need to visit her grave every half-month, offering some paper money. I readily agreed, recognizing it as a most advantageous arrangement. Upon our arrival at the house, I noticed a peculiar expression on Xiao Wu's face. A wave of anxiety washed over me, as I had previously informed her of the tragic history associated with this place. I hastily inquired whether she sensed the presence of a ghost. Xiao Wu nodded and then shook her head, her voice rasping as she replied, "Yes, but it is not a significant issue. It appeared to be an ordinary specter," which immediately eased my concerns. Having encountered spirits before, I had developed a certain immunity to harmless apparitions. At that moment, I instinctively asked whether it was a male or female ghost. Xiao Wu replied that she was unsure and suggested we venture inside to ascertain the truth. I waited patiently for a short while, approximately 5 minutes, until the landlord arrived on his electric bike. He led me upstairs, extolling the virtues of the room's exquisite decor and assuring me of its tranquility at night. I was fully aware of his intentions and chose to ignore his self-aggrandizing remarks. The room was situated on the second floor, and as the landlord unlocked the door, I was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before me. There, on the bed, lay a woman clad in a delicate camisole, engrossed in a television show. The landlord, somewhat perplexed, scratched the back of his head and mumbled about having forgotten to turn off the television during his last visit with potential tenants. A chill crept over me, indicating that the landlord was oblivious to the presence of the woman on the bed. Fearing I might provoke the female ghost, I casually remarked that it was fortuitous I could also see what the television was like. At that moment, the woman turned her head to face me, and to my astonishment, her eyes were unlike those of any ghost I had encountered. Her eyes resembled those of a living person, though her complexion was strikingly pale. A deep gash marred her neck, blood oozing from the wound yet failing to stain the sheets. I gasped, feeling a shiver run down my spine. My skin prickling with goosebumps, even my scalp tingling. Just then, Xiao Wu entered the room, causing the ghost to momentarily freeze. Xiao Wu approached the bedside, and surprisingly, the ghost offered her a seat. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the ghost seemed to harbor a certain fear of Xiao Wu. Seizing the opportunity, I broached the subject of the deposit and utility fees with the landlord. At that precise moment, the ghost rose from the bed. A sinister smile. Chapter 12. The headless corpse of female ghost approached me, and to claim I was unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. In truth, my legs trembled uncontrollably, filled with trepidation at what this specter might do. She drew closer, positioning herself behind me, and exhaled a chilling breath upon my shoulder, rendering me momentarily speechless. What was she intending? At that moment, the landlord had hastily collected a total of 600 yuan in deposits and rent before departing in a flurry. Simultaneously, a profound chill enveloped my shoulder. So frigid it was almost beyond belief. The ghost continued to blow upon me, seemingly intent on instilling fear. Overwhelmed by irritation, I brandished a peachwood sword from its cloth wrappings and waved it before her. The ghost let out a terrified shriek and retreated into a corner, paralyzed with fear. Seated at the edge of the bed, I inquired of Xiao Wu what the ghost was attempting to accomplish. Xiao Wu explained that this individual possessed 3 life lamps, 1 atop her head and 2 upon her shoulders. The ghost's intent was to extinguish my life lamp, allowing her to possess me, a phenomenon known as ghost blowing out the lamp. Panic surged within me. If my life lamp were extinguished, would it not spell my doom? Xiao Wu reassured me, stating that a mere ghost could not extinguish my life lamp with a single breath. Only a formidable spirit could achieve such a feat, however. There was a crucial point to remember. When a ghost attempts to blow out the lamp, one must not turn around abruptly. If one wishes to discern the source of the disturbance, one must turn their head slowly. Otherwise, a sudden movement may create a gust that weakens the life lamp. And at that moment, the ghost could extinguish it entirely. My legs quivered with dread, but thankfully, I had been staring at the ghost all along without turning my head suddenly. Otherwise, my life lamp might indeed have been in jeopardy. It was no wonder I had heard others say that when traversing dark paths, if one senses something amiss, one must never look back. This was to avoid the peril of a ghost blowing out the lamp. The ghost cowered in the corner, trembling, and I suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed even this specter could be frightened by me. I addressed the ghost, saying, "As long as you do not disturb me, you may reside here in peace, and I shall not intrude upon you. What do you think?" The ghost gazed at me in confusion before mustering the courage to stand. I gestured for her to sit beside me on the bed. It appeared she was timid, reluctant to defy my request. Obediently, she settled onto the bed, and I observed the gaping wound on her throat, blood oozing profusely. I turned to Xiao Wu and asked, "Is there a way to make her appear more normal?" Xiao Wu shook her head, replying, "No, a person retains their appearance in death as they did in life. This cannot be altered." I reflected solemnly, grateful that Xiao Wu had met her demise by poisoning rather than by fire. Otherwise, the sight would have been truly harrowing. The ghost pointed to her neck, emitting muffled sounds of distress, and I quickly understood. Her throat had been slit, rendering her unable to speak. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating my need to take a bath. Indeed, it was high time for a cleansing, as my clothes and body had become quite filthy after returning from the mountains. Xiao Wu and the ghost remained on the bed, engrossed in the television. I must confess, this room truly offers a remarkable sense of comfort. As I luxuriate in a steaming bath, the bathroom is enveloped in a thick haze. I rinse my hair, eyes closed, groping for the shampoo, only to discover that it has long been depleted. I cautiously crack open the bathroom door, extending my hand for Xiao Wu to retrieve the sachet of shampoo from my bag. Before long, I feel a packet placed in my palm. Xiao Wu's hand remains chillingly cold, and I utter a thank you before attempting to close the door. However, Xiao Wu does not release her grip. Instead, she clings tightly to me. I plead with her to cease her antics, yet she persists in gripping my hand. Wait, something feels amiss. I have touched Xiao Wu's hand before. Although she is a ghost, she possesses the delicate touch of a girl. Yet, the hand now gripping mine feels extraordinarily rough and enormous. In a frenzy, I open my eyes, stinging with the intrusion of water. But fear has rendered me incapable of closing them, my gaze wide with terror. It is not Xiao Wu grasping me, but a headless corpse, clad in a pitch-black groom's attire, blood streaming from the severed neck. A large red flower adorns the groom's clothing. It is Zhang Li. How has this headless corpse come to seek me out? In a panic, I spit at the headless body, causing it to release its grip in agony. As I break free, I dash out of the bathroom, intent on retrieving my peachwood sword. However, upon exiting, I find myself bewildered. I am no longer in the room, but standing amidst a forest, a place that seems eerily familiar. Could it be Zhangjia village? Fear overwhelms me. and my legs buckle beneath me, instinctively turning to glance behind. The bathroom I just occupied has vanished, replaced by Zhang Jihao's wooden cabin. With his head lying on the ground, fixedly staring at me, he grins widely, reminiscent of a ghostly teacher, his mouth stretching to the roots of his ears. At that moment, his half-tongue writhes as he laughs, bellowing at me. You have returned. You have returned. You have returned. His voice, distorted by the absence of a complete tongue, sounds even stranger than before, perhaps due to the mangled state of his cheeks. In that instant, I am paralyzed by fear. I genuinely lose control of my bladder. I sit there, dazed, as warmth trickles down my legs. My voice trembles uncontrollably. Grievances have their heads and their masters. It was not I who harmed you. Zhang Jihao ceases to laugh, regarding me with a calm demeanor as the headless corpse stalks closer. A hint of a smile tugs at the corners of his mouth, devoid of cheeks, sending shivers down my spine. Suddenly, he erupts into laughter, even more exaggerated than before. The fissure in his face stretches beyond his ears, even splitting the scalp at the back of his head. Grievances have their heads. I have no head. I have no head. I have no head. His voice reverberates endlessly in my ears as the headless corpse continues its advance toward me. My heart pounded with such terrifying intensity that I feared it might cease beating at any moment. Why? Why could Zhang Jihao still reach me despite the distance between us? Suddenly, a thought struck me how absurd this was. I had been in my own room mere moments ago. Yet now I found myself in Zhangjia village. The idea that Zhang Jihao could have transported me here in an instant was utterly inconceivable. I bit the fleshy part of my right hand, the sharp pain offering a sliver of relief. Now that I considered it, something was undeniably amiss. Yesterday in Zhangjia village, the wind had been bitingly cold, rustling the lanterns until they swayed. Yet tonight, the air was eerily still, unnaturally so, without even the faintest breeze. Moreover, I sat exposed in the wilderness, clad in nothing, yet I felt no chill. It was autumn. My body was hardly so resilient as to withstand the cold so effortlessly. The headless corpse continued its slow advance toward me. A reckless thought took hold. Since I had no means to resist Zhang Jihao, perhaps I should test my theory. I rose to my feet, meeting the corpse's approach with defiance. Come on then, I roared. Kill me. The headless figure halted abruptly. Zhang Jihao's disembodied head ceased its mocking laughter, his expression now eerily blank as he stared at me in silence. Then, the world around me began to warp. Darkness swallowed my vision before faint glimmers of light pierced through. The glow intensified until, blinking, I found myself sprawled on the floor of my room. Xiaowu crouched beside me, her gaze filled with concern, while the female ghost cowered in the corner, trembling violently. Xiaowu asked what had happened. I recounted the ordeal before voicing my confusion. What does he even want? She pointed to the floor. A puddle of urine stained the wood. And heat rushed to my face. You suddenly ran out of the bathroom and collapsed, she explained. He must have been trying to frighten you to death, or at least drive you mad, within the nightmare. But you escaped. So it had been a ghostly illusion. I covered myself with my school bag, feigning nonchalance. Lucky I saw through his trick in the end. Otherwise, I might not have made it. Xiaowu shook her head, her expression darkening. If he could subject you to such an illusion, doesn't that mean he is nearby? Chapter 13. A terrifying night of corpse seeking. Xiaowu's words sent a chill down my spine, and upon reflection, it did seem plausible. Even if ghosts existed, it was hard to believe that they could possess such formidable power. After all, Zhangjia village was over an hour's drive away, a distance exceeding 100 kilometers. Zhang Jihao could not possibly cast his malevolent gaze from such a distance, which implied he must be nearby. Why? How could a hanged ghost traverse such a distance? Was it possible that due to yesterday's events, Zhang Jihao was able to come here? I clutched my peachwood sword tightly, fearful that Zhang Jihao would suddenly appear beside me. Xiaowu remained silent, standing firmly by my side. Trembling, I retrieved my phone and called Zhou Tianwen. At this moment, I could not afford to concern myself with whether he was performing a ritual. One careless word could cost me my life. Zhou Tianwen answered the call, inquiring about my predicament. Fortunately, it seemed he was not engaged in any rituals at that moment. I hurriedly explained the situation regarding Zhang Jihao. His voice conveyed surprise as he replied earnestly, I am currently out of town and cannot return immediately. Since this ghost has already cast its veil over you, it signifies a genuine intent to harm. The reason it has yet to strike is likely due to your peachwood sword and that female ghost. When the clock strikes midnight, the atmosphere will be laden with energy, and I fear it will then make its move, leaving you with no escape. I gasped, what should I do? Should I run? Running is futile, Zhou Tianwen replied. It will seek you out again. You cannot live in constant fear. The fact that it is able to obscure your vision indicates that someone has transported its corpse here. This may have been orchestrated by a malevolent spirit or a human. But the intent remains the same, your demise. You must locate the corpse before midnight. Trust me, it will not be more than 20 meters away from you. Once you find it, sprinkle black dog's blood upon it, and the ghost will dissipate into nothingness. I exclaimed, "You want me to confront it alone? Can't you assist me? That woman who delivered goods today surely possesses some of your abilities." Zhou Tianwen replied firmly, "She lacks the necessary skills. It is up to you. Hurry, time is of the essence, and midnight draws near. Remember to keep the peachwood sword close, otherwise you will be in." The corridor echoed only with the sound of my own footsteps, my heart pounding rapidly. Yet at this moment, a wave of unease washed over me. I distinctly remember living on the second floor, so why, after running for so long, have I not descended the stairs? Frantically, I glanced behind me, and my blood ran cold. Suspended from the ceiling of the staircase was a figure. Wasn't he that Zhang Zhihao? His eyes were wide open, fixed upon me, sending chills down my spine. Gritting my teeth, I brandished my peachwood sword and swung it at him, cursing under my breath. At the sight of the sword, Zhang Zhihao's expression twisted in an instant, and the eerie surroundings abruptly returned to normal. Seizing the opportunity, I bolted outside. Only when I had sprinted 20 meters away did relief flood through me. This meant, for now, Zhang Zhihao could do me no harm. A black dog. I needed to find a black dog. Fortunately, there was a dog meat restaurant nearby, one I had passed earlier. Without hesitation, I dashed toward it. Thank heavens, the place was still open. The moment I entered, I told the owner I needed some black dog blood. Bewildered, he led me to the kitchen, where numerous dogs were kept. I hastily pointed to a black one and requested its blood. When asked how much I needed, I replied, "Not too much, just enough to carry easily." Nodding, the owner fetched a small bag, slit the dog's leg, and collected the dark crimson liquid, handing it to me. He said a nominal payment would suffice. I thrust 10 yuan into his hands, muttered my thanks, and sprinted back toward my apartment. By the time I returned, it was already 9 in the evening. The ordeal in the stairwell had cost me precious time, and the restaurant had been farther than expected. 20 meters, neither vast nor insignificant, yet a considerable radius to cover. Deciding to start from the perimeter, I circled the building but found no trace of a concealed corpse. A nearby dumpster yielded nothing either. Despite my thorough, albeit grimy, search, with a sigh, I retreated indoors. The body must be hidden in another resident's home. Rushing upstairs, I knocked on the door across from mine. A man's voice demanded my business. Feigning neighborly courtesy, I claimed my child had started school, and I was handing out red envelopes. After a brief wait, the door creaked open. Seizing the moment, I barged in, scanning for any sign of the corpse. Yet neither the bathroom nor the bedrooms held any clues. When the man inquired about the promised envelope, I laughed it off as a joke and was promptly ejected. I repeated this ruse on the 3rd and 4th floors, to no avail. Desperation mounting. Only the 5th floor remained, an unlit, ownerless attic cluttered with debris resembling miniature hills. Though fear not at me, this was the most likely hiding place. Armed only with the dim glow of my phone, I steeled myself and stepped into the darkness. However, no matter how hard I searched, I could not locate Zhang Zhihao's body. At that moment, I glanced at the time and realized it was already 10:45. Only 15 minutes remained until midnight. My anxiety grew with every passing second, prompting me to strike the clutter before me in frustration. Suddenly, I felt a chill creeping from behind me. Instinctively, I wanted to turn around, but recalling tales of the supernatural, I stifled my overwhelming fear and slowly turned my body. Upon doing so, I was astonished to see a hand emerging from a drawer of a nearby cabinet. Elation surged through me. I had finally found Zhang Zhihao's corpse. Despite my terror, I hastily pulled the drawer open, revealing indeed the body of Zhang Zhihao. It had been deceased for over a decade, yet remarkably showed no signs of decay, though an unbearable stench emanated from it. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died in unrest. I could not dwell on this any longer. I quickly poured black dog's blood over the corpse. Instantly, tendrils of white smoke billowed forth as the black dog's blood began to dissolve the body. A wave of relief washed over me. I had at last located the remains. Feeling invigorated, I descended the stairs, intending to deal with the body the following day. Upon entering the room, I noticed Xiaowu and the female ghost seated within, and I chuckled. "You still find time to watch television?" Thankfully, I found the body. It has truly exhausted me. I'm off to take a bath. Xiaowu turned to me, and I observed that this time she hardly smiled, merely narrowing her eyes. She extended her hand towards the window, prompting my curiosity to glance outside. To my horror, I felt warmth in my trousers as I once again soiled myself. Outside the window stood a massive tree, from which hung a lifeless corpse, its pitch-black eyes fixated upon my room. It was staring at me. A chill enveloped me as I realized the magnitude of my error. The corpse upstairs was a ghostly illusion. Thud, thud. The distant clock tower told. Midnight had arrived. Chapter 14, Fury and Vitality Run. I grasped Xiao Wu's hand tightly and dashed out of the room. At that moment, The insufferable laughter of Zhang Zhihao echoed throughout the building. Gritting my teeth in frustration, I realized I had fallen prey to a malevolent spirit. Checking my phone, I discovered there was no signal. It was evident that Zhang Zhihao had begun his sinister machinations. A chill coursed through my body, not merely a cold breeze, but an oppressive aura that enveloped the entire building. I clutched Xiao Wu's arm anxiously, imploring her for a solution. Xiao Wu, her voice hoarse, whispered, "We must escape." Instantly, a surge of hope ignited within me. Yes, if we could distance ourselves from that corpse, we might evade disaster. I cursed myself for having expended all the black dog blood earlier. I should have saved a bit for myself. The staircase was no longer an option. I feared that another encounter with the spectral forces would spell doom. I pulled Xiao back into the room, where the female ghost cowered in the corner, while Zhang Jihao's lifeless form remained fixated upon me. Suddenly, the corpse began to smile. Its grin was not exaggerated like that of a ghost, but bore a subtle curve that was far more terrifying. Determined, I approached the window, locking eyes with Zhang Zhihao. A cornered rabbit will bite, and I understood that allowing fear to paralyze me would endanger my life. I flung open the window and shouted at him, "Go to hell." Then, I wrapped my arms around Xiao Wu's shoulders and leapt out of the window. If the staircase was impassable, then I would take my chances with the jump. The rush of wind roared in my ears, and upon glancing down, I was seized by terror. How had the second floor become so high? It felt as if I were plummeting from a 20-story building. Clinging tightly to Xiao Wu, my fear escalated. She murmured, "It's the ghost obscuring our vision. Think of a way." My frustration boiled over. She was just as much a ghost as I was. Why was it my responsibility to devise a plan? Yet, I recognized that the obscured vision was indeed the work of a malevolent spirit, clearly intended to frighten me. With one arm around Xiao Wu, I wielded my peachwood sword and slashed violently at the surrounding air. Instantly, the illusion dissipated, and we landed on the ground, both stumbling upon impact. At that moment, I had no time to dwell on the pain of our fall. I pulled Xiao Wu up, but she was frantically searching as darkness enveloped me. I could scarcely discern Xiao Wu's face. In a hoarse voice, she instructed me, "Proceed straight and turn left after 10 meters. I hurried forward, clutching her school uniform to ensure she remained by my side. After covering the distance of 10 meters, I promptly turned left. In that fleeting moment, a green light materialized before me. Some distance away, the faint glow revealed Zhang Zhihao suspended in the air, his dark pupils taking on an eerie green hue within the light. I glanced at Xiao Wu, who was visibly trembling. In a state of urgency, I inquired if this was indeed the correct path. With a complex expression, she confirmed that it was. Panic surged within me. It meant we had to pass by Zhang Zhihao to escape, and who could predict his next move? Our options were to flee now or to wait until after midnight, when Zhang Zhihao would likely be less menacing. However, it seemed we had no choice but to break through, as Zhang Zhihao would not allow us to evade him until then. Clenching my teeth in fear, I repeatedly told myself that I wanted to live. With a fierce yell, I gripped the peachwood sword tightly and pulled Xiao Wu towards Zhang Zhihao. Even without a mirror, I could sense the ferocity etched on my face. "Damn you. I'll end you today," I bellowed as I charged at Zhang Zhihao. His expression shifted, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he maliciously taunted, "I'll hang you. I'll hang you." Terror gripped me, causing my legs to weaken, but rage surged, transforming my brisk pace into a full sprint. Raising the peachwood sword, I shouted, "You want me dead? I want you dead." To my surprise, Zhang Jihao's laughter ceased, and for a fleeting moment, apprehension flickered in his eyes before he vanished entirely. The path ahead brightened once more, and though bewildered, I urged Xiao Wu to flee. After running for nearly 10 minutes, we estimated we had covered over 2,000 meters. Despite my usual lack of athleticism, exhaustion eluded me. Indeed, it is said that in moments of peril, one's latent potential is unleashed, and it proved true. We found ourselves on a bustling commercial street. Although it was past midnight, crowds still thrived there. Gasping for breath, I leaned against my knees and called Zhou Tianwen to recount our harrowing experience. "You unleashed quite the fury. It appears you are the type of rabbit that bites when cornered, and that temperament has saved your life." Zhou Tianwen laughed heartily upon hearing my tale, subsequently explaining the underlying truth. There exists a saying, "People fear ghosts 3 parts, while ghosts fear people 7 parts. The fear of ghosts stems from their lethal pursuits, while the fear that ghosts harbor towards humans arises from the vital yang energy that radiates from us." Zhang Jihao's method of attempting to eliminate me mirrors that of a typical specter. First, he seeks to instill fear, gradually shattering my mental fortitude until I feel utterly diminished. In such a state, my vital energy would wane, rendering me an easier target for Zhang Jihao. However, when confronted with overwhelming fear, I found myself transforming that dread into anger. Zhou Tianwen remarked that during moments of fury, one's vital energy surges, instilling fear even in ghosts. This explains why robust, and irascible men can intimidate specters. Their abundant vital energy grants them such power. Relieved, I inquired, so, if I encounter a ghost in the future, can I employ this method? Zhou Tianwen clarified, you were fortunate this time. Zhang Zhihao clearly lacks prowess. Should you face a malevolent spirit seeking your life? While your fury may rise, that spirit may be even more volatile than you, leaving you with no escape. He continued, currently, you find yourself in a bustling commercial district, where the vital energy is strong. Any malevolent entity lurking in the shadows should refrain from making a move tonight. Once the hour of the rat has passed, do not rush home, as that location harbors some negative energy, which could prove detrimental to you. Perplexed, I asked, where, then, should I reside? Shall I book a hotel? Zhou Tian encountered, let me ask you, at this hour, where are the crowds congregated, and where is the vital energy most abundant? After pondering for a moment, I could only admit my ignorance. In exasperation, Zhou Tianwen berated me. Are you a fool? Do you even consider yourself a youth of the 21st century? The answer is undoubtedly an internet CAF. His words struck me like a revelation. Indeed, during the early hours, internet CAFs are typically filled to capacity, as many patrons spend the night gaming. And who frequents these establishments? Young and vigorous individuals, ensuring a vibrant atmosphere brimming with vital energy. Even more so than the commercial district. Perfectly, there was an internet CAF nearby, and I eagerly led Xiaowu inside. Upon entering, it was evident that even Xiaowu felt a slight discomfort. To accommodate her, I diligently sought an available private room within the CAF. A luxurious suite for 50 yuan a night. After reserving the room, I ushered Xiaowu inside, feeling a sense of safety being at the farthest recess of the CAF. I glanced at Xiaowu, intending to ask if she had a preference for television shows, only to be taken aback when she suddenly unzipped her jacket, shedding her entire school uniform. What could this possibly signify? Chapter 15. The deception for profit. Xiaowu noticed my gaze upon her and pointed to her shoulder. And I suddenly realized that during my earlier escape, I had inadvertently smeared some black dog blood onto myself. As I had grasped her while leaping down, the vile substance had also stained her shoulder, leaving her garment corroded and a wound deep enough to expose bone. A wave of emotion washed over me. Throughout our frantic flight, Xiaowu had uttered not a single word, silently accompanying me even as I failed to recognize the harm I had inflicted upon her. I removed my outer coat and draped it over her shoulders. She donned it and sat on the chair, casually mentioning Princess Pearl. I rolled my eyes. For Xiaowu was several years my senior, indeed of the age to have watched Princess Pearl, even though she had perished during her high school years, a time when the show was all the rage. I located a copy of Princess Pearl and began to play it for her. She put on the headphones, watching quietly, while I, thoroughly exhausted and unclean, shed my clothes and slipped beneath the covers. Xiaowu glanced at me, and I returned her gaze. She said nothing and resumed watching the show. I lit a cigarette, relishing the moment's leisure after our laborious ordeal. At that moment, Xiaowu turned her head toward me. Why are you looking at me? I inquired, puzzled. She shook her head and continued to watch television. After finishing a cigarette, I discarded the butt and prepared to sleep. But Xiaowu again turned her head. Unable to contain myself, I sighed. If you have something to say, just speak. I'm hungry, Xiaowu suddenly declared, leaving me momentarily stunned. Indeed, I had never seen her eat. Could ghosts even experience hunger? What do you wish to eat? Surely you do not crave human flesh? I whispered. What did you consume when you were in the ghost classroom? In a raspy voice, she replied, that was the place of my demise, filled with resentment. I had no need for sustenance. Now that I have departed, I require resentment or yang energy to replenish my strength. Resentment was something I could not provide her, for I had no intention of venturing into places steeped in such negativity. However, I did possess yang energy and needed to rid myself of some, so I inquired. As usual? But Xiaowu shook her head. It's not enough. Ah? She murmured as she descended from the sofa, muttering, I shall seduce a man to bed. No, I exclaimed in alarm, grasping her hand earnestly and imploring. Those people are innocent. They are outside enjoying games. Some rejoice over acquiring rare equipment, while others cheer for winning a match. They live such joyful lives. There is no need for them to die merely to satiate your hunger. Their families perceive them as somewhat immature, simply enjoying their time in internet CAFs, yet their parents, siblings, and loved ones never imagined they would meet their end in such a manner. Xiaowu was no longer gazing at me with a smile, but rather narrowing her eyes with a hint of grievance, her expression appearing utterly drained. I sighed helplessly and said, isn't there another way to satisfy your hunger? To be honest, all you do each day is provide me with some ghostly milk and occasionally siphon off a bit of my yang energy. It seems to me you hardly have anything substantial to occupy yourself with, hardly any need to eat at all. Xiaowu responded by clenching her fist at me in displeasure. And for a moment, I was taken aback. Was she trying to act cute? Was this dark-eyed, snow-pale, slightly purple-lipped ghost actually attempting to be endearing? If so, I had to admit, it wasn't working. I suddenly clapped my hands together, adopting a serious tone. Why don't you just drink your own ghost milk? Self-sufficiency is the key to prosperity, after all. Xiao Wu shook her head, explaining that ghost milk couldn't satiate her hunger, and warned that if I continued with such nonsense, she might just devour me instead. The threat sent a chill down my spine. Despite her usual air of uselessness, I had no doubt she possessed the means to end me if she wished. Then, blood, Xiao Wu suggested. Fetch me some blood to drink. Not from black dogs or roosters. Human blood is best. I frowned. How much would be enough? 100 milliliters. Relief washed over me. That was a manageable amount. Without hesitation, I drew my peachwood sword and ran the blade across my fingertip. The edge was sharp enough to slice cleanly, and soon, crimson droplets welled up from the wound. I extended my bleeding finger toward her. You can handle the rest, right? Just 100 milliliters, no more. Her expression brightened slightly as she took my finger into her mouth, her lips sealing around the wound as she drank. Strangely, the sensation reminded me of feeding a pet, though most people kept cats or dogs. Or perhaps something more exotic like snakes. But here I was, sustaining a vengeful spirit. Upon reflection, perhaps it was because I had once saved Xiao Wu that she harbored some gratitude toward me. Otherwise, given her initial impulse to drain me of my yang energy the moment she appeared, anyone would have deemed her a terrifying specter. Xiao Wu seemed thoroughly content as she drank, her eyes fluttering shut, her icy tongue pressing against the wound. Oddly, I felt no pain. Her touch was so cold it numbed all sensation. After a minute, she withdrew, satisfied, and drifted off to watch my fair princess. I remained seated on the bed, observing as the bleeding ceased. Still, this arrangement felt unsustainable. I pulled out my phone and texted Zhou Tianwen, asking if he knew of any proper methods for sustaining a ghost. His reply came swiftly. To nourish a ghost, you may use energy, yang energy, blood, offerings for the deceased, or certain rare substances, though these are difficult to procure. However, I highly recommend the divine ghost power pills passed down by the Supreme Jade Purity Emperor. A single pill can sustain a ghost for a week. Only 50 yuan per pill, sold in boxes of 6. As a valued customer, I'll waive the shipping fee. I knew Zhou Tianwen was full of nonsense. Those so-called divine ghost power pills were nothing more than glorified ghost chow. As for that exalted title of the Jade Clear Purple Void, High Supreme Emperor of the Grand Tao, why must one insist on uttering the entire name to appear sophisticated and distinguished? Moreover, the issue of shipping fees leaves me utterly speechless. If that delivery woman suddenly decided to take a leisurely stroll, she could easily bring me the elixir within a mere 15 minutes. Nonetheless, I sent a message requesting her to send someone to my school during the day. I had no choice. I dare not provoke the resentment I feel, and my vitality is rather limited. I certainly cannot have Xiao Wu resort to violence to satiate herself. As for the matter of blood, I simply do not possess an abundance for Xiao Wu to consume, and as for offerings from the deceased, I would prefer to be spared that. At that moment, an idea struck me, and I sent a text to Zhou Tianwen. Are you interested in purchasing ghostly milk? To my surprise, Zhou Tianwen responded with remarkable swiftness. Absolutely. 5 yuan per milliliter. Instantly, I felt a surge of joy. That indeed is a commendable price. I replied to Zhou Tianwen, indicating that I would bring the ghostly milk for trade tomorrow. In the meantime, I stepped out to procure a small bottle of mineral water, the 200 milliliter variety. Upon returning to the private room, I drank the mineral water in one go and then addressed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I have classes in the morning and it's getting rather late. I want to be able to get enough sleep. Could you do me a favor? Xiao Wu removed her headphones and inquired about the favor. I handed her the empty water bottle and smiled. You know what I mean. Xiao Wu understood my intent, took the bottle, and turned away to attend to the matter while I sat on the bed, waiting. A minute later, Xiao Wu returned the bottle to me, and upon inspection, I was taken aback, for it contained barely 50 milliliters. I hastily exclaimed, could you extract a bit more? Xiao Wu looked at me quizzically and replied, that is sufficient. I intend to save on breakfast tomorrow, I stated earnestly. Didn't I mention it? You have a surplus every day, let us not waste it. Seeing my determination, Xiao Wu said nothing further and turned back to her task. I sat on the bed, contentedly observing her silhouette. It seems this woman is quite easy to deceive. Her head appears to be a lucrative endeavor. Just then, Xiao Wu suddenly cried out in pain, causing my heart to skip a beat. I hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 16. Perilous encounters. I approached Xiao Wu, only to be struck dumb. This was not ghostly milk, but blood. I hastily retrieved the bottle and said earnestly, "Do not let the blood get inside. It's quite revolting." "How did you suddenly produce blood?" "Just rub it a bit, and it will be fine," Xiao Wu murmured, returning her gaze to the television. I sighed in exasperation. Look, you treat it like a treasure. Yet logically, it should be emptied daily. Otherwise, it's detrimental to your health. I'm doing this for your own good. Let us collect it in a bottle every day. Xiao Wu turned her curious gaze towards me, her large dark eyes blinking inquisitively. What do we collect it in a bottle for? To save on your meal expenses. I replied earnestly. I provide for your food and shelter. What is wrong with you giving me the excess to drink? Upon hearing my words, Xiao Wu said nothing further and continued to watch the television. I knew this girl was rather easy to deceive. With just a few more coaxing words, she would undoubtedly hand over every precious milliliter of ghostly milk worth $5 each. Delighted, I settled into bed and soon drifted into a comfortable slumber. When I awoke the next morning to the sound of my alarm, I found a mineral water bottle filled with ghostly milk on the table. I whistled contentedly, collected the ghostly milk and my peachwood sword, and stepped outside. Such a valuable commodity as ghostly milk was not something I would be willing to drink. For breakfast, I casually found a noodle stall and savored a bowl of rice noodles before merrily heading off to school. During class, my eyelids battled against each other. Finally, when the lesson was over, Zhou Tianwen sent me a message stating that his associates were waiting for me at the school gate. The thought of money soon to be in my grasp filled me with excitement, and I dashed to the entrance. As expected, the woman from yesterday was already waiting there, holding a cardboard box in her hands. I knew it must contain ghostly provisions. She handed me the box and said, "The boss mentioned you have ghostly milk. I'm here to purchase it." I joyfully produced the mineral water bottle and stated seriously, 200 milliliters for 1,000 yuan. The ghostly provisions are 300. Give me 700 and we have a deal. The woman took the mineral water bottle, opened the cap to sniff, and nodded. It is indeed ghostly milk. I will give you the money. She pulled out 500 yuan and handed it to me, leaving me momentarily stunned. Wait, this isn't right. You owe me 700. This is considered a substantial profit, she replied earnestly. Receiving such a sum at once is akin to a lottery win. The boss said that. According to the law, this is classified as personal incidental income, and you are required to pay a 20% tax. As a Chinese citizen, one cannot evade taxes. And as a student, you likely do not understand how to file taxes, so our firm will assist you in paying the 200 yuan. I clutched the mineral water bottle, forcing a smile that did not reach my eyes. Does your boss understand that honesty and integrity are cherished virtues of the Chinese people? Are you truly trying to cheat me out of 200 yuan? Do you look down on me and intend to deceive me? I am a university student. I was never informed that selling ghostly items incurs a tax. The authorities have made it abundantly clear. We must combat all forms of superstition and not engage in feudal beliefs. The taxation on the sale of ghost milk is utterly unlawful. There is no necessity to pay such taxes. The woman cast a surprised glance in my direction and remarked, "Our boss holds you in high regard. You bear a striking resemblance to him. How about considering a position at our firm?" I retorted without mincing words. "Isn't that akin to being a scammer?" The woman chuckled lightly, unfazed by my comment, and elaborated, "You have been in contact with spirits for an extended period, resulting in a diminished yang energy and an abundance of yin energy. You could assist our firm significantly, and the salary we offer will be quite substantial." I expressed my disinterest, yearning only for a tranquil existence. "Let us not digress. Just hand me 700 yuan, I insisted. With a toss of her hair, she arrogantly replied, "The boss has stated that you can only liaise with our firm. If we do not accept, your ghost milk will remain unsold. If you wish to sell, then sell. If not, then so be it." I felt a wave of defeat wash over me, conceding to take 500 yuan, murmuring, "You all are quite ruthless." The woman erupted into laughter, producing a business card for me. "Should you wish to sell anything in the future, give me a call. I will inform you of the prices. I am also familiar with the spirit accompanying you. Ghost milk is priced at 5 yuan per milliliter, and tax is required. We are lawful citizens and cannot be ambiguous. As for hair, it costs 500 yuan per strand, and nails are 2,000 yuan each. However, I advise against pursuing those items, as a ghost's hair and nails are tied to their yin energy. Losing them would be detrimental to their vitality. You may think a single strand insignificant, but the female ghost would experience immense suffering. There is also another item to sell, her saliva, which is valued at 20 yuan per milliliter." I shook my head, replying, "Let us just stick to selling ghost milk." She vehemently opposes selling her own belongings. It is already a challenge to convince her to part with the ghost milk, so hoping for saliva is out of the question. The woman smiled and then hailed a rickshaw to depart. Intrigued, I glanced at the business card, and my jaw dropped in astonishment. Deputy Manager of the Zhou Tian Master Firm, Human Resources Manager, Logistics Manager, Financial Manager, and Administrative Assistant, Wang Mingyi. Phone number, 158,585 x times x times x. It turns out that Wang Mingyi is merely a superfluous lackey under Zhou Tian's command. I can assure you that this Zhou Tian master firm must consist of only 2 individuals. Otherwise, Wang Mingyi would not have so readily extended an olive branch to me. Fortunately, I did not agree. Otherwise, I would have been utterly exhausted. Having received the payment, I felt overwhelmingly fatigued and casually sought an empty classroom where no classes were being held, lying down on the desk to fall into a deep slumber. After having managed a few hours of sleep earlier in the early morning, I awoke at 2 o'clock. Upon waking, I found myself quite hungry and decided to procure something to eat. I settled into a restaurant near the school, and since I now had some money in hand, I indulged in a lavish order of boiled pork slices accompanied by a bowl of steamed rice. Just as I was dining, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up to discover that it was Zhang Li calling. I hurriedly answered, inquiring about her reason for calling. "Li, save me." Zhang Li's voice was filled with urgency, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over me. I inquired about the nature of her distress. I was in my dormitory when the voice on the other end began to fade, becoming increasingly indistinct. Could it be that Zhang Li encountered some predicament in her dormitory? My appetite vanished in an instant. I hastily settled my bill and rushed towards her residence. As previously mentioned, our institution is rather lax in its regulations, and the dormitory supervisor, a rather amiable woman, inquired about my purpose. I explained that my girlfriend was unwell and that I was bringing her some money. She did not impede my passage. I knew Zhang Li's room was 407, so I ascended the stairs with urgency. It was afternoon, and the dormitory was sparsely populated. Upon reaching the 4th floor, I halted abruptly. Something felt amiss. The corridor was unnaturally quiet, although there were fewer residents in the afternoon. It should not have been this silent. Just moments before, I had passed a noisy room on the 3rd floor, yet here on the 4th, not a single sound could be heard. A chill crept up my spine. I gritted my teeth and continued towards room 407. The peachwood sword nestled within my backpack was my only defense should malevolent spirits be present. Suddenly, a haunting laughter echoed in my ears, reminiscent of a ghostly teacher's cackle. I knew I could not delay any longer and sprinted towards 407. Upon arriving at the door, I knocked urgently. "Zhang Li, I'm here. Please come out." To my astonishment, her voice emerged from within, surprisingly calm, as she approached the door and opened it with a smile. "You've come. It's all right now. Thank you." Yet, a sense of dread washed over me. My heart sank, and I could not shake the feeling of unease. When did Zhang Li grow taller? My gaze instinctively flickered to her feet, which were exaggeratedly pointed. Chapter 17, the weight of a nightmare. In that fleeting moment, I hesitated not at all. I raised the peachwood sword in my hand and struck towards Zhang Li. I could not believe that Zhang Li had perished. She had just called upon me for help, and now she had transformed into a specter, utterly inconceivable. If Zhang Li had indeed become a ghost, it could only be as a fledgling spirit. Consider this. Even Xiao Wu and the others could not manifest during the day. How could Zhang Li possibly do so? Thus, it was highly likely that Zhang Li was possessed by a malevolent spirit, one that was particularly vengeful. As I swung the peachwood sword, Zhang Li suddenly emitted a chilling laugh, and her toes darted backward with remarkable agility. Evading my strike, she drew a fruit knife from her coat and lunged toward me. I frantically brandished the peachwood sword. After all, the weapon in Zhang Li's grasp was undeniably lethal, and I could not afford to be struck. In the face of my erratic assault, Zhang Li, intimidated by the presence of my sword, hesitated to advance. Taking a deep breath, I considered the length of my sword compared to her fruit knife and charged at her, thrusting the sword forward. Zhang Li gasped in terror, and I felt the blade connect. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from her body, ascending to the ceiling, while Zhang Li herself collapsed. I gazed upward. Momentarily taken aback, the shadow was indistinct, if not entirely invisible, but I sensed a presence above me, watching intently. A dilemma ensued. Should I investigate further, or hastily flee with Zhang Li? To be candid, I was the type to retreat when outmatched, and more so, I preferred fleeing over fighting, which left me in a state of indecision. After a moment's contemplation, I gritted my teeth and resolved to inspect the ceiling. If an escape were necessary, I would have to take Zhang Li out of this dormitory. However, Zhang Li was from out of town. Leaving the dorm would necessitate finding accommodation, which posed a financial burden she could ill afford as a student. Reflecting on recent events, I felt that her presence beside me was fraught with danger. Drawing a deep breath, I laid Zhang Li gently upon the bed and retrieved a small vial, my reserve of ghost milk. Indeed, ghost milk was a precious commodity, and I deemed it prudent to retain a small amount for emergencies. There were approximately 10 milliliters. I poured the ghost milk into Zhang Li's mouth, and shortly thereafter, she awakened, appearing revitalized. "Li, Upon regaining consciousness, Zhang Li enveloped me in an embrace. I patted her shoulder gently, inquiring softly about what had transpired. As she recounted her experience, my scalp prickled with unease, for it seemed that this matter might exceed my capacity to resolve. It turned out that when Zhang Li first moved into the dormitory, she occasionally experienced nightmares. Though initially unsettling, she later inquired with her roommates, only to discover that they too suffered from similar nightmares. At first, the girls were somewhat frightened, but as no further incidents occurred, they gradually acclimated to the phenomenon. As time passed, the incident faded from everyone's memory. Although nightmares still occasionally haunted them, they had become a common occurrence. However, the situation was different now. Recently, one of Zhang Li's roommates invited everyone to her home, and while the others accepted the invitation, Zhang Li chose to remain behind. The reason was that her roommates were from the materials science department, whereas she was studying accounting, resulting in a conflicting class schedule. Reluctant to skip her classes, she opted to stay alone in the dormitory. This decision proved to be unfortunate. Her roommates departed the day before yesterday, and that very night, Zhang Li began to experience nightmares. In her dreams, she envisioned a woman staring down at her from the ceiling, as if she were glued to it. Her eyes wide open and fixed upon Zhang Li. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhang Li leaped from her bed and ran, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape the confines of the dormitory. The once familiar space morphed into a labyrinth, regardless of her attempts to ascend or descend the stairs. She found herself perpetually trapped on the 4th floor. Each time she reached a new landing, despair washed over her as she realized she remained on the same floor. Eventually, Zhang Li awoke, initially believing she had merely experienced a nightmare, a triviality given her long history of such dreams. However, last night's ordeal transcended mere nightmares. As she drifted into slumber, she felt an unusual heaviness enveloping her body. When she opened her eyes, she was met with the chilling sight of the woman, now positioned directly above her, grinning eerily. At this juncture, Zhang Li emphatically insisted that she was fully awake, not lost in a dream. In her fright, she attempted to scream, but discovered her voice was rendered mute. No sound escaped her throat. She endeavored to flee, yet found herself paralyzed, unable to move even a finger. At that moment, Zhang Li became convinced she was experiencing a supernatural encounter. Terrified, she shut her eyes, acutely aware of the ghostly figure pressing down upon her. Eventually, she lost consciousness, only to awaken moments ago and hastily call me. I inhaled sharply, recognizing the unmistakable signs of sleep paralysis. The previous tranquility experienced by Zhang Li and her roommates was likely due to their numbers. I had mentioned before that we attended a rather obscure university, where 8 individuals shared a single dormitory. Though all were women, their collective vitality had likely deterred the spirit from acting recklessly. Casting my gaze upward, I noticed something peculiar about the ceiling. A section appeared to protrude slightly more than the surrounding areas. Zhang Li looked at me with curiosity, and I clenched my fists, assuring her not to be afraid. I climbed onto her upper bunk, directly aligned with the protruding section. Leaning over, I reached out to touch the raised area, and Zhang Li covered her mouth in disbelief. I gestured for her to remain calm, but she instinctively recoiled in fear. Holding my breath, I retrieved a metal kettle from Zhang Li's upper bunk and struck it forcefully against the ceiling. The sound reverberated, thud, and debris rained down, particularly from the protruding section, which crumbled away in a cascade. Suddenly, a large object plummeted alongside the falling debris, eliciting a piercing scream from Zhang Li. A vast plastic sheet lay before us. Yet within its folds was concealed the naked corpse of a woman. Her abdomen had been slit open, all internal organs meticulously removed, while a gaping hole marred her skull. Even without closer inspection, one could surmise her brain had been extracted as well. Remarkably, the body showed no signs of decay, preserved impeccably in this macabre cocoon. Not a single stain of blood blemished the plastic, suggesting the gruesome work of thorough exsanguination prior to this grotesque packaging. I leapt from the bed, gripping Zhang Li's shoulders firmly. "Call the police," I urged. "Ah, yeah." Zhang Li trembled violently, fumbling for her phone to report the horror before us. My own scalp prickled as I studied the mutilated remains, stripped of clothing, emptied of viscera and brain. This was no mere act of violence, but a calculated effort to reduce the corpse's weight, ensuring its silent suspension above the ceiling. Undisturbed until now, no wonder Zhang Li had suffered such inexplicable terrors. Night after night, she had slept beneath this ghastly secret, face to face with death itself. Word of the discovery spread like wildfire, drawing a morbid crowd from the dormitory. To the authorities, we explained that the body had tumbled down only after I, attempting to change a light bulb, inadvertently disturbed the ceiling. The police requested our cooperation, and we complied, providing detailed statements. They assured us of further contact should circumstances demand it. Even as we stepped out of the station, Zhang Li's shivering persisted. I held her close, murmuring, Don't be afraid. It's over now. We didn't harm her. If anything, we freed her from that wretched hiding place. In a way, we're her benefactors. But her voice quivered. I can't go back there. I just can't. Understanding her dread, I sighed and produced 200 yuan from my pocket. Stay at a hotel for now, then request a room transfer. After this, the school won refuse. She nodded, accepting the money gratefully. Li He, thank you. You're mine to protect, I replied softly, brushing a hand over her hair. You were so brave back there, she whispered. Most people would have fled. Is it because of that classroom you've been in? Her words struck a chord. Indeed, my tolerance for horror had grown, though fear still gripped me at times. I was no longer the trembling coward of before. Watch enough horror films, and they stop scaring you, I mused wryly. See enough ghosts and corpses, and the panic fades. The police interview had consumed much of the evening. By now, it was already 9, leaving me but an hour before my next lesson in the haunted classroom. Xiao's absence today was likely tied to that cursed place. Starving, I took Zhang Li for noodles, secured her a hotel room. Then prepared for class, steeping the blind man's eyeballs in boiling water before drinking the concoction. Returning to campus, I ventured once more into the grove of trees. At precisely 10, the path plunged into impenetrable darkness. On the basketball court, several reluctant classmates were still engaged in their game, oblivious to the ghostly classroom and my presence. They traversed the path of the living, while I wandered the route of the departed. Upon entering the classroom, I found Xiao already inside. I settled beside her, and she offered me a smile, which I returned in kind. Suddenly, my phone chimed, a brief flicker of signal, perhaps due to my recent arrival in the ghostly realm. I glanced at the screen and discovered a message from Zhang Li. Curiosity compelled me to open it, only to feel a chill run through me. Li He. She has returned. Chapter 18. The Midnight Ghost Hotel. I immediately sprang to my feet, staring incredulously at the text message. Why? Why was that female ghost haunting Zhang Li? Noticing my reaction, Xiao curiously inquired, what's wrong? I rummaged through the drawer, retrieving paper and a pen, and scribbled, I have urgent business outside. How can I get out? Xiao glanced at me and replied, there's no way out. One cannot leave during the midnight hour. Anxiously, I checked my phone. There was still a faint signal. I hastily composed a brief message to Zhou Tianwen. Malevolent spirit, Huafeng Hotel, room 302, number 150XXXXXXX. My phone remained in the sending state as I gritted my teeth, clenching my fists. It must go through. It absolutely must go through. After several tense seconds, the message finally displayed as sent, only for my phone to lose all signal thereafter. My emotions were in turmoil. I was uncertain whether my message had reached Zhou Tianwen, or if he had seen it. Xiao, noticing my distress, remained silent, continuing to read as usual. I truly grasped the meaning of time dragging on. My thoughts consumed by concern for Zhang Li, unable to find solace. At 11 o'clock, the ghostly teacher arrived. Everyone fell silent, and in that stillness, I felt the passage of time even more acutely. Everything proceeded as it normally did until, at last, the witching hour passed, and the ghostly classroom vanished. My phone regained signal, buzzing incessantly. I quickly pulled it out to discover several messages. Li He, help. She's in the room. She is looking for me. I'm hiding in the bathroom. I dare not go out. Help me. Help me. She. I nearly dropped my phone in shock. These messages were desperate pleas from Zhang Li, indicating that the female ghost was indeed after her. And Zhang Li had been hiding in the bathroom, too frightened to emerge. The final message left me in utter suspense. What had happened to Zhang Li? It was evident that this last text had been sent mid-composition, suggesting something had occurred while she was messaging me. I had 2 more messages. I swiftly opened Zhou Tianwen's reply, which indicated that he had responded shortly after I sent mine. I've sent Wang Mingyi. The other message was from Wang Mingyi. I have arrived at Huafeng Hotel. Hurry. A chill ran down my spine. It seemed this situation was far more serious than anticipated. The very fact that Wang Mingyi had sent such a message implied something was amiss. Xiao Wu, intrigued, watched me from the side. But I had no time to engage with her. I dashed towards the school exit. Our school was not far from Huafeng Hotel. I could reach it in 5 or 6 minutes if I ran. At that moment, I seemed to forget my fatigue, sprinting towards the hotel with the speed of a sprinter. Upon arriving at Huafeng Hotel, I immediately sensed something was amiss. The air was frigid, as if a chilling wind had penetrated my very being. The Huafeng Hotel used to be illuminated by white fluorescent lights at night, but now, the glow inside is an eerie yellow. The path I'm walking on is a ghostly trail. Panicked, I glanced behind me. The road I had come from had vanished. Just like the phantom classrooms, a clear sign that the female specter was still inside. What chilled me to the bone was that even though the hour had long passed midnight, she still possessed such formidable power, capable of casting this illusion over my eyes. This was undoubtedly a vengeful spirit. If those trapped inside were strangers, I would have fled without hesitation. But Zhang Li was in there. I could never abandon her. Xiao Wu, too, sensed the sinister aura emanating from the hotel. Trembling, she clutched my arm. I patted her head firmly and said, "Wait for me outside." With that, I handed her the pouch of minced flesh and charged into the hotel. The moment I stepped inside, my vision was bathed in a dim, sickly yellow hue. The entire building was deathly silent. I looked toward the front desk. The receptionist was gone, replaced by a grotesque old woman. Her face was withered, her pupils pitch black. The moment she saw me, she let out a cackling laugh. Summoning my courage, I approached her, gripping my peachwood sword tightly. My gaze locked onto her. The ghostly crone continued her shrill, mocking laughter, the sound piercing through every corner of the hotel. Then, from the drawer, she produced 2 keys, one black, one white. Choose. Choose, choose. She repeated the words incessantly. Taking a deep breath, I reached for the white key. In an instant, the old woman vanished, plunging the hotel into absolute darkness. Yet, a faint glimmer of light remained outside. I realized then, the ghostly woman had forced me to choose between the path of the living and the path of the dead. The white key was for the living, the black for the dead. Had I chosen the black key, the crone would not have disappeared, and the yellow light would have persisted. I had no idea where the hotel's occupants had gone, but I couldn't afford to dwell on it. Staring into the pitch-black hallway, I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight. The corridor was empty, devoid of any presence, yet oppressively dark. Thankfully, the dim glow from my phone illuminated the way. As I stepped onto the staircase, a loud creak echoed beneath my feet. My heart lurched. According to fire safety regulations, hotel staircases were never made of wood. When I had escorted Zhang Li here earlier, we had taken the elevator. I hadn't paid attention to the stairs. But logically, they should have been concrete. Yet now, the creaking, an illusion. The realization struck me. This was another trick of the ghostly veil. The stairs were still concrete, but the spectre-esque influence made me perceive them as wooden. In the suffocating silence of the dark, that single creak sent shivers down my spine. My legs nearly giving way. Gritting my teeth, I pressed onward, each step accompanied by the unnerving groan of the stairs, amplifying my dread. Then, Hugh. A sound drifted down from above, like a slow, deliberate exhale. I frantically looked up, but could only see an abyss of darkness, unable to discern anything. Yet I had this overwhelming sensation, yes, an undeniable feeling, that someone was perched motionless on the third-floor railing, staring down at me with an unsettling stillness. I didn't believe it was human. Switching on my phone's flashlight, I directed the beam upward, illuminating the third-floor railing. The moment the scene came into view, my legs gave way, and I collapsed onto the stairs. There, just as I feared, sat a figure on the railing, none other than the female corpse from Noon. She was exactly as I had seen her earlier, naked, with a ghastly incision running from the center of her chest down to her abdomen, hollowed out entirely of organs. A faint breeze seemed to stir on the third floor, causing the edges of her wound to tremble slightly, her flayed skin swaying like a kite caught in the wind. Her gaze was eerily composed. Though her eyes were pitch-black voids, the occasional glint within them betrayed her scrutiny of me. Hugh. The corridor was filled only with the sound of her breathing. Frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat, I clutched the peachwood sword with white-knuckled desperation. Mother, keep watch over my crimson wedding dress. Don't let me die too soon, too soon. Her mouth parted, and a shrill, bone-chilling rendition of Wedding Dress by Happy Avenue pierced the air. Rumored to be a ghost lament, I had once dismissed it as mere superstition. But now, with an actual specter singing it before me, terror threatened to unravel my sanity. Gripping the railing, I pleaded hoarsely, "She hasn't wronged you. Why torment her?" The ghost ignored me, continuing her macabre serenade. The wedding dress is red. The poison is white. The wedding dress is red. The poison is white. Abruptly, she fixated on this single refrain. A shudder ran through me. Was she trying to convey something? Frantically, I dredged up the song's lore. A woman, having given her innocence to her lover, discovered his betrayal with another. In her despair, she donned a red wedding gown and swallowed poison, cursing both him and his mistress with her dying breath. Was this specter drawing a parallel to her own fate? If so, given the brutality of her wounds, she hadn't taken her own life. She'd been murdered. The realization struck like lightning. "I'll help you," I blurted, voice raw. "Just spare my girlfriend. A man who can't protect his woman is no better than maggots. I'll do anything, anything, so please, let her go." The singing ceased. She regarded me with that same unnerving calm, then enunciated slowly, "Tomorrow, 2 a.m. 80, Jin," she wrote. A vengeful spirit, indeed. Her voice alone carried the chill of the grave. I nodded fervently. "I'll be there. I swear it." The female ghost ceased her utterances, her form gradually vanishing from sight. At that moment, The hotel was once again illuminated, and tranquility was finally restored. I hastily ascended to the third floor, where the door to room 302 stood wide open. Bursting into the room, I discovered Wang Mingyi and Zhang Li unconscious on the floor. I rushed to the window and called for Xiaowu to come up. Upon seeing that the malevolent aura had dissipated, she made her way to the third floor. I administered a small amount of ghostly milk to the two of them, and they eventually regained consciousness. Zhang Li clung to my arm, weeping profusely, while Wang Mingyi regarded me with a face full of remorse. Naturally, I bore no grudge against Wang Mingyi, for she was indeed dealing with a vengeful spirit. I recounted my earlier conversation with the ghost, and Wang Mingyi was momentarily taken aback, her gaze toward me laden with complexity. The chilling words that escaped her lips sent a shiver down my spine. Lihi, no. 80, Jin, she wrote. It is a crematorium. She wants you to speak with her corpse. As for the fan group of Shintut Sao, it hasn't been disbanded out of malice. Rather, it has been dissolved. A new group will be established in a few days. Additionally, everyone must take utmost care of their teeth. Visiting the dentist is an excruciating ordeal. Chapter 19. A night's incursion into the morgue. There exist myriad matters in this world that one can indeed evade. However, more often than not, an inner voice implores one not to flee, not to depart, but to steadfastly continue onward. From a tender age, my father imparted to me an earnest lesson. Lihi, you are a man. It is your duty to safeguard this family and protect those who will be significant in your future. My father, a man of few words, spoke with profound seriousness on that occasion. In my youth, I failed to comprehend his words, but as I matured, I came to understand why a man's shoulders are broader than a woman's, and why men tend to be taller. It is because, when the weight of burdens descends, men can bear the load for the weaker. When calamity strikes, men can shield the vulnerable. Being a man necessitates standing tall and firm, and thus, it is the essence of manhood. The following day, upon emerging from the haunted classroom, it was 1 a.m. The path to the crematorium was short, yet I ambled slowly. My deliberate pace stemmed from an overwhelming fear, yet I knew I had to shoulder certain responsibilities to ensure the safety of that which I cherished. I found myself in a moment of self-deprecation, feeling like a timid warrior. Xiaowu awaited my return at school, despite her being a vengeful spirit. I regarded her as a frail being and thus refrained from allowing her to accompany me. Suddenly, I recalled the words of Wang Mingyi. Having lingered in the ghostly classroom for so long, I had become imbued with an aura of the supernatural. There were feats beyond the capabilities of many ordinary souls that I could now accomplish. Therefore, I felt the necessity to embrace certain responsibilities and undertake specific tasks. As I traversed the pitch-black path, from the moment I entered the campus, I was walking the path of the spirits. I had on my earphones, immersing myself in the melodies of Gintamas Yado blues. To live boldly in this world sounds deceptively simple, yet reality can be merciless. Even if one raises their chin defiantly, the world will still seek to bring one down. Even when one roars in declaration of their self-worth, few will take heed. In this impoverished and constrained world, one may find themselves bartering their soul, kneeling in sorrowful despair, yet forced to wear a mask of forced cheer. In that moment, what exactly are you enduring? Scarred from the battles fought, yet compelled to press on. Guarding the silvery realm, with a silver soul buried deep within, my hair a cascade of silver strands, and a heart harboring that same silver essence. At this juncture, I resolved that if I were to return alive from the crematorium, I would join the Zhou Tianchi agency. Since evasion was not an option, I would rather learn to grow stronger, thus safeguarding those around me while also protecting myself. As I approached the entrance of the crematorium, directly across stood the Zhou Tianchi agency. The agency appeared shrouded in utter darkness, devoid of any presence, for I was now traversing the path of the spirits. Casting a glance at the ominous crematorium, I steeled myself and ventured inside. The vast crematorium was enveloped by the echoes of wailing. This was not merely a singular lament. I discerned it to be a chorus of numerous voices weeping in unison. Accompanied by the whispers of the wind, these cries pierced my eardrums. The sound of weeping was chilling and profoundly eerie. I realized those eerie wails were not of human origin. Instinctively, my gaze drifted toward the crematorium interior, and what I witnessed petrified me. Within the morgue, shadowy figures were ambulating with unnatural slowness and rigidity. My eyes dropped to their feet, their toes remained flat against the ground. These weren't specters, but reanimated corpses. The cadavers moved with deliberate, ponderous steps, their footfalls resonating through the silent night with unsettling clarity. Thud, thud, thud. Drawing a steadying breath, I advanced toward the morgue. The moment the corpses detected my presence, they lurched toward me. Their sluggish movements allowed me to consider evasion, but before I could maneuver, one blocked my path. More emerged, encircling me, cutting off all escape. The cadaver directly before me was particularly grotesque, a victim of some horrific collision. Its skull had been crushed flat, features obliterated into a mangled pulp of flesh. Yellowish putrid fluids, crimson blood, and pale cerebral matter oozed from the shattered cranium. Most disturbing were the teeth, somehow intact despite the trauma, scattered unnaturally across the ruined visage. A nauseating stench assaulted my senses, threatening to overwhelm me. The corpses closed in, their proximity unbearable. My hand instinctively grasped the peachwood sword at my side. The moment it was drawn, the corpses halted, then recoiled. Mindless husks, far weaker than vengeful spirits. Bang! 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 A sudden cacophony erupted from within the morgue. My attention snapped toward the source, a trembling refrigeration unit, its occupant pounding violently against the metal confines. The malevolent spirit must be inside. With the peachwood sword as my safeguard, the lesser corpses dared not approach. The refrigeration unit shuddered, its door gradually sliding open from the relentless assault within. Steeling myself against the terror clawing at my sanity, I stepped forward and wrenched it open. There she was, the female corpse. Her face was contorted into a ghastly rictus. The absence of her brain left her skull misshapen, her features sunken into a grotesque, flattened square. Only the whites of her eyes remained, devoid of pupils, a stark contrast to her spectral form. With eerie deliberation, she pointed at her own thigh, that unnatural grin persisting. A chill ran through me. Was she directing me to examine it? Forgive the intrusion, I murmured, placing my hand upon her rigid thigh. Death had rendered her flesh stone-like. My fingers traced downward until an anomaly. 5 centimeters above her knee, a hollow cavity lurked beneath the skin. Though superficially intact, the space beneath felt disturbingly empty, as though something had been removed. I glanced back at the corpse. Her grin had vanished, replaced by the stillness of true death. Around me, the other cadavers collapsed lifelessly. Silence. Had it ended? I comprehended the task that the vengeful spirit demanded of me. Gritting my teeth, I plunged my fingers directly into the thigh of the female corpse. With a soft squelch, I easily pierced through, revealing that this small area was hollow, devoid of flesh. Allowing my fingers to penetrate effortlessly. Overcoming a wave of revulsion, I utilized 2 fingers to peel back the skin of the corpse. Illuminating the area with the light from my phone, I was astonished to discover a cloth pouch hidden within the leg. Bewildered, I retrieved the pouch, realizing that the police had overlooked such an object. After all, given the state of the dissection, no one would expect something like this to be concealed within her thigh. With the object secured, my only desire was to leave this place swiftly. I bowed to the corpse and then retreated, not daring to look back as I exited the mortuary. Upon stepping out of the crematorium, I noticed that daylight had already broken, indicating my return to the realm of the living. The task entrusted to me by the vengeful spirit had been accomplished. The lights of the Zhou Tianshi agency were still aglow as I entered. Wang Mingyi was reclining on the sofa, asleep. I gently tapped her shoulder, and she stirred awake, appearing to have been in a light slumber. "You're back?" she murmured, rubbing her eyes with curiosity. "What happened?" I produced the cloth pouch and replied, "I found this. Could you help me discern its contents?" Unfolding the pouch, I discovered a neatly folded piece of paper within, evidently inserted into the woman's leg by some means. As I opened the paper, I was astonished to find it bore the details of a birth date and time. Chujunki, year of Jingwu, June 11th. At the hour of Qin, I glanced at Wang Mingyi, perplexed by the significance of this birth date. However, she gasped sharply, her expression turning serious as she said, "Li He, this matter seems beyond our capacity to handle." Hold the paper up to the light and observe its shadow. Confused, I positioned the note toward the light, only to be stunned. What appeared to be a simple piece of paper cast a shadow that formed a figure on the ground. "This is the birth date of the person who killed her," Wang Mingyi explained. "As a result, the vengeful spirit will be unable to locate him, instead believing he is perpetually in her vicinity. Chujunki is quite formidable. The methods he employs suggest he is well versed in this realm, certainly more skilled than the two of us. Perhaps we should reconsider?" No sooner had she spoken than a chilling wind swept through the agency, accompanied by a chorus of mournful wails. The lights flickered to a sickly yellow hue, and the female ghost clung to the ceiling. Her countenance twisted in fury as she gazed down at us. I hastily assured her, "We will take care of this, we will." With malevolent forces ahead and vengeful spirits behind, we found ourselves in a precarious predicament. Wang Mingyi clenched her jaw, stating, "Indeed, this is no trivial matter. It seems we must seek assistance from our master." Chapter 20. Midnight hair combing. It was at this moment that I recalled the presence of Zhou Tianwen, who might lend us a helping hand. A sense of reassurance washed over me. Wang Mingyi retrieved her phone and called Zhou Tianwen, and to my surprise, she managed to connect with him almost instantly. In this regard, I truly admired Zhou Tianwen. His ability to answer calls without hesitation made him appear exceptionally dependable in the eyes of the world. After conversing with Zhou Tianwen for a while, Wang Mingyi's excitement crescendoed. Yet her expression grew increasingly grim until she ultimately hung up. Confused, I inquired, "What happened?" Is he unable to assist us? He can help, but... Wang Mingyi hesitated. As you know, he is currently out of town and cannot come to our aid. However, he suggested we seek assistance from spirits. Seek assistance from spirits? I felt a wave of disappointment. We only had 2 spirits at our disposal, the ineffectual Xiao Wu and the even less competent female spirit residing in my rental apartment. They would be of no use whatsoever. Wang Mingyi seemed to perceive my dismay. It's not merely about seeking help from spirits, it's about summoning them. We employ certain methods to attract formidable spirits to our cause. I gasped in disbelief. Is it akin to the folktales of spirit mediums? Wang Mingyi glanced at her phone. It is now 3 a.m. and time is of the essence. We shall attempt the summoning tomorrow and leave it to fate. If we manage to summon a benevolent spirit, perhaps it can assist us, but should we encounter a malevolent one, we can only hope for the best. I questioned the wisdom of our risky endeavor. What purpose would summoning these spirits serve? Wang Mingyi elucidated. The spirits we aim to summon possess considerable abilities. Having been spirits for some time, they undoubtedly possess knowledge far beyond ours. This could aid us in uncovering the identity of our adversary and possibly discovering a means to counteract him. After all, the spirits we summon are among the more powerful entities in this area, and the murderer, regardless of his current location, has undoubtedly visited this city before. His formidable spiritual energy would attract the attention of the spirits. A realization dawned upon me. This was indeed our only viable option. With no knowledge of Chu Junki, finding him would be exceedingly challenging. However, if we failed to act, the female vengeful spirit would undoubtedly cause us trouble. Thus, our best course of action was to summon spirits and glean whatever information we could. If Zhou Tianwen were present, he might be able to subdue the female vengeful spirit directly, sparing us much hassle. Now, let us discuss the matter of compensation, Wang Mingyi stated. Regardless of the circumstances, we are assisting you, and thus we require 100,000 yuan. Our opponent is not to be trifled with. I looked at Wang Mingyi earnestly and declared, I have made the decision to join the Zhou Tian Master Agency and contribute my share. In the future, for my labor and assistance, you may request anything you desire, and I shall offer it at the most minimal price. Wang Mingyi looked at me and smiled, saying, You are quite the astute individual. From this moment forth, we shall be colleagues. Although there is much for you to learn, the priority now is to help you navigate this challenging situation. She proceeded to relay some essential items I needed to gather by tomorrow. I hastily opened my phone to jot down her instructions. The first item was approximately 50 milliliters of ghost milk. The second, a wooden comb, crafted entirely from pure wood without any other materials. The third, a bowl of white rice, specifically in a porcelain bowl. The fourth, a packet of incense. And the fifth, 2 white candles. Nodding in acknowledgement, I committed these items to memory and earnestly assured her, I will accomplish this. Wang Mingyi replied, Very well, it is quite late, and the rooster will soon crow. You should check on your ghost. It was then that I remembered Xiao Wu was still waiting for me on campus. I bid farewell to Wang Mingyi and returned to the school. Upon arriving at the basketball court, I spotted Xiao Wu crouched on the ground, sketching. I wondered if she intended to draw a circle to curse me. Approaching her side, I saw that her drawing was indecipherable. It seemed she struggled not only with being a ghost, but with nearly everything. When Xiaowu noticed my return, she promptly stood up. I yawned and said, I'm quite tired. Let's head back to rest. Xiaowu nodded, and we made our way back to our rental apartment. Initially, I was unbothered by Zhang Jihao's previous attempts to trouble me, as I had scattered plenty of black dog blood throughout the house. Upon entering, I found the female ghost still engrossed in watching television. As soon as she saw Xiaowu and me return, she hurriedly sat in the corner of the bed. I lay down, ready to sleep. While Xiaowu joined the ghost in watching TV, I closed my eyes, yet my mind remained restless. I felt akin to a prey caught between a ravenous wolf and a fierce tiger, trapped in a dilemma. Tomorrow's attempt to summon a ghost hinged on luck. With good fortune, I might attract a helpful spirit. If luck turned sour, I dreaded to contemplate the consequences of summoning a malevolent ghost. After pondering for an extended period, I finally drifted off to sleep. However, my slumber was far from peaceful, and I awoke several times, the last being at 6 o'clock in the evening. This filled me with anxiety, as I still needed to procure the necessary items. I quickly refreshed myself and ventured out to the supermarket, where I purchased the bowl, wooden comb, incense, and candles, preparing to head to the ghost classroom later that night. Upon arriving at the ghost classroom, I tossed Xiaowu a water bottle, indicating that I required some ghost milk. Xiaowu, without questioning my motives, provided it to me. Curiosity nagged at me. Since ghosts were summoned at night and were nowhere to be seen during the day, where could they possibly be? I scribbled a note to Xiaowu inquiring about this, to which she replied that they were certainly hidden from sunlight. Thus, it seemed these spirits must dwell underground or in darkened rooms during daylight hours. Finally, the class concluded, and I instructed Xiaowu to wait for me on campus while I proceeded to the Zhou Tian Master Agency. Upon arrival, I found a sign hanging on the door indicating that the office was temporarily closed. It appeared that Wang Mingyi was already making preparations for my arrival. I stepped into the office, where Wang Mingyi was engrossed in the internet. I handed over my belongings to her, accompanied by a bowl of freshly purchased white rice. Upon observing the complete array of tools, she nodded and said, "We can begin now. Follow me upstairs." Intrigued, I ascended the stairs behind Wang Mingyi. Noting the darkness enveloping the upper floor, devoid of any illumination. Suddenly, the sound of a match striking broke the silence. Wang Mingyi had ignited a matchstick. She illuminated 2 candles with its flame, and only then did I discern the room's modest appearance. It was simple, furnished with a bed, a sofa, and a vanity. Wang Mingyi placed the 2 white candles on either side of the vanity and instructed me, "Sit on the sofa and do not move. No matter what occurs, remain silent. Remember, utter not a word." The spirit carries a chilling aura that we cannot sense, yet the candles can. When the flame sways, it indicates the presence of the spirit. I nodded and seated myself on the sofa. Wang Mingyi placed the bowl of rice in the center of the vanity, then lit 3 incense sticks, inserting them into the rice. She then sat before the vanity, letting her long hair cascade down as she leisurely began to comb it. The candles cast a dim light over the vanity, rendering her face a shadowy gray, obscured from view. Ha, hu, he, ha, hu, he. Wang Mingyi's voice danced between laughter and song, producing eerie, sharp sounds that were far from melodious. I swallowed hard, my gaze fixated on the vanity. Wang Mingyi tilted her head to the left, her hair falling gracefully. She continued to comb it slowly, a peculiar smile emerging on her face, one that sent chills down my spine. "Come, ha, he, come, come," she whispered softly. At that moment, the flames of the candles trembled ever so slightly, yet there was not a whisper of wind in the room. "Something is coming." My heart raced, and my hands gripped my knees tightly. Wang Mingyi's expression remained unchanged as she continued her slow grooming, albeit her words had transformed. "Eat, ha, he, come, ha, he, oh. The bizarre phrases mingled with her piercing voice sent shivers down my spine as the candles before the vanity began to lean toward the mirror. This signified that the spirit was now behind Wang Mingyi. At that instant, I nearly cried out, for beside Wang Mingyi, there was an unsettling void, yet in the mirror, a shadowy figure had manifested. This figure was tall, approximately 6 feet in height, standing adjacent to Wang Mingyi, gently stroking her hair. I noticed her body tremble slightly, but she continued to comb her hair slowly. In the reflection, the spirit's face was obscured by a veil of black mist, rendering it unrecognizable. It was exceedingly thin, its arms as slender as mere twigs. Chu Junki, on the 11th day of the 6th month in the year of Zhengwu. "Ah, whoa." Wang Mingyi uttered these words, and the ghost behind her gently caressed her hair, then unexpectedly spoke, dressed in a crimson robe. The ghost's voice was so unpleasant that it was hard to believe, ragged and hoarse, as if a gaping wound marred its throat. I was taken aback upon hearing the mention of Dahanji, which is a KTV establishment in our vicinity. Could it be that Chu Junki was inside? Wang Mingyi continued to comb her hair, speaking languidly. "Which establishment? Of the Dao? Ha, who?" Suddenly, the ghost lunged for a handful of rice on the vanity, which did not vanish but instead left a chilling black claw mark behind. A truly eerie sight. A zombie. Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the ghost vanished. Wang Mingyi exhaled a sigh of relief, setting down the comb and illuminating the room with a flick of the light switch, instantly brightening the atmosphere. I hurried to her side, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Wang Mingyi replied with a furrowed brow. "There are 3 matters at hand. First, Chu Junki is at the Dahanji KTV. Second, that individual is involved in necromancy. If it were merely ghostly play, the situation would be somewhat more manageable." I nodded and asked, "What is the third?" Wang Mingyi's expression grew complex, and she whispered, "The summoned ghost only spoke a few hurried words before it fled, indicating it too fears Chu Junki. This individual is indeed not to be trifled with." Chapter 21. The messenger. The revelation that Chu Junki was indeed at the Dahui KTV was a significant piece of information. However, it led to an immediate conundrum. How could we locate Chu Junki? We had never encountered him before and had no idea what he looked like. If we were to hastily report this to the police, they would undoubtedly be perplexed, questioning how we came to know of Chu Junki's presence at the KTV, leaving us unable to provide a coherent explanation. Another concern loomed. If we attempted to search for him ourselves, we risked alerting him and causing him to become evasive, thereby complicating our endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingyi suggested, "What if we use bait? That little ghost dancer you have, though a vengeful spirit, possesses an astonishingly low level of power. If we let her linger near the Dahui KTV at night, Perhaps Chu Junki would be tempted to approach her. A vengeful spirit can accomplish many things, especially since she generates ghostly essence daily, she added. I shook my head in dissent, stating, no. The dancer's power is far too feeble. I cannot allow her to take such a risk. We must devise an alternative strategy. For the time being. I truly had no other methods in mind. Wang Mingyi sighed. Well, now that we know where he is, let that female ghost venture forth on her own. We have already assisted her in locating her target. Must we also complete the task for her? Upon reflection, I realized she was right. We had already provided substantial assistance. After all, I was the one who had allowed this female ghost's remains to see the light of day. Otherwise, she might have remained trapped in the ceiling indefinitely. Now, having revealed the murderer's location, it seemed unreasonable for me to pursue him myself. What justification did I have for that? Is there any way we could communicate this to her? I inquired. Wang Mingyi pondered for a moment before suggesting. We could only go to the morgue and speak with her. Her body should not have been cremated yet. I quickly dismissed the idea, exclaiming, no. That place is far too eerie. I genuinely do not wish to go there. Moreover, if she were to refuse and become enraged, I might suffer the consequences. Wang Mingyi, who was also somewhat timid, concluded that we would have to investigate on our own, then remarked that it was getting late and urged me to fetch the dancer. She suggested we visit the Dehuoyi KTV the following day to assess the situation. We arranged to meet at Dehuoyi KTV at 2 in the afternoon and then return to campus. The dancer, Shiwu, was still squatting on the ground, sketching. Upon calling her name, she promptly accompanied me home. As we walked along the path, the light cast elongated shadows. My own shadow stretched far, while Shiwu's remained imperceptible. An unexpected wave of sentiment washed over me. If only all spirits were like Xiaowu. Despite her initial hostility, our time together had fostered a pleasant rapport. Suddenly, I mused that these spirits were once human and could still communicate in a human manner. I'm hungry. Shiwu suddenly interjected. I recalled that I had yet to offer her any ghostly sustenance, and with curiosity, I produced a piece of ghostly food. It resembled a green elixir. Its vibrant hue enigmatic, leaving me to wonder what it was made of. Xiaowu took the ghostly food, curiously sniffing it before handing it back to me, declaring it too foul to consume. I felt a surge of urgency. After all, this was not a trivial expense. Reluctantly, under my insistence, Xiaowu managed to swallow the ghostly food, albeit with little enthusiasm, claiming she was full. It seemed to suffice for her hunger, though the taste left much to be desired. This is somewhat troublesome for you, Xiaowu remarked, alluding to the situation at hand while also considering what Zhang Zhihao might do next. I sighed, expressing my helplessness. I cannot fathom why this has suddenly befallen me. In the classroom, Xiaowu observed me intently, stating, when you attend class, the heaviness of your aura attracts spirits. There is no escaping it. Her words struck a chord. Indeed, it was my entry into the ghostly classroom that had precipitated these events. Reflecting on it now, I regretted my decision to accompany Zhang Li to the grove. Upon returning home, the female ghost was predictably sprawled on the bed, engrossed in television. I announced my intention to take a shower and requested Xiaowu to wait by the bathroom door. Upon hearing this, she expressed her displeasure, questioning why I needed her presence while I bathed. I candidly admitted that Zhang Zhihao had frightened me, leaving her no choice but to sit on the bathroom floor, watching television. Once inside the bathroom, I shed my clothes and turned on the hot water, eager for a soothing shower before a restful slumber. However, to my surprise, the faucet unleashed a fierce jet of water that drenched me instantly. The water was frigid, causing me to jump in shock. Suddenly, the flow diminished to a languid trickle. Curious, I fiddled with the faucet, only to realize it remained unchanged. Was the faucet broken? Then, an unsettling sound echoed through the bathroom, akin to electrical buzzing, and the lights flickered ominously. To my horror, the water transitioning from the tap morphed into a stream of crimson liquid, oozing forth slowly. A ghost. I hurriedly attempted to exit the bathroom, but the door seemed inexplicably locked, trapping me inside. Xiaowu, Xiaowu, I called out in desperation, her voice responding from outside. Huh? Help me open the door. Something is amiss, I urged. As I pushed against the door, it began to rattle, indicating that Xiaowu was pulling from the other side. Yet, despite our combined efforts, we could not force it open. It won't budge. There is something inside. Xiaowu's voice trembled through the door, sending a shiver down my spine. Could it be Zhang Zhihao? That seemed implausible. I had instructed the female ghost to remain vigilant for any corpses nearby, ensuring Zhang Zhihao had no opportunity to intrude. The flickering lights finally succumbed to darkness. Yet the bathroom remained illuminated by a faint green glow, revealing my surroundings. A chill crept over me as a sudden gust of cold air swept through. Instinctively, I believed it was a spirit's breath. Turning back now would be unwise. I gritted my teeth and slowly turned around, only to find the female specter standing right behind me. What do you want? I asked, a sense of panic creeping into my voice. The ghost gazed at me with her pitch-black eyes, and although I had heard her unpleasant voice once before, hearing it again sent shivers down my spine. He must die. He must die. He must die. I realized she was referring to Chu Junkie and hastily nodded. Yes, he deserves to die. What do you want me to do? There's a large mole by his mouth. Bring him to the crematorium, the specter uttered, and then, astonishingly, she vanished without a trace. The bathroom lights returned to their calm state, and the faucet resumed its normal function. I let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the bathroom door. At that moment, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, and I fell to the floor. Xiao Wu looked at me in confusion. What happened? It's nothing. I waved my hand dismissively, closed the door once more, and then took a shower. The ghost had come to deliver information. And that information was undoubtedly valuable. She mentioned that Chu Junkie had a large mole by his mouth, which I could certainly keep an eye out for tomorrow. I didn't believe Chu Junkie would remove the mole to conceal his identity, as many knew that a mole in that location should not be carelessly removed. Some are considered lucky moles, and removing them could have significant repercussions. Being in this line of work, Chu Junkie should be well aware of the consequences and would not dare to remove it. After showering, I wrapped myself in a towel and lay down on the bed, intending to watch a bit of television. I had been quite busy these past few days and hadn't had a moment to spare. Xiao Wu sat in front of the bed, engrossed in the television. Perhaps because it was her only form of entertainment, she paid particularly close attention. I watched for a while before feeling drowsy, so I closed my eyes and fell asleep. Suddenly, I felt a chill on my shoulder, and I quickly opened my eyes, only to see the ghost kneeling beside me, poking my shoulder with her finger. What are you doing? I snapped, irked by her disturbance of my slumber. The ghost made a few incoherent sounds, her throat having been slit, rendering her voice inaudible. I turned to Xiao Wu, who translated for me. She says she needs your help with something. I rolled my eyes. Was this truly a consequence of the heavy energy surrounding me that led to such encounters? What do you need help with? I inquired. The ghost uttered a few more sounds, and Xiao Wu translated. She wants to borrow 10,000 yuan, not ghost money, but real currency. Tell her to get lost. Chapter 22. Is earning money difficult? After my refusal, the female ghost continued to wail incessantly. Thus, I implored Xiao Wu to translate, and I soon learned the tale of the female ghost. Her name was Tang Yuan, a young woman who had come from the countryside to seek employment in the city. She secured a position as a waitress in a CAF, diligently working each day for a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, of which 3,000 yuan was sent home, leaving herself with a mere 1,000 yuan for her own needs. The burden weighed heavily on her, as she had a gravely ill younger brother and her parents, being farmers, earned a meager income. Consequently, the weight of responsibility fell squarely upon her shoulders. However, the role of a waitress in a small CAF harbors inherent risks. 3 locations are particularly perilous: bars, KTVs, and small CAFs. The dangers of bars are self-evident, while KTV establishments often expose female waitstaff to inebriated patrons. I recall my own visits to KTVs, where I witnessed several instances of waitresses being forcibly pulled into private rooms. Another hazardous venue is the small CAF, which differs significantly from establishments like Starbucks or tea houses. These CAFs tend to be diminutive, their interiors dimly lit, adorned primarily with wooden decor that imparts an air of opulence. Typically, there are only 4 to 5 private rooms, and the clientele seldom exceeds 20 in a day. Yet, those who patronize such CAFs tend to be extravagant spenders, and the prices are notably elevated. Most customers are acquaintances of the owner, rendering these establishments akin to semi-private clubs. The owner's friends are often of dubious character, and it is not uncommon for both the owner's wife and the waitstaff to be subjected to their advances. Those with greater audacity may dare to harass the owner's wife, while others settle for targeting the waitresses. Tang Wenyuan found herself in the sights of a small-time boss who desired her as his mistress. Being a woman of dignity, she naturally resisted his advances. Yet, this small boss persisted, visiting her nightly and often making unwelcome physical contact. Terrified, Tang Wenyuan approached her employer with her concerns, but was met with indifference from both the owner and his wife. According to the owner's wife, the small boss was merely joking, urging Tang Wenyuan not to take it to heart. However, Tang Wenyuan was deeply affected and requested to resign. The owner's wife, however, threatened her with the loss of her wages. Weighing her familial obligations, particularly the care of her ailing brother, Tang Wenyuan reluctantly endured the humiliation, agreeing to remain at the CAF for another month. She did, however, secure a promise from the owner's wife that she could leave after that period. Tragically, on the very last day before her departure, the small boss learned of her intent to resign. Having imbibed alcohol that evening, he was emboldened to force himself upon her. Tang Wenyuan, in a state of despair, sought refuge in the restroom, while the small boss pounded on the door. leading to a standoff that lasted until 5 in the morning. At last, the owner's wife intervened, coaxing Tang Wenyuan to emerge, assuring her that the small boss would not harm her in her presence. Trusting the owner's wife, Tang Wenyuan stepped out of the restroom, only to be immediately seized by the small boss. The protection promised by the proprietress turned out to be nothing more than the old woman patting the young boss on the shoulder, telling him not to make inappropriate jokes. But the young boss paid no heed to her. He dragged Tang Wenyin into a private room and violated her. It was Tang Wenyin's first time, and afterward, she wept in that room until the next day, when the proprietress handed her wages and told her to leave immediately. Still young and naive, Tang Wenyin confronted the proprietress, threatening to report the crime to the police. Terrified, the proprietress called the young boss, who came to apologize. But how could mere words undo such an atrocity? What followed was inevitable. Tang Wenyin met her end in the very room where she lived. She died a month ago, and though the young boss eventually faced legal consequences, Tang Wenyin's grief lingered, knowing her younger brother still needed care. Xiaowu glanced at me and said, "Wenyin vows to repay you in any way she can. Even in servitude, if only you would look after her family." I fell silent for a moment before asking, what about the money she left behind? Before she died, she sent 5,000 home, but it won't last long for her brother, Xiaowu explained. I sighed. Then he has about 10 days left. I'll find a way to get more money. For example, Xiaowu, I've heard ghost milk and ghost saliva are quite valuable. Xiaowu immediately shook her head, visibly repulsed by the idea. Seeing her resistance, I turned to Tang Wenyin. She, too, had been murdered. Why wasn't she a vengeful spirit? Upon reflection, it must have been her timid nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured the young boss's harassment for so long. Then, an idea struck me. I slapped my thigh, suddenly envisioning a brilliant money-making scheme. Turning to Tang Wenyin, I asked seriously, your spirit can't leave this house, correct? She nodded. I extended my hand. Give me something of yours. If you follow me, I can help you earn a fortune. Confused but compliant, she used her fingernail to scrape a small piece of flesh from her foot and handed it to me. I pocketed the fragment and asked, how late is the CAF open? Tang Wenyin made a few indistinct sounds, and Xiaowu translated, until 5 in the morning. I checked the time, 3:40 a.m. Plenty of time. Bolting upright, I declared with bravado, let us go make some money. Once we do, tomorrow I'll set up 3 computers here, one for each of us. The 2 ghosts stared at me in astonishment. Clearing my throat, I strode outside, and they hurried after me. Outside, I hailed a pedicab common in our bustling district, even at night, and directed the driver to the CAF. Xiaowu and Tang Wenyin climbed in with me. Upon arrival, I stood motionless before the CAF's entrance, staring intently at its doors. The 2 ghosts watched me curiously, baffled by my actions. I signaled for silence, and they waited quietly beside me. By chance, a small blackboard was placed at the entrance, adorned with a recruitment notice. The servers inside noticed my prolonged presence at the door, prompting one of them to step outside and amicably inquire, hello, are you here to apply for a job? I simply shook my head, uttering not a word. The server looked at me with a puzzled expression before returning to the CAF. I continued to gaze at the entrance in silence. After standing for 10 minutes, my presence had attracted the attention of the proprietress. She was a woman in her 30s, and upon her emergence, she greeted me rather unfriendly, asking, what are you standing here for? I sighed and replied, there seems to be something amiss at your establishment. What nonsense? She retorted curtly, attempting to push me away. Yet, I held her gaze and earnestly said, madam, you are in trouble. What nonsense? She snapped again, then turned back toward the CAF. I remained silent, waiting until she was nearly inside before feigning a murmur, if it's nothing, then why is that female ghost standing beside you? My words captured her attention. Her complexion paled instantly. As I turned to leave, she hurriedly grasped my arm, anxiously imploring, wait, why are you only revealing part of the story? What is haunting me? I pondered momentarily before responding, it's a girl, quite beautiful, wearing a pink camisole nightgown, standing next to you. Her gown, where does it reach? The proprietress stammered, suddenly taken aback. I replied, just above the knees, with a bow at the chest. Oh, and it seems her neck has been cut. Good heavens. The proprietress's legs weakened in fright, and she leaned on me for support. After a moment's thought, her voice sharpened, are you trying to scare me? Don't deceive me. I've encountered your kind before. What do you mean by that? I interjected, come here, let me take your picture. The proprietress, trembling, stood stiffly as if she were a schoolgirl. Meanwhile, I feigned a casual gesture, secretly pulling Tang Wenyuan beside her. I feel a bit cold. The proprietress stuttered. I feigned profundity, saying, you will understand shortly. I took out my phone and captured a photo of the proprietress, the flash illuminating both her and Tang Wenyuan in that fleeting moment. Subsequently, I showed the photo to the proprietress, who let out a horrified shriek and collapsed to her knees, just as Tang Wenyuan stood before her. "Xiaoyan, this matter is not my fault. Please do not seek me out." As the proprietress wept, I cleared my throat and remarked, "It seems you are entangled in this situation." I said, "Mistress, tomorrow will be a day rife with malevolent energy. Perhaps you shall not endure it." "What shall I do, master?" the proprietress exclaimed, clutching my arm in fear. "I beg you to help me. I will pay any amount." "This is no trivial sum," I sighed, perceiving the profound humiliation the vengeful spirit must have endured prior to her demise. Yet, she insisted, "It was not you who caused her death." The proprietress nodded vigorously and continued, "Indeed, it was not I who killed her. It was another." "However," I interjected, "she claims you bear an inescapable responsibility. Hence she intends to take you along with her tomorrow." The proprietress turned pale with terror, kneeling before me, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication, imploring me to devise a solution. The attendants observed in curiosity, yet refrained from intervening. I sighed again. As the saying goes, money can make even ghosts move. "If you provide me with 100,000 yuan, I shall procure some items that spirits favor to appease her. However, I must be forthright. 50,000 of that will be my fee. Should you be unwilling, I shall take my leave." "Absolutely, I must give it." The proprietress insisted fervently, "The fee is warranted." "Thank you, master. You are my savior." As she attempted to bow once more, I gently assisted her upright, stating calmly, "Then please transfer the funds. My account number is 622848033XXXXXXX. Make sure to do so by tomorrow." "I have cash. I have cash," she exclaimed, then hurriedly stumbled into the CAF. Curiously, I followed her inside, where she led me to her office. A safe sat within, and due to her anxiety, she incorrectly entered the code twice before finally retrieving a substantial amount of cash on the third attempt. She, clearly flustered, declared, "Master, this is all for you. I implore you." I glanced at the money on the desk, and indeed, it was no less than 70,000 yuan, with a thick bundle that appeared to be euros. Satisfied, I collected the money, patted her shoulder, and theatrically proclaimed, "When shall grievances be resolved? Come, walk this path with me, share your tale of injustice, and tomorrow you shall ascend to the heavens." With that, I effortlessly pulled Tang Wenyuan to my side. The proprietress gasped in astonishment. "Remarkable. I no longer feel cold." I smiled and replied, "Our meeting is fate. Today, I shall rid you of this malevolent spirit. There is no need for gratitude. As a practitioner devoted to aiding the world, I shall donate my entire fee. Your merit shall be boundless." Chapter 23, The Headless Ghost on the Bus in My View. Requesting money from the proprietress is not an act of bullying, but rather a justified action. I believe that it was due to her influence that Tang Wenyuan was defiled and subsequently met with a tragic fate. Thus, I perceive the proprietress as an accomplice, deserving of her comeuppance. Upon returning home, both Tang Wenyuan and Xiaowu were in high spirits. Tang Wenyuan was pleased on two fronts. The proprietress had received her due lesson, and her younger brother now had funds at his disposal. Xiaowu was delighted at the prospect of watching My Fair Princess, a television series that only Hunan TV airs each summer, and with autumn upon us, it would be 3 seasons before it returned. I counted the money, which totaled 72,000 yuan, along with 5,000 euros, amounting to approximately 105,000 yuan. I decided to set aside 30,000 for purchasing a computer and for unforeseen expenses, as I intended to fulfill my promises. The remaining 70,000 should be sent to Wenyuan's family, under the pretense that it was compensation for her private insurance policy. Xiaowu had no objections, and Tang Wenyuan looked at me with gratitude. I gestured for her not to overthink it. At that moment, the rooster crowed, yet due to their lingering presence, it was not until dawn that they would depart. Feeling weary, I reclined comfortably on the bed and soon fell asleep. Xiaowu and Tang Wenyuan lowered the volume, allowing me to enjoy a restful slumber. Thanks to the alarm I had set, I awoke at 12:30. After freshening up and having lunch, I made my way to Master Zhou's office, as I had arranged to meet Wang Mingyi at 2 o'clock to visit the Dahanji KTV. Upon arriving at Master Zhou's office, I noticed a client inside. Not wanting to intrude, I greeted Wang Mingyi and settled onto the sofa. The client was an elderly woman, who presented a piece of red paper to Wang Mingyi. With a smile, Wang Mingyi remarked that the timing was not favorable and suggested rescheduling to 8 in the evening, which would be more suitable. The elderly woman expressed her heartfelt thanks and handed Wang Mingyi a red envelope along with a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Wang Mingyi accepted graciously, and the woman departed, satisfied. Curiously, I inquired, what was that about? She came to alter her grandson's fate, Wang Mingyi explained. He was born an hour early, and his destiny is rather unfortunate, so she sought my assistance in amending it. Many people do this, wishing to ascertain the child's fate. If it appears unfavorable, they request a date that aligns with the child's birth time to modify the date on the household registration. I was astonished. Do people really believe in this? Wang Mingyee chuckled, tossing me the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. I extracted one, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke with satisfaction. While tidying her desk, she continued. This practice is quite mystical. I lack the mastery of my mentor and am uncertain of the true meaning behind fate. However, the desire to alter it stems from love and hope for the child. It's a falsehood to claim that elders do not care for their children. Even the slightest obstacle to their child's well-being, they would go to great lengths, even risking their own well-being, to smooth the path. Most parents exhibit such behavior, as the period during which children are malleable is fleeting. What they often do is impose their aspirations upon their offspring while attempting to eliminate any obstacles they can. Upon reflection, I find this perspective quite rational. If I were aware of my own misfortunes, I would likely dismiss them with a smile. However, knowing that my child faces adversity would indeed compel me to protect them, for while I can endure my own hardships, I cannot bear to see my child suffer. Everyone has professed a desire to adopt a more lenient approach towards their children, yet if parents failed to safeguard even this, it would surely leave them feeling unsettled. Wang Mingyee hung a closed sign on the door and remarked, I have booked a private room. Wait a moment while I change. I nodded and settled on the sofa, smoking, while she ascended the stairs. There were 2 rooms upstairs. I had only entered one previously, while the other must be Wang Mingyee's abode. 10 minutes later, she descended, donning an exquisite dress and letting her hair fall in elegant waves, resembling someone preparing for a delightful outing. I sighed, Sister, you haven't forgotten our original intent, have you? Silly girl. Wang Mingyee rolled her eyes, deridingly saying, I don't know whether to criticize your intelligence or not. It would be quite peculiar for just the 2 of us to go to KTV, don't you think? Suddenly enlightened, I realized that a mere duo visiting KTV indeed seemed absurd. However, if we presented ourselves as if on a date, it would suggest that our purpose extended beyond mere singing, hinting at a desire for intimacy. I smiled sheepishly, relieved that Wang Mingyee did not press further. We exited the office together. The Dahongyi KTV was a fair distance away. Taking a tricycle would be excessive, so we opted for the bus instead. At the crossroads near the crematorium, we found a bus stop and settled down beside it. Wang Mingyee said, Now that you're part of the firm, there are many things for you to learn. We have business to attend to, and we may encounter zombies. Let me enlighten you about them. I perked up, listening intently. Everyone has moments of laziness, especially when it comes to learning. Yet, this particular subject was not one to be taken lightly, as a lack of understanding could jeopardize my very life. Zombies, too, are categorized into several types, and I shall begin with the basics. The lowest tier of zombies is known as shambling corpses, aptly named for their resemblance to soulless beings. The ones you encountered at the crematorium when seeking that malevolent spirit were indeed these rudimentary shamblers. Otherwise, they would not have been frightened away by your half-hearted attempts. When faced with shambling corpses, 2 critical points must be noted. First, unless they are reduced to a heap of flesh, they can move regardless of the severity of their injuries. Even without a head, they remain animated. Thus, to eliminate them, one must employ talismans. For instance, your peachwood sword qualifies as a basic talisman. I nodded vigorously and inquired, what is the second point? Secondly, they appear to lack aggression, and indeed, this is true. In reality, their strength is somewhat diminished compared to that of an ordinary person, and their agility is notably low. However, the critical issue is that they are corpses, imbued with a miasma of death. Thus, if one were to be ensnared by them, the consequence could be transformation into a zombie. I blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Wang Mingyee cast a disdainful glance at me and remarked, You must have watched too many horror films. Once infected by the corpse poison, your body would succumb to bacterial infection, leading to inflammation and decay, resulting in unbearable agony. The thought sent shivers down my spine. I could scarcely fathom the grotesque image of my own body rotting away. At that moment, the bus arrived. We boarded and inserted our coins. Wang Mingyee guided me to a seat at the rear, continuing to speak softly. The subsequent types of zombies can be categorized into fur corpses, iron corpses, and monkey corpses. The so-called fur corpse possesses an exceedingly dense coat of hair, resembling a purged primitive man. Fur corpses exhibit considerable strength, with their corpse poison being the most potent, and their agility surpasses that of a wandering corpse. I meticulously noted Wang Mingyee's words in my phone. Observing my seriousness, she nodded in satisfaction and elaborated. Iron corpses are those with bodies as hard as iron, yet their agility is remarkably low. Unless surrounded, even a 3-year-old child could likely outrun an iron corpse. As for the monkey corpse, you must exercise caution. Monkey corpses are easily identifiable. They are entirely devoid of hair and move like a monkey. They are exceedingly swift and possess a formidable aggression. Remember, apart from monkey corpses, all other types of zombies can only be vanquished using magical artifacts. I diligently recorded this information and inquired, Is there more? No, that's all, Wang Mingyee replied. My master mentioned that there are even more formidable zombies. But I have yet to encounter them, so I have not studied them. Her words left me feeling somewhat regretful, however. I thought I could inquire further with Zhou Tianan in the future. I then recounted the events of the previous night to Wang Mingyi, who deemed it a fortunate occurrence. For this characteristic would greatly facilitate the search for Chu Junqi. The bus traversed several stops without pausing, as we were in the vicinity of the crematorium, where few people frequented. Once we reached the city center, the bus became increasingly crowded. Look over there. Wang Mingyi tapped my shoulder and pointed ahead. Curiously, I followed her gaze and was immediately taken aback. While I had been engrossed in listening to Wang Mingyi, I had failed to notice the headless corpse right before me. The headless body lay sprawled beside the seat, blood oozing from its neck, while a passenger sat unaware upon the corpse, resting with eyes closed. I instinctively recoiled, but Wang Mingyi waved her hand dismissively, saying, "This spirit, most likely, remains where it perished. What you see does not belong to vengeful or malevolent spirits. It is merely a wandering ghost. Thus, it can be seen even during the day. It seems that this individual suffered from motion sickness while riding the bus, leaned out the window to vomit, and tragically met their demise when struck by a following vehicle, resulting in a bizarre fate. Thus be, in other words, this bus has witnessed death. Yet, people remain oblivious to the presence of a terrifying companion." I drew a sharp breath and whispered to Wang Mingyi, "Since I entered the haunted classroom, I have scarcely visited a hospital. Is there not a horde of wandering souls and restless spirits there?" Wang Mingyi let out a cold laugh, her words sending a chill down my spine. "If one is healthy, it is best to avoid hospitals. Those who suffer there until death, aside from the usual elderly, are hardly benevolent spirits." Chapter 24. The origin of the haunted classroom after a 15-minute ride. We arrived at the KTV, adorned in vibrant red. The staff had already prepared a private room for us, and given it was afternoon, the venue was rather empty. I scrutinized every employee within the KTV, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chu Junqi, yet regrettably, I did not encounter the mole-faced individual during my walk to the room. Upon entering, Wang Mingyi casually selected a song and, sitting beside me, remarked, "It would certainly be inconvenient for us to come here directly. I have already enlisted the help of a friend working at the police station to investigate Chu Junqi's background. With his name and birth details at hand, it should be quite straightforward. Although we cannot have them apprehend anyone, it is certainly permissible to ask for assistance in tracking someone down." Astonished, I replied, "We, in this line of work, actually liaise with the police?" Wang Mingyi rolled her eyes and retorted, "What do you think? Even in this age of scientific belief, the powerful and affluent are steeped in superstition. They burn incense and pray with a devotion that surpasses ours." I found this revelation quite surprising. Wang Mingyi mentioned that her friend was already investigating and had advised us not to squander our payment. As she spoke, she picked up the microphone and sang a song quite well. I, too, caught the singing bug and performed a few numbers, to which Wang Mingyi critiqued my voice, suggesting I should consider removing my deaf ears. For reasons unknown, after enduring hardships together, we had begun to exchange playful banter. It is true what they say, those who face life and death together forge a profound camaraderie. After approximately half an hour, Wang Mingyi received a multimedia message from her friend. The message contained a photograph, and indeed, the individual in the image bore a prominent mole on his lip. We paused the music, and after a brief discussion, Wang Mingyi pressed the service button. Before long, a staff member entered. Wang Mingyi feigned anger, and the staff member, somewhat puzzled, politely inquired what we needed. I gestured for the attendant to come closer and displayed the multimedia message, coldly stating, "This scoundrel is one of your staff, isn't he?" The attendant paused momentarily before nodding. "This is our supervisor." What is the matter? What is the matter? I scoffed. "Tell him to come here immediately. We must settle today's accounts." The staff member, unsure of my grievance but sensing my fury, respectfully replied that he would summon Chu Junqi at once. Wang Mingyi and I exhaled in relief. At least we were finally getting Chu Junqi to come. After a few minutes, Chu Junqi entered the private room. And he was indeed the spitting image of the man in the photograph. He walked in with a broad smile, only to freeze at the sight of us. "Ladies, may I ask who you are?" Wang Mingyi waved him over, saying, "Come here, there is something you must see." As she spoke, she retrieved her phone. Chu Junqi, intrigued, leaned down to glimpse at the screen. At that moment, Wang Mingyi suddenly delivered a punch to Chu Junqi's stomach. Ugh! Chu Junqi was beaten to the point of retching. I swiftly grabbed him by the neck and sneered, "So, you're Chu Junqi?" The moment my words left my lips, his face twisted in terror. He tried to elbow me in the chest with brutal force, but I dodged nimbly and struck his throat with a vicious blow. Collapsing to his knees, he clutched his throat in agony. The mere mention of his name had sent him into such panic. Clearly, he'd been hiding here under an alias. Wang Mingyi scoffed, "Too bad it's daytime. Your little zombie minions won't be of any use. I don't care why you're still lurking in Wenzhou instead of fleeing. All I need is to settle the score. With whom? Chu Junqi rasped. Without hesitation, Wang Mingyi replied, with the woman you murdered, of course. Murdered? I've never killed anyone, he choked out. I scoffed in disdain. Think we're fools? If you didn't kill her, why sew your birth chart into her thigh? Chu Junqi slapped his own leg in sudden realization. You took it out? Damn it, you've been deceived. Wang Mingyi frowned. What do you mean? Sitting heavily on the floor. Chu Junqi sighed. I panicked earlier because I mistook you for another group. Don't ask who they are, they're irrelevant. But now I understand. That vengeful spirit-esque corpse must have been unearthed, leading you to retrieve the birth chart from her thigh and bring me to her. Utterly baffled, I demanded. Explain. Now. With effort, Chu Junqi dragged himself onto the sofa, downed a glass of juice, and regained some composure. His gaze turned grave as he spoke. This goes way back, to a fire years ago in a certain classroom at XX University. My heart lurched violently. The haunted classroom? That vengeful ghost. She was my senior, Zhang Li, a deeply twisted mind. While normal people fear ghosts, she didn't. Raised by our master. The first time she saw a ghost as a child, she was exhilarated. Exhilarated? Wang Mingyi and I exchanged bewildered glances. Such a mindset was beyond comprehension. Chu Junqi elaborated. She believed ghosts were proof that death wasn't the end, that one could live on as a spirit. The stronger she grew, the more obsessed she became with an unthinkable idea, to turn herself into a true, undying, vengeful ghost, while still young. What? Wang Mingyi gasped. I frowned. Meaning? It's obvious, Wang Mingyi muttered. Zhang Yanyan wanted to use her own power to commit suicide, to become a ghost. That way, she'd retain her youth and strength, forever. Moreover, if one were to become a sufficiently powerful malevolent spirit, no one would be able to subdue her. And she would continue to exist as a vengeful ghost, somewhat akin to immortality. Immortality? The very notion sent a shiver down my spine. Could anyone truly desire such a method to attain eternal life? Chu Junqi sighed heavily. My senior sister was utterly deranged. She knew that mere suicide wouldn't generate enough resentment, she needed a catalyst. So she poisoned an entire class of students at XX University and set their corpses ablaze. Those students, who had been living ordinary lives, met such a tragic and abrupt end that their resentment became unimaginably potent. Nearly every one of them transformed into a vengeful ghost. But my senior sister was cunning. Before those spirits could manifest, she took her own life. I couldn't help but ask, how did she do it? It was 10:50 at night, just 10 minutes before the hour of Z. She injected herself with anesthesia and drank copious amounts of ghost milk to numb the pain while keeping her mind unervingly alert. Then, she slit open her own abdomen and removed her intestines, stomach, liver, kidneys, every organ except her heart. She hollowed herself out. A wave of nausea gripped me, and my scalp prickled with horror. The mere thought of such a scene was unbearable. Wang Mingyi, too, paled, clutching my arm tightly. Even now, regret weighed heavily on Chu Junqi's expression. By then, I already knew of her plan, but I was too late to stop her from poisoning those students. So I resolved to thwart her final scheme. If you've paid attention in class, you'd know that when humans lose one sense, another becomes heightened, like how the blind develop extraordinary hearing. My senior sister exploited this principle. By excising her organs without dying, she forced her brain to unlock untapped potential. Then she could commune with spirits. I blurted out. A sufficiently developed human brain can generate magnetic psychic energy, and ghosts exist as energy entities. That way, she could absorb all the malevolent energy. Those students would never become vengeful spirits, while she would emerge as a true, formidable ghost. Chu Junqi froze momentarily before nodding. You're right. I arrived just in time. I knew if she succeeded, the consequences would be catastrophic. Since she was under anesthesia, I extracted her brain. Then, fearing her ghost might wreak havoc, I sewed my birth characters into her thigh. Wang Mingyi continued, after that, to suppress her. You secretly concealed her corpse within the dormitory ceiling. That way, her spirit wouldn't dare wander freely, lest the vengeful students discover and exact brutal retribution. But you never expected her body to be found so soon, and retrieved. Later, we were deceived by that very ghost, leading to the events unfolding now. Chu Junqi, his face contorted in distress, lit a cigarette, sending a chill coursing through my entire being. It became evident why Xiao Wu trembled in fear even before encountering the ghost of Wang Yanyan, for Wang Yanyan was indeed the one responsible for her demise. Although she had yet to behold Wang Yanyan, she instinctively recoiled from her essence. It was no wonder there existed a ghost classroom, no wonder that group of ghostly students, despite harboring significant resentment, did not manifest as terrifying spirits. They were merely ensnared in a vast conspiracy, subsequently transforming into their current state. At this moment, I could not suppress my curiosity. If Wang Yan'an was the murderer of those students, what role did Zhang Zhihao play in this narrative? Although his involvement seemed negligible, I could not shake the feeling that Zhang Zhihao's animosity towards me was more intense than that emanating from the ghost classroom. Chapter 25, The Perils of Online Romance. Chu Junki's words left both Wang Mingyi and me in stunned silence. To think we had been manipulated by a vengeful spirit all along. Yet upon reflection, as the saying goes, one cannot trust the words of ghosts. Perhaps we had indeed misjudged Chu Junki. This matter remains uncertain for now. Wang Mingyi murmured. You've placed us in a dilemma. Unsure of how to proceed, Chu Junki pressed 2 fingers to his heart, his voice trembling with conviction. I swear upon the Taoist deities, every word I speak is true. If I lie, may my soul wander eternally, denied reincarnation. Wang Mingyi and I exchanged glances. She rubbed her nose thoughtfully before nodding. Very well. For now, we'll trust you. Tell us, what should we do next? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Junki replied, while it's still daylight, I intend to cremate my senior sister's remains. Wang Mingyi shook her head. The body can indeed be burned, but your sister has already become a malevolent spirit. Destroying her corpse will have little effect. Sprinkling black dog blood won't help either. It would only fuel her rage and resentment. Then we must subdue her, Chu Junki declared firmly. You both seem capable enough to assist me. Tonight, we will confront this vengeful ghost and bring peace to all. Don't pretend otherwise. I know you're not here out of some noble sense of justice. My sister must have coerced you into opposing me. A spark of hope ignited within me. If we could truly suppress Wang Yan'an, it would be an ideal resolution. But while I knew methods to deal with minor spirits, how did one handle a full-fledged vengeful ghost? Wang Mingyi hesitated. My master isn't here. I don't know how to subdue such a spirit. Do you have a plan? Chu Junki nodded solemnly. Since you sought me out, time is running short. 2 tasks remain. First, someone must retrieve the corpse, and second, another must gather the necessary items. At midnight, we begin the exorcism. Wang Mingyi snapped her fingers. I can handle retrieving the body. Li He will procure the supplies. And you, what will you do? Chu Junki sighed deeply. I must prepare certain essential components. His evasive tone discouraged further questions. Though I remained wary and considered shadowing him, Wang Mingyi dismissed the idea. We know his name, his appearance, his birth chart, she said. He wouldn't dare flee. Otherwise, I possess a dozen methods to make him suffer. This path we walk is esoteric, too complex to explain now, but in time, you'll understand. A quiet admiration for Wang Mingyi stirred within me, along with a fervent hope to one day master such profound skills. Before parting, Chu Junki handed me a list. Though brief, it specified 3 crucial items, a vial of rooster blood, a vial of black dog blood, and a pure black umbrella. Wang Mingyi claimed to comprehend the first 2, but the purpose of the umbrella eluded her entirely. I inquired whether Chu Junki intended to deceive us, to which she shook her head, suggesting that it was likely due to her limited understanding and low cultivation. This piqued my curiosity, prompting me to ask Wang Mingyi about her reasons for pursuing this line of work and the duration of her involvement. Upon mentioning this, a flicker of indignation crossed Wang Mingyi's face. With clenched teeth, she recounted, I was originally an orphan, and had I devoted myself to my studies, I might have aspired to become a doctor or a lawyer in the future. However, that old wretch, Zhou Tianwen, came to the orphanage when I was 7. For reasons unbeknownst to me, he took an immediate liking to me and subsequently adopted me. Astounded, I remarked, isn't it necessary for an adoptive family to be healthy? She retorted that the scoundrel had employed some underhanded means, but somehow I was legally adopted by him. He never taught me any mystical arts, instead raising me as an ordinary girl. It was only 2 years ago that I began to learn these peculiar skills from him. Wang Mingyi rolled her eyes in exasperation. I found it perplexing. If Zhou Tianwen intended for Wang Mingyi to inherit his abilities, why did he not teach her from the outset? Yet, those with profound wisdom often act for reasons beyond our comprehension, and perhaps the truth would eventually reveal itself. As our destinations diverged, Wang Mingyi and I parted ways at the bus stop. I was headed to the market, while she sought a way to procure a corpse. We had agreed to meet at Master Zhou's office at 2 o'clock that night. Acquiring rooster's blood and black dog blood was remarkably straightforward. I could find them at the market without issue, and an umbrella could easily be obtained from any general goods store. I felt my task was the most effortless. Perhaps because Chu Junki perceived me as a novice, thus assigning me these simpler duties. My spirits lifted. I thought it an opportune moment to purchase a computer. The market boasted a small computer shop, where I acquired 3 laptops, all of lesser-known brands, costing me 6,000 yuan in total. Xiao Wu and Tang Wenyuan's computers were priced at 1,800 each, as they merely required a device for watching television. Mine, however, was 2,400. For a man must indulge in gaming, necessitating a superior configuration. Initially, the computers were slightly more expensive, Xiao Wu's were 2002 each, while mine was 2008. However, having bought 3 at once, the proprietor graciously offered me a discount. By the time I returned home, laden with packages, it was already 5 in the afternoon. After tinkering with the computers and setting up the power outlets, the sun finally dipped below the horizon. Just then, Tang Wenyuan's spirit materialized beside me. Upon seeing the computer, she let out an excited squeal, though I could not comprehend her words. "Here," I said, "this computer is yours." Tang Wenyuan gazed at the laptop with delight. I continued, "There's only one network cable in the room, and as I will be stepping out shortly, you can start using it. Tomorrow, I shall purchase a router and speak to the landlord about upgrading the internet." Tang Wenyuan nodded eagerly, and I watched as she adeptly logged into QQ, leaving me momentarily speechless. Numerous individuals have messaged Tang Wenyuan, and while her friends are aware of her passing, the messages are predominantly from strangers. Tang Wenyuan, perhaps having not communicated with anyone for quite some time, appears somewhat exhilarated by the sudden attention. "Hey beautiful, are you there?" inquires an unfamiliar man. "Why aren't you responding?" He presses on. "I miss you dearly. I long to embrace you." "Huh, how can you call me beautiful when you've never even seen me?" Tang Wenyuan retorts. A chill runs down my spine. Could it be true? Might the girls I tease on QQ actually be spirits like Tang Wenyuan? Yet, upon further reflection, it dawns on me that not every spirit has someone to care for them, nor do they all possess access to a computer and the internet. Nevertheless, the mere thought of it sends shivers through me. "Hey beautiful, where have you been? I haven't seen you online lately," the stranger types. "I've been a bit busy," Tang Wenyuan replies. "Where are you now?" He continues. "I'm at the Hawaii KTV, celebrating my birthday. Care to join me?" "It's on me." "Huh, I'm busy today. Let us talk another time," Tang Wenyuan responds. "All right. By the way, today is my birthday. Could you perhaps grant me a kiss as a birthday gift?" the unfortunate stranger implores. "Absolutely not," Tang Wenyuan replies. "Then how about a photo of your legs?" "I don't care. I just want to tease you today," he insists. "Well, fine. For your birthday's sake," Tang Wenyuan concedes, casting me a pitiful glance. I helplessly capture a sultry photo of her legs. Perhaps due to her ghostly nature, she pulls her skirt, originally knee-length, up to her thighs, resulting in quite an astonishing image. Upon receiving the leg photo, the man is ecstatic, bombarding Tang Wenyuan with embrace and kiss emojis, behaving like an infatuated gorilla. I scoffed derisively. How absurd to think he'd want to celebrate with her or receive a kiss as a gift. If he knew he was chatting with a ghost, her neck severed, drifting about in a nightgown, he'd surely be terrified. If he remained unscathed, I'd change my surname. I light a cigarette, realizing online romance is indeed fraught with unreliability. Chapter 26, Seeking the Ghost. After spending some time playing on my computer at home, I ventured out to attend class in the ghost classroom. To be frank, having spent several days there, I had become quite accustomed to the ghost classroom, even managing to deduce its schedule. From 10 to 11 o'clock, the female ghost teacher was absent, and the classroom was rather boisterous as the ghost students engaged in playful antics. From 11 to noon, everyone was engrossed in self-study, maintaining an eerie silence. It was during this period that I could boldly drift into slumber, free from interruptions. At noon, the female ghost teacher would begin to laugh incessantly. While her laughter was somewhat chilling, it was not disruptive, allowing me to continue my rest without anxiety. Following this, from 1 to 4 o'clock, the ghost classroom returned to its state of silence, but by then, I was allowed to leave, as the witching hour had passed. And it was no longer the time of the ghost classroom's most potent resentment. The outside world was visible as well. At 4 o'clock, when the rooster crowed, the ghost classroom would vanish entirely. During my time in the ghost classroom, 10 o'clock was when I would converse with Xiaowu, naturally through notes. I informed her of my new computer purchase, and she expressed great excitement, declaring her intention to binge-watch My Fair Princess over the weekend. I found myself at a loss for words regarding her lofty aspirations, merely wishing her an enjoyable viewing experience. Xiaowu now served as my alarm clock. I would begin to sleep at 10:50, and she would rouse me at 1 o'clock. This arrangement allowed me to catch up on sleep and feel more invigorated. After chatting with Xiaowu for a while, I succumbed to slumber, the duration of which was a mystery to me until I felt a cool sensation on my forehead. Realizing it was Xiaowu waking me, I remained calm and opened my eyes to see her hand resting on my brow. I brushed her hand aside and exited through the back door, unnoticed by the teachers and students, as if I were invisible. Stepping outside, I glanced back at the now somewhat translucent ghost classroom, lit a cigarette, and made my way toward the school gate. Earlier, upon arriving at school, I had entrusted my belongings to the gatekeeper for safekeeping, so I retrieved what I needed for the day before heading to the Chioshire office. Upon entering the office, I noticed the lighting was brighter than usual, as if several additional lamps had been switched on. Wang Mingyi was seated at her desk, engrossed in writing and sketching. I entered the office with a smile and inquired, "What are you working on?" "You seem quite at ease," Wang Mingyi remarked. I replied, "In truth, I am rather anxious. When I feel tense, I tend to doodle aimlessly." With a sigh, I added, "Having already been drawn into this matter, my anxiety serves no purpose. By the way, where's the body?" Wang Mingyi made a shushing gesture and cryptically replied, "It's in a very secretive and safe location. We will discuss it once Chu Junkie arrives." I took out a Zhonghua cigarette, lit it, and slowly remarked, "The taste of Zhonghua is delightful, though regrettably expensive. One must live life with a certain flair. I, however, do not prefer to hoard money," Wang Mingyi responded. I raised an eyebrow and quietly asked, "How much does your master pay you each month?" "The remuneration in this profession can be quite substantial," Wang Mingyi remarked with a smile, "but I must keep it confidential for now. You shall discover it in due course." Leaning against the wall, I let out a bitter laugh, expressing my envy. "I truly admire you. You merely sit in the office daily and earn such a handsome salary, while I toil endlessly, running hither and thither. Indeed, the plight of a student is most lamentable." Wang Mingyi chuckled and replied, "Have you considered who I am?" At that moment, the office door swung open. Chu Junkie entered, carrying a bundle, panting as he said, "I was a bit hasty in gathering the items, but at least everything is now prepared. Where is the body? Where have you concealed it?" Curious about Chu Junkie's bundle, I asked, "Did you bring any magical tools?" "We do not possess any formidable artifacts." Chu Junkie pulled out a peachwood sword from his package and stated earnestly, "Of course, I brought this. This peachwood sword was left to me by my master. He once used it to vanquish malevolent spirits. Although my skills do not match his, this artifact should still wield considerable power." "What would happen if it struck Wang Yanyan?" I inquired, puzzled. Chu Junkie pondered for a moment before responding, "It should inflict some harm. While not severe, it would certainly cause her considerable discomfort." "And if it struck a person?" I pressed further. "That would be of no consequence. After all, it is merely a peachwood sword," Chu Junkie replied without hesitation. I took the peachwood sword from Chu Junkie, surprised, and exclaimed, "Mingyi, look, is this not the very one master sold to me?" "Is it?" Wang Mingyi asked, intrigued. As I swiftly raised the sword and struck it forcefully against her chest. "Ugh, ah!" Wang Mingyi let out a piercing scream, and in an instant, the room was shrouded in darkness. Chu Junkie, a seasoned hand, swiftly retrieved a flashlight from his bundle, illuminating Wang Mingyi's figure. At that moment, her eyes had turned completely dark, devoid of any white, her pupils resembling those of a specter. She stood on her toes, her body appearing to float. "She is possessed," Chu Junkie remarked with a frown, pressing closely against me. Wang Mingyi, no, at this juncture, she ought to be referred to as Wang Yanyan, glared at me with malevolence, her harsh voice echoing, "How did you discern that she was possessed by me?" I whistled and replied, "From the very beginning, I sensed something amiss. Wang Mingyi embodies the archetype of a strong woman. She would never cryptically lead me to guess the whereabouts of a corpse. Furthermore, this pack of Chinese cigarettes was a gift from her, not something I purchased myself. The most significant issue is that Wang Mingyi is often treated as a mere errand runner by Zhou Tianwen, constantly scurrying about, occasionally even acting as a courier. She could not possibly spend her days idly at a desk accruing a salary. It is precisely for this reason that when referring to Zhou Tianwen, she calls him the old fellow or the boss, never master. "You're quite clever. I'll dig out your brain in a moment to see just how developed it is," Wang Yanyan uttered coldly, abruptly separating from Wang Mingyi, who collapsed unconscious to the floor while Wang Yanyan vanished into thin air. I hurried to lift Wang Mingyi, pouring a few sips of ghost milk into her mouth. She awoke swiftly, a testament to her prior experience, immediately realizing she had been possessed. The office remained shrouded in darkness. Rubbing her head, Wang Mingyi spoke quickly, "The corpse's ashes are hidden in the back. The rear door and windows are sealed with the old man's talismans. She can only escape through the front." Upon hearing this, Chu Junkie hastily retrieved an iron canister from his bag. Peering inside, I saw it was filled with glutinous rice, which he scattered across the floor, covering the front entrance entirely. "Now she can't leave." Chu Junkie swiftly produced several white candles from his bag, one for each of us. "Her corpse has already been burned, and you managed to strike her with the sword earlier. Though she's a vengeful spirit, she's weakened now. We must capture her tonight. If we don't, she'll recover significantly by tomorrow." We each took a candle. Wang Mingyi then withdrew 2 peachwood swords from a drawer, handing one to me with grave emphasis. "Mid-grade peachwood. Given her diminished strength, this will harm her now. Remember, if she doesn't want to be seen, you want to see her. So we rely on the candles to track her. Do not let them go out." I took a deep breath. Playing hide-and-seek with a ghost was anything but amusing. "The front is covered in rice. She won't dare cross it. Chu Junkie, search the back. I'll check my room. Lihi, You take the room I showed you last time." We nodded and moved deeper into the office. With only one flashlight among us, and Chu Junkie being the most capable, it was entrusted to him. Wang Mingyi and I ascended the stairs by the faint glow of our candles. She patted my shoulder, her voice firm. "Be extremely careful." Truthfully, my legs had already begun to tremble. But the matter had to be resolved. Steeling myself, I entered the designated room. A single candle barely illuminated the space, and the ghost Essene energy wasn't strong enough to disturb the flame unless she was near. To prevent her escape, I shut the door, advancing with slow, deliberate steps. Only my breathing filled the silence. Fortunately, the room was sparse, just a bed, a wardrobe, and a vanity minimizing potential hazards. Woo. Hey. Woo. Hey. Wang Yanyan's weeping echoed around me, directionless, as if emanating from every corner. Instinctively, I glanced back at the door, only to find it had vanished, replaced by a blank wall. A chill gripped my heart. Of all the wretched luck, she was in this very room. A chilling wail pierced through the air, sending shivers down my spine. I understood that calling out would be futile, for I had fallen victim to a malevolent force, and unless I could break free from its grasp, escape was impossible. Suddenly, the white candle in my hand began to tremble violently, swaying in every direction as though a tempest surrounded it, intent on extinguishing its flame. I hastily shielded the flickering light with my hand, managing to preserve its glow, yet an icy dread enveloped my heart. Although Wang Yanyan was injured, she remained a formidable specter, proving to be exceedingly troublesome to confront. But this voice, where was it emanating from? Why did it seem to arise from all around me? I clenched my teeth in contemplation. It was improbable that she was hidden within the wardrobe, as that would muffle her voice, enabling me to discern her location immediately. Yet, what could possibly exist in this room that would allow her to vocalize without revealing her position? At that moment, I dared not move, fearing that Wang Yanyan might suddenly pounce upon me from behind. I cast a furtive glance around the room, ultimately identifying a singular place, beneath the bed. Only by concealing herself there could the sound resonate throughout the room, making it difficult to pinpoint her whereabouts. Drawing a deep breath, I firmly grasped the peachwood sword and slowly lowered myself towards the ground. To gain a clearer view, I brought the candle closer to the bed. However, much to my dismay, there was nothing beneath it. With a sigh, I prepared to rise, but at that instant, the flame of the candle suddenly flickered towards the bed. This was bad. I had fallen into a trap. She had been lurking beside me all along, merely lying on the floor. In a panic, I turned to look behind me, only to be met by a pair of enormous, pitch-black eyes. Wang Yanyan's face, pallid to the extreme, bore an eerie smile that nearly shattered my composure. At that moment, she gently blew towards the candle, and as I rushed to protect the flame, it was already too late. The candle extinguished, plunging me into a suffocating darkness. Chapter 27. The mantis catches the cicada. The human nervous system resembles a taut rubber band, with external pressures tightening it to an unbearable degree. When stretched to its limits, one becomes exceedingly cautious. However, should the tension escalate to the point of snapping, the individual succumbs to an abyss of terror and chaos. I let out a piercing scream, akin to the snapping of that rubber band, frantically swinging my peachwood sword behind me, yet striking nothing. Undeterred, I rose to my feet, wildly slashing at the shadows surrounding me, occasionally leaping to deliver downward strokes and crouching to slash at the sides. The environment was shrouded in darkness, and fear gripped me. I could only strive to attack every inch of space around my body. Perhaps my frantic flailing intimidated Wang Yanyan, for I felt no immediate threat approaching. Yet, I was acutely aware that she was patiently waiting for the moment I would falter, ready to strike once I exhausted my strength. Thus, I could not relent. Pausing could mean my departure from this world. I frantically scanned my surroundings. My strength still surged, but my head began to spin from the relentless motion of my attacks. The room was filled solely with the whooshing sound of my sword slicing through the air, an eerie silence enveloping everything. I could not hear my own breath or heartbeat, only the relentless whoosh echoing in my mind. Ugh. Huh. Ugh. Huh. A piercing wail emanated from Wang Yanyan, resonating from my right. I wished to strike at her, but hesitated, considering the risks. In this pervasive darkness, I was oblivious to her proximity. Reckless movements could lead to peril. I continued my erratic slashing, terrified that Wang Yanyan might launch a surprise attack. Now, it was a contest of patience. Would she endure until I wore myself out? Would I possess the stamina to hold on until hope arrived? Ugh. A sudden, harrowing scream pierced the air before me, sending shockwaves through my legs, causing me to collapse onto the ground. In a panic, I swung my sword forward, yet found nothing to strike. My strength had waned. I could do little more than flail at my surroundings. Suddenly, I felt a chilling sensation at my feet, jolting me in fright as I hastily swung my peachwood sword downwards. Yet, I did not strike Wang Yanyan. Instead, I inflicted pain upon myself. A sharp agony shot through my foot. Though not broken, it was surely bruised and swollen. In that moment, I realized the multitude of vulnerabilities I harbored. As if I were a mere plaything in Wang Yinyan's hands. If this continued, I would surely exhaust my energy, and my weaknesses would become glaringly apparent. I felt an urge to retreat to a corner, curling into a ball to minimize my exposure and limit my range of attack. As I swung my sword in desperation, I backed away until I encountered a wall, carefully positioning myself in the corner. At that moment, a faint green glow illuminated the space before me. Wang Yinyan stood within the eerie light, her pallid visage taking on a ghastly hue, rendering her utterly terrifying. You truly possess remarkable resilience. Wang Yinyan smiled eerily. Do you intend to simply endure this? I took out my phone to check the time, discovering it was already 3 o'clock. I bit my lip forcefully. Attempting to steady my nerves, there remains an hour until the rooster crows, and I believe I can withstand this hour. You are aware of my capability, which is why you resort to deceit. Am I correct? Wang Yinyan fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. A laugh so frenzied it resembled that of a ghostly teacher, her lips stretching unnaturally. Yet, her smile faltered halfway to her cheeks, reminiscent of the Joker from Batman. Look at your feet, she suddenly remarked. Instinctively, I glanced down, only to be jolted by the sight. My feet had begun to decay, under the faint green light. It was evident that the rod extended from my soles to my knees. I exclaimed in shock, while Wang Yinyan continued to laugh, offering no explanation. Her laughter sent chills down my spine. It was no wonder my legs felt weak. The previous swelling was clearly not a simple matter. Wang Yinyan must have inflicted this upon me, for how else could it be explained? After 5 minutes of laughter, she finally spoke. If you help me open the window, I shall remedy your leg. If you do not act swiftly, you will succumb to total decay and become a mere husk. I fell silent, fully aware that Wang Yinyan's condition was a ploy to escape. However, 2 concerns loomed large. First, if I allowed her to flee, would she refrain from attacking me again? Her words were untrustworthy. I had been deceived once before by Wang Yinyan and could not afford to be fooled again. Second, would she spare me upon her escape? After finally obtaining such an opportunity, I had no faith that Wang Yinyan would utter phrases of forgiveness. I clenched my teeth and remained silent, determined to withstand this hour. I knew Wang Yinyan would not relent. Rather than capitulate, I preferred to continue my struggle against her. Observing my demeanor, Wang Yinyan grew visibly anxious, and she suddenly vanished, leaving only the haunting sound echoing in the room. Decay, decay, decay. Trembling, I illuminated my leg with my phone, only to discover that the rod had ascended to my thigh. The rapidity of this decay was utterly terrifying. I could only place my hope in Chu Junqi and Wang Mingyi, praying they would devise a remedy by dawn. I swung the peach with sword repeatedly. Too fearful to allow Wang Yinyan, I longed to close my eyes, yet my decayed eyelids remain immobile. With my eyelids rotted away, my eyes burn with excruciating pain. At this moment, I yearn for death's embrace, for this torment is unbearable. Memories flood my mind, my parents, Zhang Li, and fragments of my past. I had often wondered how the elderly faced the inevitability of death, and now I understand. The difference is, they had years to contemplate it, while I have but an hour. Regret gnaws at me, and I wish to weep, yet my eyes can no longer shed tears. Suddenly, the crow of a rooster pierces the silence outside. Relief washes over me. I fumble for my phone for 15 a.m. I've endured until now. Light floods the room, blinding me after prolonged darkness. The sound of the door bursting open follows, and Wang Mingyi and Chu Junqi rush in, seeing me curled on the floor. Wang Mingyi exhales in relief. The door vanished suddenly. We knew you'd encountered a ghost. I examined myself, astonished to find my body unharmed. It was all an illusion, Yin Yan's cruel deception. My flesh never decayed. Ghosts cannot be trusted. As I rise, a sharp pain shoots through my calf, a wound from my own blade. I steady myself. She must still be hiding somewhere in this room. What now? What else? Seal her first. Wang Mingyi slaps a talisman on the door and motions for us to leave. Once outside, she descends the stairs, explaining, this vengeful spirit is formidable. For now, we can only trap her here. When the boss returns, he'll deal with her. I nod. I should go home. There are 2 other ghosts waiting for me. Be careful, she replies. I circle from the back to the front of the office, only to freeze in horror. Hanging from a tree by the entrance is a corpse, grinning maniacally, its mouth split wide to the back of its skull. Zhang Zhihao. Why is he here? Dread coils in my chest. I sprint back, shouting, upstairs. Go upstairs now. Chapter 28. Master Uncle. I led Wang Mingyi and Chu Junqi up the stairs, but we were already a step too late. The window of the room had been flung open, and without a doubt, Wang Yinyan had long since escaped. What is going on? Wang Mingyi exclaimed, striking the door with great force. Chu Junqi's complexion was ashen. None of us had anticipated that the malevolent spirit we had so painstakingly confined would simply evade us. I gritted my teeth and declared, "There must be some individual intent on opposing me, employing every conceivable means to eliminate me." Wang Mingyi looked at me, puzzled. "When did you provoke such a petty adversary?" I shook my head, pondering why Zhang Zhihao would harbor animosity towards me. Was it simply because I had witnessed his dealings with that ghostly old woman? Why was I being targeted so relentlessly? Chu Junkie, displaying the composure of an experienced individual, suggested, "There is no point in panicking now. After all, our senior sister has escaped. We must contemplate our next course of action. She will undoubtedly seek revenge on us, and she is not to be trifled with." I admitted candidly, to be honest, I have no connection to this. I could remain hidden in a ghost classroom until dawn. However, I am genuinely concerned about your safety. She will certainly retaliate against the three of us. After some contemplation, Wang Mingyi concluded, "At this juncture, we have no other recourse but to seek assistance from the old fellow. I hope he can provide us with some aid." We unanimously agreed. The situation had indeed exceeded our expectations. Without consulting Zhou Tianwen, we would find ourselves in quite a predicament. Sighing, I descended the stairs, only to discover that Zhang Zhihao's body had vanished. It seemed there was indeed some unseen force at work. Wang Mingyi called Zhou Tianwen, who first berated us for our incompetence and for wasting his talismans. He then mentioned that he was currently entangled in a critical matter and could not return to assist us, but he could arrange for his senior brother to help. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of hope. If Zhou Tianwen was formidable, his senior brother would surely be no less so. Perhaps he could indeed aid us in resolving our predicament. However, Wang Mingyi did not share my enthusiasm. She hung up the phone with a despondent sigh. I looked at her, surprised, and queried, "Is your master's brother not powerful? You seem rather disheartened." Wang Mingyi said nothing, dialing a number on her phone and activating the speaker. The voice on the other end, akin to Zhou Tianwen's, answered almost instantly. "Mingyi, what brings you to consult Master Uncle?" TSK, it has been a while since you last dined at my home." The voice of a middle-aged man resonated warmly, instantly piquing my interest in this unseen Master Uncle. Wang Mingyi replied sweetly, "Master Uncle, I have been quite busy lately. I must tell you, I have encountered some troubles. But my master is unavailable, so I thought of you, knowing you would certainly be willing to assist me, right?" "Of course," the man promptly assured her. "Speak of your troubles. Rest assured, when Master Uncle intervenes, unless I perish, anyone who dares to harm you must first step over my lifeless body." Well said. In my heart, I silently praised this unseen master for his unwavering loyalty, which greatly enhanced my admiration for him. Wang Mingyi recounted our predicament, peppering her words with descriptions of valiant, formidable, and great masters, revealing her evident fondness for her teacher. As expected, the master readily agreed to assist us. However, his subsequent remarks left me utterly astonished. "Mingyi, it is, after all, a malevolent spirit, and it seems there are other entities involved, making this situation rather intricate. I could come over, but you must understand that the bus fare has increased. It used to be $1.50, and now it stands at $2, totaling $4 for a round trip. You should calculate. Moreover, for the exorcism fee, I will bring 2 sets of talismans. The first set costs 50,000. If we require the second set, that will add an additional 100,000. The first set is offered at a friendly price, and the master is not profiting from you at all. Truly, he is a brother of Zhou Tianwen, even more audacious. He includes the $4 for the bus fare in his calculations." Wang Mingyi's tone abruptly shifted as she scoffed. "You old fossil, after all that flattery, you still dare to speak of a friendly price? I have little money, and my boss will certainly not cover this expense. If you think you can extort my savings for a dowry, think again. The first set of talismans is 25,000, the second 50,000. And we have 3 others assisting you. Don't act as if you are the only one laboring here." The other party, clearly agitated, began to argue with Wang Mingyi. She retorted coldly, "Then I shall seek help elsewhere. There are others who can exorcise spirits besides you 2 old geezers." Upon hearing that Wang Mingyi might turn to someone else, their tones softened immediately. No, we can negotiate. How about this? The first set for 30,000. The second for 50,000? That should be acceptable, right?" Wang Mingyi acquiesced to this proposal and hung up the phone. Chu Junkie's lips twitched in discomfort as he awkwardly remarked, "What an interesting master." Wang Mingyi stated firmly, "This expense cannot fall solely on me. It concerns the 3 of us, so each shall contribute 1/3. Is that agreeable?" Both Chu Junkie and I nodded in agreement, aware that Wang Yanyan would seek revenge on all 3 of us, hence sharing the burden seemed only fair. Thus, the arrangements were made, and we each returned to our homes. It was already 4:30, and I yearned for nothing more than to rest. Upon arriving home close to 5 o'clock, I found the two female spirits happily engrossed in a computer game. Reflecting on my strenuous efforts outside while they laughed and played, I felt a surge of discontent, prompting me to toss a 300-milliliter water bottle at Xiao Wu before collapsing onto my bed. Xiao Wu, surprised by the water bottle, exclaimed, "So much? Have I been particularly hungry lately?" I rolled my eyes, and Xiao Wu reluctantly turned to tend to it. Glancing at the computer, I discovered that the two were teasing men in an online chat. I sighed in exasperation. Could you refrain from shattering those men's dreams? Must we really arrange to meet them? Xiao Wu said to me with her back turned. It's just for a chat, as I'm feeling quite bored. Could you bring some very dark curtains tomorrow? Ideally, they should block out the sunlight completely. I'll take care of it when I have the time, I replied while walking into the bathroom. However, this time I didn't lock the door, as I had already fallen victim to unexpected intrusions twice before, and the aftermath had left me wary. After undressing, I examined my leg injury. It still hurt quite a bit, but I estimated that with 3 or 4 days of rest, it would heal. After my shower, I changed into a pair of shorts and lay down on the bed. Upon seeing my leg, Xiao Wu hurriedly brought over a cup and began to poke at it. I irritably placed my foot on her face, saying, "There's no blood to draw. If you're hungry, go eat the ghost food. Do you think I spent $30 on that just to waste it?" Xiao Wu replied earnestly. Wen Yin said she likes the taste of ghost food. Since she enjoys it so much, I plan to save it for her. I glanced at Tang Wen Yin, who quickly shook her head, indicating she had never said such a thing. I closed my eyes in resignation. Never would I have imagined that even ghosts could be so finicky. I sighed. How about I bring back some pig's blood tomorrow? Too unpalatable. What about sheep's blood? It has a gamey taste. Beef blood should be acceptable, right? I was too tired to banter with Xiao Wu, so I drifted into a deep sleep. When I awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and undoubtedly, I had skipped my morning classes again. I felt that if I were to pursue this line of work, I was truly unfit to continue my studies. Instinctively, I opened my phone and saw a message from Wang Mingyi, which I hurriedly opened. "The master has arrived at the office. Come visit him when you have time." The message was sent at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I stretched and then headed to the market for a light breakfast, after which I purchased some incredibly dark curtains to install in my room. This way, Xiao Wu and the others could play in the room during the day. Once the curtains were up, I went to buy a router. By the time I completed all my errands, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and I wearily boarded the bus to the office. Upon arriving, I noticed a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, his demeanor serious and dressed in a neat suit, with 2 bundles beside him. Without a doubt, this was Master Zhou Tianwen's uncle. As I entered the office, Wang Mingyi waved at me and pointed to the man, saying, "This is Master Zhou Tianci." I quickly greeted him, and Zhou Tianci waved his hand dismissively. He looked at me intently and said, "Your appearance suggests neither wealth nor poverty. You are quite ordinary. How is it that you've chosen such a path?" I recounted the events of the ghost classroom to Zhou Tianci, who suddenly burst into laughter. "In a few years, you'll come to understand. That is your blessing." A blessing? I did not fully grasp Zhou Tianci's words, but since he had said it, I refrained from probing further. Wang Mingyi made a few jabs at Zhou Tianci, and I grew curious. If the master is Zhou Tianwen, then what is the relationship between him and his uncle, Zhou Tianci? "It matters not," Wang Mingyi remarked. "This is a name bestowed upon our lineage. For the art of ghost catching traces its origins to Master Zhou. Thus, the descendants must adopt the surname Zhou in their endeavors. However, it is not to imply that our venerable ancestor is Master Zhou. Rather, it is a disciple who learned certain skills from him that has passed this down. The Tian character belongs to the elder generation, while you and I are of the literary generation. For instance, I have also received a name from the elder. Hence I am called Zhou Wenxian. I find this name rather unsatisfactory. When Zhou Tianwen bestows a name upon me, I shall certainly request a more melodious one." Zhou Tianci pondered for a moment and said, "There are 3 individuals involved in this matter. So it would be prudent for the 3 of you to remain by my side this evening to avoid being isolated and vulnerable to attack. Li He, you must attend the ghost classroom. The journey there is considerable, and unforeseen circumstances may arise. Allow me to lend you a treasure that will ensure your safe return." With that, he retrieved a small lantern from his bundle and handed it to me. Wang Mingyi exclaimed in surprise, "You would part with such a treasure? Given that this is your first meeting, it would be more fitting to present it to him as a token of your kinship." Zhou Tianci shook his head vigorously, asserting that if a gift were to be given, it should be something modest. This item was certainly not to be gifted. Realizing its significance, I inquired of Wang Mingyi regarding its nature and purpose. Wang Mingyi elucidated, "This is a small spiritual lantern. The name suggests the existence of larger ones. Though it appears diminutive, when lit at night, it shines brightly, and as long as it is not extinguished with water, it cannot be snuffed out by any wind. When you encounter spirits, you often find yourself in situations where visibility is compromised. In such moments, this lantern will guide you forth. In other words, it has the power to dispel the obscurity cast by spirits. I could not suppress my astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it truly so miraculous?" "Indeed, it is," Zhou Tianxi chuckled darkly. "This lantern was painstakingly crafted by me, having meticulously removed the scalp from the heads of 6 great benefactors." Chapter 29. The Wolf and the Rabbit. The phrase "the skin of a great benefactor" struck me with a sense of dread. Previously, it had been a blind man's eyeball, but now it was the very skin from the crown of a benevolent individual. Why does our sect have a penchant for utilizing remnants from the deceased in our studies? Zhou Tianxi elucidated. The crown of the head is most spiritually attuned and can dispel ghostly obfuscation. The reason for employing the skin of a virtuous person is that they possess a kind heart and would not seek vengeance. If it were the skin of a malevolent individual, I would undoubtedly be in peril. Kind men are ridden, and good-hearted individuals are oppressed. The fact that this great benefactor was subjected to such indignity, even in death, made me feel a wave of nausea. I resolved that upon joining this sect, I would never engage in such base activities. Zhou Tianxi, however, chuckled as if he were presenting a most magnificent treasure. I carefully stowed away the spirit lantern, for it remained a precious artifact that could one day save my life. It was Friday, and as night descended, the ghost classroom ignited once more, flames engulfing it like before. I cradled Xiaowu in my arms, shielding her from the fire. She trembled in my embrace. As anticipated, the students were terrified of the flames, for their own deaths had been intertwined with this inferno. However, what surprised me was that Wang Yanyan did not come to trouble us, a fact that none of us had foreseen. After all, the words she had spoken yesterday still lingered in my mind, yet today, she refrained from approaching us. We could only surmise that Wang Yanyan was wary of Zhou Tianxi and thus chose not to confront us. In other words, she seemed to be biding her time until Zhou Tianxi departed. Indeed, Wang Yanyan's intellect should not be underestimated. Zhou Tianxi could not remain by our side indefinitely. On the first day, we experienced a semblance of peace, albeit with an underlying current of worry. The second day brought continued tranquility, yet the anxiety began to mount significantly. It felt as though a blade hung ominously above us, poised to descend at any moment, yet it remained suspended, leaving us in a state of panic and uncertainty. By the third day, Zhou Tianxi could no longer tolerate the situation. He stood up, his anger evident. "Mingy, my assistance in your plight has caused me to neglect my own affairs. I have numerous matters awaiting my attention at my office, yet I find myself wasting time here. Do you see?" Wang Mingy remained silent, as did the rest of us. We understood that we were impeding Zhou Tianxi's important work, yet we had no means to counter Wang Yanyan's menace. Zhou Tianxi was our savior. How could we possibly let him go? "Master, this predicament was unforeseen. This malevolent spirit is exceedingly cunning." Wang Mingy's tone softened. "Could you possibly stay a few more days? The boss will return in 3 or 4 days, and he will be able to protect us. Then you must compensate me further." Zhou Tianxi's tone was unyielding. After all, there were long-standing clients awaiting my assistance. If I lingered here, I risked disappointing them, which would result in considerable losses for me. Wang Mingy sighed and said, "If you insist on increasing the fee, then so be it. Name your price, as long as it's within my means." Zhou Tianxi calculated for a moment before replying, 5,000 a day. "Take it or leave it." We all gasped in shock. Zhou Tianxi truly had the audacity to demand such an exorbitant sum. It was clear he no longer regarded us as fellow disciples, but rather as prey to be exploited. Yet, we dare not haggle. We had already paid him up front, and if we refused now, he might simply walk away, leaving us without our last lifeline. "Fine, you'll have it." Wang Mingy gritted her teeth, then turned to us with a pleading gaze. Chu Junqi nodded in silent agreement, signaling that he would contribute. When her eyes met mine, what could I say? If everyone else was willing to pay while I refused, I would surely be scorned. Reluctantly, I nodded as well. After all, I still had some savings tucked away. But upon reflection, once this ordeal was over, I would likely be thousands in debt, left with no choice but to rely on ghostly means to earn money. Seeing our compliance, Zhou Tianxi finally relaxed. Glancing at the time, he remarked, 3:30 again. "Who knows when she'll finally show up? I'll step out for a cigarette. You all should prepare yourselves and head back soon." With that, he stood and strode out of the office. We watched his retreating figure with resentment, and the moment the door closed behind him, Wang Mingy burst out angrily. "We share the same roots. Why must he torment us so? How dare he call himself my senior, extorting us like a ravenous beast?" I chuckled bitterly. "What choice do we have? Our lives are in his hands now." "Chu Junqi, honestly, you're useless. For someone who has been around the block, you still have to pay others to save your skin." Faced with my teasing, Chu Junqi replied helplessly, "I only know how to handle zombies. If you want me to fight real-life adversaries, I can manage. But against vengeful spirits? I'm completely out of my depth. The mood among the three of us was grim, all because Zhou Tianxi had shamelessly exploited our desperation. Damn it, I'm exhausted, I muttered. Just then, Zhou Tianxi re-entered the office, lighting a cigarette. Wang Mingyi sneered, after extorting so much, you still, ah? Her scream pierced the air. My gaze snapped toward Zhou Tianxi, and my pupils constricted in horror. Everything happened in an instant. As Zhou Tianxi bent his head to light the cigarette, Wang Yinyan's figure materialized behind him, a butcher-esque cleaver in hand. Without hesitation, she swung, thud. In the dead silence of the night, the sound of a skull splitting open was deafening. Before Zhou Tianxi could react, the blade had already cleaved through his head at the temple. A thin strip of flesh barely kept it attached, his scalp dangling like a gruesome bull cradling his own brain matter. His eyes, once whole, were now severed into 4 fragments, half remaining in their sockets, the other half adrift in the hollowed remnants of his skull. The half of the skull, being considerably heavier, was barely held together by the thin layer of flesh. Resembling a tilted bowl, Zhou Tianxi's skull gradually peeled away. Yes, peeled away, for the meager flesh could no longer support the weight of the brain. His skin slowly detached from the temple, while the brain matter inside dripped out bit by bit. Wang Yinyan stood right behind Zhou Tianxi's corpse at that moment, gripping his shoulders to prevent him from collapsing, all while flashing us a sinister smile. The three of us stood frozen in shock as Zhou Tianxi's flesh ceased its separation. His brain and half an eyeball had already spilled onto the ground. Now, the top of his head pressed against his own cheek, a grotesque contortion no human could ever achieve. Yet, this very scene unfolded before our eyes. I stared at Wang Yinyan in terror. Her patience was unnerving, sending chills down my spine. She had waited all these days for us to let our guard down, and Zhou Tianxi, undoubtedly relaxed just moments ago, had met his end right before us. Our lifeline had just turned into a corpse. Cluck! Outside, a rooster crowed. Wang Yinyan clutched the gleaming cleaver in the darkness, her laughter exaggerated as her form slowly faded from sight. She was the wolf, we the rabbits trapped in her game, yet unable to escape the fate of death. Ah! Wang Mingyi shrieked again, her trembling hands clutching her knees as she stared at Zhou Tianxi's lifeless body on the floor. He's dead. We're next. We're next. Chu Junqi remained silent, but the tremors in his shoulders betrayed his fear. Our nerves had shattered once more, plunging us into an abyss of endless darkness and dread. Ugh! I hastily grabbed a trash can and retched violently, unable to stomach the gruesome sight of Zhou Tianxi's demise. His pale yellow brain matter now oozed toward us, the office's uneven floor causing his blood and cerebral fluid to pool in our direction. After emptying the bitter contents of my stomach, I steadied the wobbling trash can and glared at the corpse outside. Damn it! So what if he's dead? The treasures are still here. If Zhou Tianxi could use these ghost hunting tools, why can't we? Wang Mingyi stopped crying, her eyes fixed on the blood and brain-smeared bundle on the floor. She slammed the sofa in fury. If she wants me dead, I won't let her off easy either. No more useless talk. Take back your money, divide Master S artifacts, and let us hunt ghosts ourselves. Chapter 30. The sudden Master sure left behind 2 bundles. The first contained a peachwood sword, a stack of yellow paper, and 2 beads. The sword was of superior quality. Wang Mingyi immediately recognized the peachwood sword and stated earnestly, a superior peachwood sword can inflict severe damage on malevolent spirits. Among us, the one without any means is Li He, so this sword should be given to him. Chu Junqi had no objections, and I was indeed quite content, for I possessed no skills whatsoever. It was better to engage in tasks that even an ordinary person could accomplish. Although the peachwood sword might be the most powerful talisman in the first bundle, at this juncture, it was not a matter of seizing the mightiest weapon for survival, but rather of allocating the most suitable artifact for preservation. Wang Mingyi picked up the yellow paper and examined it closely. Each sheet bore faintly drawn figures. The artistry left much to be desired, lacking even complete facial features. Nevertheless, Wang Mingyi was filled with excitement. She divided the yellow paper into thirds, giving each of us 3 sheets, while she kept 4. These are substitute talismans, she explained. If a malevolent spirit approaches, one can smear their blood on the talisman and affix it to an object, causing the spirit to mistake the object for you. However, it will only remain effective for 1 minute, so it must be used with caution. Indeed, this was a treasure that could save one's life in a critical moment. I carefully stowed the substitute talismans and then picked up one of the beads, curiosity piqued. What is this? I inquired. Wang Mingyi scrutinized it for a moment before shaking her head. I do not know what this is either. We shall keep it for now and ask the boss about it during the day. For now, let us examine the second bundle. This second bundle was significantly more expensive than the first, indicating that its contents were undoubtedly more precious. Upon opening it, we discovered only a single item within, a knife. Indeed, it was a knife, but a most peculiar one. Coldness emanated from it as its first impression, almost as if it were radiating a chilling glow. Yet, this was not its most distinctive feature. The knife possessed only a blade, devoid of a handle. The place where one would typically grasp it had been replaced by a smaller blade, meaning that when one held this knife, their palm would inevitably be cut. Though its nature was unknown, the necessity of blood to activate it suggested it was indeed a valuable artifact. Chu Junqi spoke solemnly. Who should wield this knife? We exchanged glances, and Wang Mingyi furrowed her brow, sighing. Li He, you should give the peachwood sword to Chu Junqi, and this knife should be yours. Without hesitation, I handed the peachwood sword to Chu Junqi. Our goal was survival, and thus each individual should wield the artifact most suited to them. The peachwood sword had indeed suited me best earlier, but now it was more appropriate for Chu Junqi. I could not fully utilize the sword's potential, much like when I was trapped last time, flailing it about ineffectually. Had Chu Junqi been in my place, he surely would not have been so inept. In other words, it is most appropriate to give this peachwood sword to Chu Junqi. However, wielding this blade necessitates certain sacrifices. Among the three of us, I am the weakest. If my slender thread of strength can be exchanged for the best outcome, then hesitation is not an option. I carefully stowed the long knife in my bundle and cradled it in my arms. Now that the rooster has crowed, we are assured safety. We bid our farewells, and upon returning home, I found the two female spirits still joyfully engrossed in their computer games. For a moment, I felt an urge to unleash a tirade, battling death outside daily while they frolicked in such glee. Yet, upon reflection, I realized how little assistance they could truly offer, given their capabilities. Remaining at home was indeed their only option. With a resigned sigh, I set the bundle down, shed my clothes, and prepared for a bath. Upon noticing the bundle, Xiaowu curiously approached and touched it. In that instant, it seemed as if some unseen force propelled her away, causing her to crash against the wall, wincing in pain. I rolled my eyes and remarked, "Have you learned your lesson now? Do not rummage through my belongings." Xiaowu nodded vigorously, casting a fearful glance at the bundle on the floor, while I inwardly rejoiced, realizing that this knife truly was a remarkable treasure. After enjoying a refreshing bath, I lay on my bed, engaging in a game of League of Legends with Xiaowu and Tang Wenyuan. With Saturday being free of classes, I seized the opportunity to indulge in gaming. I guided them through the simplest AI opponents, as their skills were quite rudimentary, and I had no desire to pit two spirits against actual players, a thought that felt rather unsettling. Both Xiaowu and Tang Wenyuan obediently joined me, as I seldom had the chance to play with them. With eager anticipation, I launched a match, embracing a carefree attitude, convinced that since I did not know how long I might live, I should relish the moments I had. As the game commenced, I purchased equipment and prepared to venture forth. At that moment, however, one of our teammates suddenly sent a message, specializing in feng shui, exorcising spirits, fortune-telling, and naming. For inquiries, please add me at 145x times x times x. I was taken aback. It was common to encounter various advertisers in games, but they typically promoted game-boosting services or teams. Not something of this nature. Given my own ties to such matters, I jested, can you capture malevolent spirits? The kind that can kill. What began as a mere jest was met with an unexpected response. Of course, I have captured several malevolent spirits. A jolt of surprise coursed through me. Was I truly this fortunate? Merely playing a game, and I encountered someone highly skilled in this field? I quickly opened a window to add this person on QQ, and they promptly accepted. Abandoning my game for the moment, I knew that with the simplest AI, I could easily secure a victory regardless. Once they accepted my friend request, they immediately messaged me. "Hello, may I ask if you are the one from the game?" I hastily typed, "Yes, I have indeed encountered trouble. Could you assist me? Where are you from?" He claimed to be from Ningbo, and I was instantly elated. For Ningbo is not far from Wenzhou. If he were willing to assist me, he could easily arrive during the day. I recounted my predicament to him, but he seemed somewhat hesitant. I noticed he was typing repeatedly yet pausing, which made me anxious, prompting me to inquire whether he could indeed help me. After a silence of approximately 5 minutes, I sensed he had no intention of responding, and I sighed, retreating to the game. Upon finishing a round, I closed the game, only to discover that he had replied 10 minutes earlier, and his message left me both amused and exasperated. Honestly, my friend, I only understand a little about this. I initially intended to deceive you for some quick cash, but your situation is far too serious for me to risk such folly, fearing retribution. However, I do know someone quite capable, my cousin, who is also in Ningbo. I spoke to her about your situation. She is willing to help, but requires a deposit of 10,000 yuan up front. If you trust me, then send it. If not, Then that is that. I was at a loss for words. Yet I proceeded to contact this person, stating I would transfer 10,000 yuan in the morning, hoping that his cousin could indeed assist me. It was not that I was frivolous with money. Rather, I found myself at a dead end, and I was determined to seize even the slightest glimmer of hope. At that moment, why should I be overly concerned with money? If I were to lose my life, wealth would hold no value. As dawn broke, I ventured downstairs to purchase a soybean milk and 2 buns for breakfast, then returned to my computer, with the room now adorned with black curtains. Xiaowu and Tang Wenyang were able to appear during the day. Xiaowu gazed at my buns, smacking her lips and sighing. I perceived her to be quite the foodie, perpetually yearning for more. My curiosity piqued. I asked, "Can you eat buns?" Xiaowu shook her head repeatedly. When I pressed her for a reason, she remained tight-lipped, wearing an expression of regret. Since she was unwilling to share her troubles, I refrained from further questioning and comfortably enjoyed my breakfast before playing on the computer. While others rose at 7 o'clock, I adhered to my own schedule and went to sleep. My slumber was not particularly restful as my phone rang at 10. Annoyed, I answered, "Who is it?" A calm female voice responded, "I've arrived at Wenzhou Station. Where are you?" My spirits lifted instantly, banishing any lingering drowsiness. Could it be the same woman from yesterday? Yes, she confirmed. She had truly come. My mood soared as I quickly replied, "Take a taxi to Rian Station. I will meet you there and cover the fare." She appeared to favor direct communication and simply responded, "All right," before hanging up. I hurried to freshen up and called Wang Mingyi to discuss the matter. Initially imbued with sleepiness, Wang Mingyi seemed revitalized, stating she would come to my house so we could head to Rian Station together. I swiftly prepared myself and went downstairs to await Wang Mingyi's arrival. However, I waited for Wang Mingyi for about half an hour before she finally arrived. I inquired about the delay with a hint of displeasure, to which she responded that she might not have many days left, so she wished to live each day beautifully. It was then that I noticed her meticulously crafted appearance. Indeed, the thoughts of this young lady were quite peculiar. Yet, I found myself lacking the inclination to dwell on such matters at that moment. So I hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take me to Rian Station. The station was not far from my location, a mere 10-minute ride. Upon my arrival at Rian Station, the woman called to inform me that she had spoken with the driver and would arrive in 5 minutes. I suggested we meet at the main entrance and described both my and Wang Mingyi's attire. On the other end, she simply acknowledged with a good, before hanging up. I found myself pondering whether she would indeed be capable. Concerned, I turned to Wang Mingyi and asked her opinion. With a confident nod, she assured me, "She will undoubtedly be competent. If she were without ability, she would have taken your money and fled. The fact that she dares to come here despite understanding the situation indicates she possesses skill." Her words truly instilled confidence in me. 5 minutes later, a taxi pulled up to the station entrance, and a rather charming young woman stepped out. Upon seeing us, she approached with purpose. It was evidently her. We hurried to greet her, and I warmly introduced myself. "Hello, I am Li He." "Hello, I am Han Tantan," the woman replied. She indeed seemed to be a straightforward and decisive person, and her succinct manner of speech suggested capability. At that moment, Han Tantan suddenly said, "I need to discuss the payment." Suddenly, she turned towards me and vomited. I was startled, but my shoes had already been soiled by her regurgitation. "Ugh, I get car sick," she groaned, squatting on the ground and continuing to vomit uncontrollably. Wang Mingyi kindly patted her back, while Han Tantan, amidst her retching, mumbled incoherently, I 1T speak. I feel nauseous, ugh. Chapter 31. The distress of close friends. Han Tuan Tuan is a pseudonym. This woman is quite peculiar. While we were checking into a hotel for a respite, I witnessed with my own eyes that her identification bore the name Han Fa Kai, and the photograph matched her unmistakably. I found myself ensnared in contemplation. Why would Han Tuan Tuan resort to a false name to deceive us? If her real name is Han Fa Kai, why does she insist on being called Han Tuan Tuan? Could it be that she has a hidden past, rendering her untrustworthy? However, in that moment, I had little choice. Wang Mingyi and I assisted Han Tuan Tuan into the room, and upon entry, she rushed to the restroom to vomit. She expelled her stomach's contents for a solid 5 or 6 minutes, and only when she was seemingly unable to eject anything further did she collapse onto the bed to rest. Wang Mingyi, with genuine concern, inquired, "Are you all right? Just take a moment to rest. I shall take a brief nap. I have a general understanding of your situation, and the fee is 50,000. Is that acceptable?" We all shook our heads in agreement, affirming that there were no objections. If Han Tuan Tuan truly possessed the ability to save our lives, that sum was undoubtedly worth it. She waved her hand dismissively and then surrendered to slumber, evidently suffering greatly from motion sickness, considering she would likely recover by nightfall. I deemed it unnecessary to squander resources on her, as the malevolent spirits only emerged in the darkness. as I observed Han Tuan drift into sleep. Wang Mingyi cast a curious glance my way, asking, "What shall we do next?" I replied, "I wish to sleep at that moment." An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over me. Having only slept for 3 hours, my fatigue was unmanageable. Moreover, Han Tuan likely had not rested well the previous night and would need to sleep late into the day. I resolved to return home for a brief respite. Wang Mingyi nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall also head back for a nap." As we exited the room, I whispered, "I sensed something amiss with Han Tuan. "What kind of issue?" Wang Mingyi queried in surprise. I waited until we were a safe distance away before lowering my voice further. "Just now, I checked her ID. It clearly stated Han Fa Kai. Yet she claims to be Han Tuan. Do you think she might be concealing her identity to exploit us?" Wang Mingyi regarded me with a complex expression before shaking her head. "No, I believe there is not a hint of wrongdoing. If my name were Wang Fa Kai, I would likely adopt a pseudonym as well. It's akin to how Lu Dehua would not achieve fame using his real name Lu Fu Rong." I was momentarily perplexed. After all, what significance could a name hold? Upon exiting the hotel, I hailed a taxi for Wang Mingyi, who then looked at me earnestly and asked, "Would you like to sleep with me?" "Pardon?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you mean?" Wang Mingyi appeared somewhat bashful, hastening her words. "I merely fear that I may perish in the coming days. Given that this would be my first time, I feel a twinge of regret." Suddenly, enlightenment struck me. Indeed, we three sensed our impending demise, leaving many matters unresolved. Wang Mingyi's sentiments were entirely understandable. It is as if I, to be honest, pondered while I slept last night what it might feel like to urinate over the edge of a rooftop onto the bustling street below, and whether I should dare to try it. Do not mock me. I truly contemplated this quite seriously. When one becomes aware of their impending mortality, they often desire to engage in reckless endeavors. However, in response to Wang Mingyi's request, I politely declined. The first experience would not be as splendid. And if we had a bit more time, I might reconsider, but with only 2 days remaining, it would likely bring you distress. It is amusing. Yet we spoke with utmost seriousness, both of us envisioning ourselves as those on the brink of death, earnestly discussing our final wishes. "If we survive this ordeal," Wang Mingyi declared, "I vow that if we emerge unscathed, I will part with half of my dowry savings to take you on a trip to Hainan. I have few friends, and you are my only choice." I smiled and nodded. "I too vow that if I survive, I will accompany you to Hainan, serving as your devoted servant for a few days, complying with your every request." Having made this promise, Wang Mingyi hailed a taxi, and as I watched it vanish from sight, I sighed and resolved to return home for some rest. At that moment, my phone rang unexpectedly. I glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from my close friend, Li Xin, also from Wenzhou. Throughout my life, I have had 2 close companions, one being Li Xin and the other Zhang Wang, who hails from Hunan. Li Xin is a decent person, but he possesses a significant flaw: regional discrimination. In his eyes, Wenzhou people are the pinnacle of humanity, while others are inferior. Zhang Wang and I have always scoffed at this mindset, yet we cannot overlook that everyone has their shortcomings. And Li Xion's other virtues have endeared him to us as a true friend. I answered the call, inquiring what was amiss, and detected urgency in his tone. "Li He, there is a pressing matter at my place. Come and assist me." Initially, I intended to decline, but then I thought that if I were indeed to perish, I would never see these 2 dear friends again, so I agreed to visit Li Xion's home. Since we both reside in Rouen, I took a taxi, and in a mere 10 minutes, I arrived. Li Xion lives in a newly developed upscale community, his residence a standalone villa, often occupied solely by him as his parents are perpetually away on business. Upon entering Li Xion's abode, I found him and Zhang Wang busily moving items both inside and out. Curiously, I asked, "What are you doing?" Li Xion's response left me momentarily stunned. "I've encountered something eerie." His first words caught me off guard. "You may not believe this, but for the past few nights, I've dreamt of a woman whose abdomen had been sliced open, devoid of any organs, and her brain had a hole excavated, leaving it hollow." "Is it Wang Yanyan?" I gasped, quickly inquiring, "What happened next?" "What did she say?" Li Xion replied, "The woman told me that she has something significant buried beneath the floor of my bathroom, and instructed me to retrieve it at 11 o'clock tonight." "My word," I exclaimed, "how could I possibly muster the courage to do that?" Thus, I contemplated hastily vacating the premises. This matter is rather sinister. As you know, my family practices Buddhism, and we light lamps on the 1st and 15th of every month. After a moment of silence, I suggested, "Do not move. Simply hand me the keys. I know a few individuals knowledgeable in such matters who can come by in the evening to investigate." Li Xion gazed at me in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. "As a university student, why are you indulging in such superstitions?" I deflected his inquiry, insisting only on receiving the keys. Being my close friend, Li Xian did not press further and handed them over without question, then mentioned he would retreat to a hotel for a couple of days to avoid any malevolent influences, urging me to exercise caution. Oh, and I must emphasize, do not allow anyone from Hubei to enter, Li Xian instructed earnestly. I expressed my confusion, recalling his previous admonition against bringing anyone from Yunnan to our meals. There exists an unspoken rule among us three regarding dining together. Anyone is welcome, except for those from Yunnan. Li Xian claimed that Yunnanese people are unsanitary, as they never wash their hands after using the restroom. We had vehemently condemned Li Xian's stance, with Zhang Wang citing examples of Yunnanese individuals at his factory who meticulously wash their hands before meals. I too recounted how most of my classmates from Yunnan observe proper hygiene. Yet, Li Xian is stubborn, unwavering in his misguided beliefs. With utmost seriousness, Li Xian stated, "Many individuals from Hubei are Christians. My home houses 7 or 8 Buddha statues. What if they feel uncomfortable upon entering?" I admonished Li Xian, asserting that religious belief is a personal freedom and that the Buddha embodies great tolerance, unperturbed by such trivialities. My commendation of Buddhism resonated with Li Xian, who then insisted that no one from Hunan should be allowed inside, as he deemed them excessively violent and devoid of any manners. This remark enraged Zhang Wang, who also hails from Hunan. He confronted Li Xian angrily, asserting that Hunanese people are indeed quite aggressive, and subsequently subdued Li Xian, teaching him respect through force. As I observed Zhang Wang overpowering Li Xian, I sighed, sensing that if Li Xian did not amend his character, he would undoubtedly face significant repercussions in the future. I turned to gaze at the villa, constructed merely over a year ago, my heart quickening slightly. What secrets lie buried beneath this villa? Chapter 32. The Crimson Cloak. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I, Chu Junqi, Wang Mingyi, and Han Anchuan found ourselves gathered in Li Xian's villa. Having indulged in ample rest, we were in high spirits. After I recounted my thoughts, Chu Junqi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could it be that she has manipulated your close friend? Perhaps she deliberately lured us to this villa." I shook my head in disagreement. How could she possibly know about my camaraderie with Li Xian? Even a vengeful spirit cannot possess omniscience. Furthermore, this house is indeed a newly constructed villa. There may very well be something buried beneath. Regardless of the implications, Wang Mingyi interjected, standing resolutely, "We must not abandon hope. It is merely a matter of excavating a floorboard. It is broad daylight. Surely she wouldn't dare to harm us." In response to Wang Mingyi's words, Han Anchuan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let us seize the opportunity of daylight to dig and uncover what lies beneath. With unanimous consent, I had little more to add. My curiosity about what lay hidden beneath the bathroom floor was piqued, particularly why Wang Yanyan had entrusted Li Xian with a dream, urging him to unearth the bathroom's flooring. Time was of the essence, so we gathered our tools and commenced our excavation of the bathroom floor. As Han Anchuan and Wang Mingyi stood by to observe, Chu Junqi and I, both men, took the lead. "Be gentle," cautioned Wang Mingyi, "to avoid damaging what lies beneath." Chu Junqi and I were acutely aware of our limitations. After we broke through the floor and the underlying cement, we encountered soft earth. To prevent any destruction of the hidden contents, we opted to dig cautiously with our bare hands. Approximately half an hour into our efforts, my hand suddenly grazed something hard, igniting a spark of excitement within me. "We've unearthed something," I exclaimed. Chu Junqi hurriedly brushed away the surrounding soil, and soon enough, the corner of a wooden box revealed itself. Wang Mingyi and Han Anchuan, unable to contain their eagerness, joined us in excavating the entire box. This wooden chest was roughly the size of a person, secured with a brass lock. It was a vintage lock, easily manipulable, likely placed there to prevent the box from inadvertently opening. We exchanged glances, each of us hesitant to be the first to unlock this mysterious chest, for none could ascertain its contents. "Enough of the hesitation. I shall do it," Wang Mingyi declared, unable to resist the allure. She produced her key, gently inserting it into the brass lock. With a soft click, the lock fell to the ground. My heart raced, pondering what could be within this box that warranted such significance from Wang Yanyan. Wang Mingyi met our gazes, inhaled deeply, and decisively opened the chest. A vibrant crimson hue greeted us. Inside the box lay a cloak of an eerie red, astonishingly pristine despite its earthy burial. It was a singular shade of red, devoid of any other color. "What is this?" I inquired with curiosity, stepping closer to the wooden chest. Wang Mingyi suddenly rose to her feet, retreating slowly while whispering, "Do not approach." Instinctively, I halted, gazing at her in confusion. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped us. It was not just me. Others instinctively clasped their arms, evidently feeling the cold as well. "Look outside. Quick, look outside," quarreled Chu Junkie, prompting us to hastily peer out the window, only to be taken aback. Though the room was devoid of light, it radiated brightness. Conversely, the outside world had succumbed to an impenetrable darkness, akin to the depth of night at 10 o'clock. "It is the ghost obscuring our vision," Han Tuan Tuan exclaimed. "Gather together, do not scatter. This cloak is extraordinary." Even without her warning, we were already engulfed in a profound dread, instinctively clustering around Han Tuan Tuan. Wang Mingyi's voice trembled, revealing a fear I had never witnessed in her before. In broad daylight, we can be blinded by ghosts. How formidable is Wang Yinyan? She is certainly not the Wang Yinyan you speak of. Han Tuan Tuan murmured, narrowing her eyes. "It is this red cloak. We unearthed the red cloak. And with it, its master. The woman your friend dreamed of is not Wang Yinyan, but the master of this cloak." "The master of the red cloak?" I frantically scanned our surroundings, yet discerned nothing. Just as I was about to inquire, an unexpected transformation occurred. The red cloak, which had been quietly resting in the wooden box, began to levitate before our eyes as if worn by an unseen figure, swaying ethereally. Though we could not perceive the wearer, the only conceivable explanation was that the master of this cloak possessed unimaginable strength, eluding even Han Tuan Tuan's vision. Han Tuan Tuan retrieved her phone from her pocket, swiftly pressing a few buttons before presenting it to us. The message, albeit simple, sent chills down our spines. "Do not speak." I pressed my lips together tightly as the red cloak began to drift toward us. It floated to Chu Junkie, pausing before him, swaying ominously. We gazed at the cloak in terror, Chu Junkie trembling visibly. Suddenly, a figure materialized before us. It appeared out of thin air, as though teleported. "Ah!" Chu Junkie screamed upon recognizing the figure, prompting us to scream as well, but Han Tuan Tuan swiftly covered our mouths. It was a woman, adorned in a traditional Beijing opera costume, reminiscent of Yu from Farewell My Concubine, but draped in the blood-red cloak behind her. Our terror, however, did not stem from her abrupt appearance, but rather from the fact that this woman had no skin. The phrase having no skin had always been a derogatory remark. Yet witnessing a woman manifest before us in such a manner left us at a loss for how to respond. Her eyeballs were larger than those of Xiao Wu, fully exposed, yet held in the dense crimson glow sent shivers down one's spine. Her facial skin appeared to have been flayed off with a blade, evidenced by a large gash on her cheek resembling a fish's gill. Following the line of sight, one could scarcely discern her mouth, for her lips had been excised, and with her mouth now closed, its location became indiscernible. Devoid of skin, some of her thick blood vessels had collapsed. Dangling precariously while still connected, blackened veins intermingled with remnants of purple. One could vividly observe the viscous flow of blood and pus within those vessels. Her eyeballs rolled incessantly, the enormous pupils fixated unblinkingly upon Chu Junkie. Suddenly, she spoke. "Zoltzla." A grotesque sound emerged, not speech, but the revolting noise of sticky flesh stretching into elongated crimson threads as her lips parted. The sight of those sanguine strands and glutinous tissue churned the stomach. Now her mouth became visible, yet as it opened abruptly, fragments of flesh from her lower lip adhered to the upper, rendering the lower lip grotesquely mangled. Unexpectedly, her voice was hauntingly beautiful, so melodious it could be deemed celestial. "My lord, does this humble one please your eyes?" She directed the question at Chu Junkie, her gaze unwavering. Frozen in terror, the three of us remained silent. Chu Junkie, trembling violently, nodded in frantic affirmation. The woman suddenly laughed. Raking her fingers across her face, countless shreds of flesh cascaded to the ground with each motion, accompanied by that repulsive zlatzla sound as more fragments were scraped away. "I have no face. How could you call me beautiful? Liars must have their tongues torn out." Her words struck terror into Chu Junkie, who hastily cried, "No, not beautiful. Not at all." The moment he spoke, her enormous eyeballs rolled twice, an utterly macabre sight. Wang Mingyi stifled a sob, while Han Yinyan clutched her arm in warning, urging restraint. An eerie silence descended. The woman remained still, her tattered lips parting and closing as though hesitating to speak. Then, abruptly, she declared, "Since I am not beautiful, lend me your skin. Then I shall become so." Chu Junkie's face drained of color. He spun around and bolted, yet to our horror, he merely ran in place, glancing backward in frantic terror. He was ensnared by the ghost's illusion. Heavens! How terrifying was this crimson-cloaked specter. First, she had plunged broad daylight into night. Now she toyed with Chu Junkie's perception so effortlessly. She extended a hand, seizing his back. Riot! The sound of rending flesh. His shirt tore away, but what horrified us was not mere fabric. His entire back was ripped clean off by the ghost's grasp. The sound of flesh being torn apart. The Chu Junkie's spine was now exposed before our very eyes. Who knew the human spine consisted of interlocking segments? The female ghost draped Chu Junkie's sorrowful flesh over her own face and whispered to us, "Does it suit me? Am I beautiful?" Han Yin gripped our hands tightly. And in that moment, we understood it was best to play statues, to neither speak nor move a muscle. Chu Junkie let out an agonized scream. The ghost touched her face and murmured, "This won't do. My face is still incomplete." With that, she plunged her hand into Chu Junkie's back, her razor-sharp fingers piercing straight through his flesh. She kneaded the torn tissue into a gory mass, sending blood gushing forth along with fragments of his vertebrae and thick, pulsing veins. Chu Junkie seemed to lose all strength at once, collapsing to his knees as his spine bent unnaturally under the ghost's grip. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the ghost stroked his face, murmuring, "I need a face. I need a face." Suddenly, she pressed a single finger into the corner of his cheek, then pinched his skin between two fingers and began peeling it away, slowly, deliberately. "Ah!" Chu Junkie shrieked before his body went completely limp, likely having passed out from the unbearable pain. His facial skin, still clinging to the underlying muscle by thin, sinewy threads of tissue, dangled grotesquely, glistening with a revolting, viscous sheen. Plop! A large chunk of mangled flesh hit the floor, splattering blood onto the hem of my pants. I was too terrified to utter a single word. The woman then shed her theatrical robes, revealing, just as expected, a hollowed-out torso, her organs missing like Wang Yinyan's. She drove a finger deep into Chu Junkie's navel and whispered, "I need more organs. Just a few more organs." Chapter 33. Skin changed beneath our horrified gazes. The female ghost peeled open Chu Junkie's navel with her hands, tearing through his abdomen as effortlessly as one might rip through paper. What does it look like when a human's belly is torn open? The blood gushed forth like a fountain. Chu Junkie, who had already lost consciousness, was jolted awake by the excruciating pain, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing into darkness once more. The ghost examined Chu Junkie's exposed flesh with something akin to excitement. To be honest, I felt nauseated, so much so that I nearly vomited, but I dared not make a sound. The slightest noise would draw the attention of this monstrous apparition. Humans are wretched creatures. Every last one of us is despicable. Even when terrified, we cannot help but stare, unable to tear our eyes away. Just like the three of us now, though the gruesome scene before us was unbearable, we remained transfixed, unable to look elsewhere. By now, Chu Junkie's abdomen had been completely torn open. The ragged edges of the wound, torn apart by bare hands, were anything but clean. What horrified me most was his heart. The ghost seemed to have employed some unnatural method to keep it beating at an unnaturally rapid pace. She reached out and touched it, her skinless face betraying neither excitement nor sorrow. Not bad. What did she mean by that? Did she intend for Chu Junkie to remain alive, enduring this agony? Suddenly, she murmured to herself, "This way, everything stays fresh." Fresh, so she had no intention of letting him die. I clenched my teeth, suppressing the scream clawing at my throat. The scene was too horrifying, too surreal to believe. Then, without warning, the ghost seized Chu Junkie's intestines and yanked, thud. A dull. What sound followed as his entrails were ripped free? Blood gushed from his trousers, a sight so ghastly it made my scalp crawl. A memory surfaced, a rumor I had once heard. In some African tribe, the women would bathe in a river during a certain time of year. They would pull out their intestines from behind, wash them, and then stuff them back in. As a result, many of the older women suffered from prolapsed bowels. But even then, their intestines remained connected. Chu Junkie's, however, had been torn out entirely. Warm blood splattered across our faces. Wang Mingyi and Han Yinyan grimaced in disgust. I felt it too, especially when I caught sight of the crimson-soaked fabric clinging to Chu Junkie's lower half. The floor was now littered with his remains. Just moments ago, he had been a living, breathing person standing beside us. Now, he was little more than a mutilated wreck. The air reeked of blood, stomach acid, urine, and feces, a nauseating cocktail of odors. Yet, the human sense of smell is quick to dull. By now, the stench had faded into something almost bearable. Han Yinyan was indeed more formidable than us. She gripped our hands tightly, likely fearing we might cry out or attempt to flee. The female ghost extracted Chu Junkie's internal organs, compared them against her own form, then smiled at us. "Dear guests, might you assist me in affixing these viscera?" Wang Mingyi and I froze in shock. At that moment, Han Yinyan pinched our hands, a silent warning to remain compliant. Wordlessly, we approached the specter, awaiting her command. Suppressing overwhelming terror, I obeyed her instructions, not daring to provoke her wrath. The ghost nodded approvingly at me before gesturing for the two women to assist as well. Throughout, I silently recited Namo Amitabha, despair weighing upon my soul. Li Xian's residence housed multiple Buddha statues, yet this malevolent spirit slaughtered with impunity, the sacred icons offering no intervention. Once we completed her gruesome task, the ghost smiled in satisfaction. My gratitude. Now, the face must be attached. She lifted Chu Junkie's flayed skin and pressed it against her own features. In an instant, all three of us stood transfixed. The flesh began merging seamlessly with her countenance. Gradually, her form refined. A delicate bone structure emerged, features sharpening into startling clarity. What sorcery was this? Within minutes, the once grotesque apparition transformed into a breathtaking beauty. Were it not for Chu Junkie's mutilated remains beside her, none would suspect this radiant woman harbored such cruelty. The ghost flexed her newly adorned face and addressed me. My lord, do I please the eye? Forgotten was Han Yinyan's warning. Spellbound, I murmured, a beauty beyond mortal reckoning. No sooner had the words escaped than cold sweat drenched me. What madness possessed me to compliment a vengeful spirit? Yet, defying expectations, she merely chuckled. I owe you thanks. Had you not unearthed that chest and provided suitable flesh, I'd still languish underground in wretched form. Perceiving genuine lack of malice, Han Yinyan ventured cautiously. Spirits classify into 36 paths. Might we inquire? A seducer ghost, she replied. In life, I was a Tang dynasty courtesan, the imperial son-in-law's favorite songstress. That fateful night, clad in opera silks, I performed for him. Until the princess stormed in with her retinue. They flayed my face alive, condemning me to exist as a monstrosity. Her expression darkened. Later, when the prince hanged himself in protest of his wife's 100 male concubines, I resolved to join him in death. But the princess. But what? Han Yinyan pressed. A bitter smile. Her hatred knew no bounds. Anticipating my suicide, she raided my home, hollowed out my organs, and had the royal sorcerer seal my cherished crimson cloak within that accursed box. The rest, you witnessed firsthand. My liberation and restored beauty are your doing. This visage is sufficient for my use for a year. I possess nothing to offer you. This crimson cloak bears an aura of malevolence. You may take it as my token of gratitude. Furthermore, I shall quell the grievances of this man. Rest assured. We exhaled in relief. For it seemed that this alluring specter harbored no intentions of causing us harm. She gracefully stepped outside, where the world transformed into daylight. She walked beneath the sun, seemingly unperturbed by fear. What formidable spirit is this? I pondered anxiously. Han Tuan elucidated. Spirits are categorized into 36 distinct paths, each more potent than the last. Among the classifications are the hanged spirit, the water spirit, the headless spirit, the burning spirit, and the starving spirit. Yet these ranks are relatively low. The spirit you mentioned, Wang Yanyin, is classified as a grievance spirit, positioned at the 27th path, while the alluring spirit is ranked at the 9th path. I gasped in astonishment. If Wang Yanyin could only be ranked 27th, how terrifying must this alluring spirit be? At that moment, Han Tuan snapped her fingers and said, I require the cloak. Please bestow it upon me. Regarding Wang Yinyin's predicament, thanks to this alluring spirit, I assure you of your safety. I inquired, astonished. Do you possess a means to deal with Wang Yinyin? Han Tuan gestured toward the corpse on the ground, stating, Wang Yinyin bears no animosity toward you. Indeed. Chapter 34. The Pact with the Ghost. As the saying goes, one must look out for oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Heeding Han Tuan's instructions. After the sun had set, we carefully placed Chu Junkie's lifeless body into a cloth bag, which we then secured within a suitcase. Before making our way to the office of Master Zhou, seated on the sofa in the office, Wang Mingyi expressed her trepidation towards Wang Yinyin, trembling as she inquired. What comes next? The body is here. What are we to do now? Now, we must notify her, Han Tuan replied, her voice steady. Her resentment intensifies as midnight approaches, so it is best to inform her now. Prepare yourselves. I shall take responsibility for summoning the spirit. Wang Mingyi, puzzled, asked, Are we to use the method involving the wooden comb? Han Tuan chuckled lightly. That method only allows for random summoning. One cannot predict whom they might call forth. The technique I intend to employ is much simpler and far more effective. With that, she picked up a pen from the table, whispering, This will suffice. Is it a spirit pen? I exclaimed in surprise. Han Tuan rolled her eyes, retorting, What spirit pen? If it were so easy to summon ghosts, countless souls would have perished worldwide. Upon reflection, I realized the truth of her words. Far too many individuals were acquainted with the spirit pen game, and many would undoubtedly attempt it. If such a method truly summoned ghosts, chaos would reign in the world. Turn off the lights, Han Tuan commanded. We hastily extinguished the lights, and darkness enveloped the entire office, though the faint light of evening lingered outside. At that moment, Han Tuan prodded the suitcase with the pen, which was stained with Chu Junkie's blood. She promptly positioned the suitcase against the western wall and began to inscribe characters upon the wall with the blood. On the 11th day of the 6th month in the year of Zhengwu, at the hour of Chun, both Wang Mingyi and I were taken aback. Was this not Chu Junkie's birth date? Considering the considerable sum of 50,000 yuan, allow me to teach you a technique. Han Tuan continued. By writing the owner's birth date on a wall or tree with blood, one can attract the vengeful spirits of their enemies. However, remember this, do not write on trees where people have hanged themselves, as that will summon other malevolent spirits. Wang Mingyi and I exchanged glances of delight. Learning an additional technique was undoubtedly advantageous for us. In this enigmatic field, mastery was never excessive. Having completed the inscription, Han Tuan settled onto the sofa. Closing her eyes in meditation, we remained silent, keeping her company as we awaited the unfolding events. Gradually, a chill permeated the room, prompting Han Tuan to open her eyes. They are coming. Look at the wall, she murmured. We quickly turned our gaze, only to witness Wang Yanyan positioned upside down against the wall, resembling a spider, her eyes fixated upon the suitcase resting on the floor. Han Tuan tapped my shoulder and exclaimed, Li He, since this is a misunderstanding, you must clarify it now. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward and opened the suitcase. Instantly, Chu Junkie's body was revealed to the air, eliciting an exaggerated smile from Wang Yanyan. Though her lips curled into a smile, her gaze remained icy as it bore into me. What do you mean? I exclaimed loudly. Last time was a misunderstanding, my sincerest apologies. To make amends, we've brought Chu Junkie's corpse. This isn't everything. Wang Yanyan shook her head. A chill ran down my spine. What did she mean by everything? Was she referring to Chu Junkie's remains, or did she feel the vengeance was still incomplete? Han Yanyan rose to her feet. Naturally, it isn't everything. We fed the excess parts of Chu Junkie to the dogs. As his senior sister, yet he treated you so callously, clearly, he lacked any shred of loyalty. One might say his conscience was devoured by hounds. So, we fed his innards to them as well. His conscience? Eaten by dogs? Wang Yanyan laughed again, this time her grin stretching grotesquely to her ears, rivulets of blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Ha ha. Yes. His conscience was eaten by dogs. You've done well. A flicker of hope stirred within me. Then, can we reconcile? Wang Yanyan regarded me coolly. I should thank you as well. Thanks to you, I was freed from the ceiling. Seizing the moment, Han Yanyan pressed on, now that vengeance has been served. Why not let bygones be bygones? You've been liberated. Since what you desired was immortality, and now you possess it, why not wander freely? Wang Yanyan seemed to ponder for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot be free. What do you mean? Han Yanyan pressed urgently. The haunted classroom torments me endlessly. Wang Yanyan gritted her teeth. Though they are not vengeful spirits, their lingering resentment tortures me daily, inflicting unbearable agony. Unless the malice of that cursed place is dispelled, my suffering will persist. And if I suffer, I must kill. He is part of that classroom. I must kill him. Kill me. I recoiled in terror, waving my hands frantically. I may be part of the haunted classroom, but I bear you no resentment whatsoever. All must perish. Wang Yanyan sneered darkly. Every last one in that damned classroom. I will scatter their souls to oblivion. Recognizing the escalating danger, Han Yanyan interjected hastily. Wait, just a moment. Wang Yanyan turned to her, displeased. What now? Frowning, Han Yanyan replied, Today, I came in good faith, with few talismans at hand, surely you can see that. I see. If I extend sincerity, you owe me some trust in return. As for the haunted classroom, I may have a way to resolve it. How? Suddenly, Han Yanyan retrieved the crimson cloak of the seductive ghost from her bag, holding it forth. Do you recognize this? The moment the scarlet fabric met her eyes, Wang Yanyan's face twisted in terror. She shrank into the corner, arms clutching herself tightly, her fear of the cloak was palpable. What is this? Wang Yanyan shrieked. Her ghostly wail piercingly shrill. Wang Mingyi and I clapped hands over our ears, nearly deafened by the unearthly screech. Han Tuan sneered. You need not concern yourself with the particulars. Allow me to clarify. The master of this crimson cloak has a certain rapport with Li He, which is why I am here to converse with you. I am aware that the ghost classroom will undoubtedly subject you to considerable torment. Therefore, I offer you a promise. Li He can dispel the ghost classroom's malevolence within a year, provided you guarantee not to take his life. What say you? I was immediately taken aback, about to speak, but was restrained by Wang Mingyi's hand. At that moment, I realized that regardless of whether Han Tuan spoke the truth or not, she could at least buy me some time. Wang Yanyan cast a cold glance in my direction, then her form began to gradually dissipate. In that case, I shall acquiesce to your request. Should I still be in torment a year hence, I shall come to end Li He. Seeing her vanish, I grew anxious and hurriedly asked Wang Yanyan, Do not leave just yet. Could you reveal to me what connection you have with Zhang Li? Why did he assist you last time? Wang Yanyan's semi-transparent figure regarded me. And in the vast emptiness of the room, her words lingered. There is no connection. Refrain from investigating the ghost classroom. Some matters are beyond your purview. At the very least, grant me a sliver of insight. I shouted in frustration, genuinely enraged. It felt as though I were being toyed with. I desperately sought to comprehend the truth, yet I lacked the privilege to do so and could only watch as my life was manipulated by others. Chen. Wang Yanyan fully disappeared without finishing her sentence. I furrowed my brow, the name Chen echoing in my mind. Zhang Zhihao had also mentioned this clue, leaving behind the name Chun, yet he could divulge no further information. All I knew was that the puppet master bore the surname Chun, and that was the extent of my knowledge. This Chen fellow sought to eliminate me, and he possessed formidable abilities. Neither Zhang Zhihao nor Wang Yanyan dared to offend this individual. I turned to Han Tuan and asked, what course of action should I pursue next? You suggested I dispel the grievances of those individuals, yet I am at a loss as to how to achieve this. I may indeed grow stronger within the year. But Wang Yanyan is cunning. She may very well find a way to eliminate me. Han Tuan laughed heartily. Your understanding is merely superficial. Given a year to alleviate the grievances, though it may seem daunting, with a modicum of effort, it can be accomplished. Perplexed, I inquired, how does one do this? By accumulating virtue, Han Tuan explained as she settled into the sofa. Neither the I Ching nor the Zhou can articulate the intricacies of fate. This fate, as you may have heard, is often said to favor the righteous, yet also to claim their lives prematurely. Such sayings abound. I nodded, indeed. But what relevance does this hold? And which of these sayings holds truth? Both are true, Han Tuan replied. A virtuous person who performs good deeds accrues merit, and thus their fortune flourishes. As for the malevolent, consider a wealthy tyrant who, on a daily basis, exploits an innocent maiden. Do you believe this magnate possesses any merit? Certainly not. Han Tuan smiled and said, you're mistaken. The merit of such a wealthy individual surpasses that of 10 impoverished souls who dedicate their lives to good deeds. You may find this perplexing, yet it is the truth. Merit is indeed calculated in this manner. Although he may squander the virtue of a virtuous maiden daily, the wealth of such a tycoon is unfathomable. Even if he evades taxes, the remaining contributions he makes are sums that many would toil a lifetime to earn. The government utilizes these taxes to benefit countless citizens. Furthermore, his enterprise can provide thousands of job opportunities. If we were to downplay his riches and assume he owns but a single factory, it would still offer at least 2,000 jobs, sustaining a minimum of 700 families. Additionally, through his connections, his business partners are able to support their own employees, thereby ensuring the livelihood of several hundred more families. Fate is not the same for everyone. Individuals judge others based on their preferences, while fate assesses them through the meticulous tally of their merits. His character may indeed be flawed, yet his contributions to society are substantial. I listened in astonishment, never having encountered such reasoning. It was no wonder the phrase a calamity endures for 1,000 years has persisted through time. So, are you suggesting that I should accumulate merit to prolong my life? I inquired, puzzled. Han Tuan shook her head and clarified, the essence is somewhat similar. But you must not only accumulate yang virtue but also yin virtue. Yang virtue serves to protect your life, while yin virtue aids the spirits in the ghost classroom, alleviating their grievances. Living perpetually within the ghost classroom has weakened your yang energy, and you will encounter numerous supernatural events that ordinary people do not. You need to assist them in resolving these matters to accumulate yin virtue. As for yang virtue, you will need to donate a significant portion of your future income to children's foundations. Fate has its biases. The more children you help, the greater your merit will be. My expression shifted, and I asked, does that imply I will face many such occurrences in the future? Yes, but you are merely at the beginning. The yin energy is not heavy, and those malevolent entities will not be strong. Han Tuan replied. I breathed a sigh of relief. But just as I began to feel at ease, Han Tuan added, however, those matters will require you to handle them alone. Chapter 35, An Embarrassing Day Today. I felt remarkably relaxed, indeed, profoundly at ease. Although I am acutely aware that troubles may arise in the future, I have finally resolved the matter concerning Wang Yanyan. From her words, it is evident that as long as I refrain from probing further, Zhang Zhihao will not seek to trouble me. This shadowy figure will not target me. Thus, I can assert that, at least for the time being, I am safe and untroubled. Wang Mingyi and I handed over the remaining 40,000 yuan to Han Tantan. Though it pained us slightly, our lives have been preserved. Han Tantan accepted the money, uttered a casual farewell, and departed without a backward glance. We had initially contemplated inviting Han Tantan to share a meal with us, yet upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Who knows when we may cross paths again? Indeed, it is a matter of fate. Today is Saturday, and there are no classes at the ghostly classroom. Wang Mingyi stretched languidly and, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked, the old man returns tomorrow. Let us escape to Hainan for a few days, leaving him to busy himself alone. I recalled our agreement and nodded with a smile, certainly. Let us indulge ourselves. These past few days have truly been exhausting. Shall we feast together? Wang Mingyi inquired with a grin. Absolutely, I readily acquiesced to this enticing proposition. Fatigue in this world can be categorized into two types, physical and mental. When individuals endure sufficient physical exhaustion, their sole desire is to enjoy a restful slumber. Conversely, after experiencing considerable mental fatigue, one yearns to indulge and liberate their taut nerves. Wang Mingyi and I belong to the latter category. We have been living under significant pressure these past few days, and now that we can finally unwind, we crave a proper respite. We chose the most extravagant Western restaurant in the city, the name of which escapes me. As the sign bore a character that I could not decipher, whether it be pronounced Kai or Lai remains a mystery. However, one thing is indisputable, the dishes here are exceedingly pricey. I can only confess my ignorance, for apart from the filet mignon, I recognized none of the other items on the menu. Wang Mingyi informed the waiter that we would like to peruse the menu for a while longer before placing our order. The waiter smiled in agreement and proceeded to attend to other patrons. Wang Mingyi leaned closer to me, whispering, "What should we do, Li? I'm unfamiliar with everything here except for the filet mignon. Is this foie gras truly edible? And look at the beverages. A can of Coca-Cola costs 18 yuan. While it's only 2.50 outside." I swallowed hard and replied in a hushed tone, "Let us seize this rare opportunity to indulge. We must not embarrass ourselves. We'll order the filet mignon and perhaps a drink to accompany it." Wang Mingyi contemplated this and then summoned the waiter, stating, "We'll have 2 filet mignons, cooked medium, with black pepper sauce. Additionally, we would like a bottle of Zhang Li Cabernet Sauvignon. Thank you." The waiter noted our order and smiled, asking, "Would you care for dessert?" We hurriedly shook our heads as the waiter completed our order and requested us to wait. We took our seats and observed the ambience of the restaurant, which, unlike others that played music through computers, featured a live band performing gentle melodies in the center of the establishment. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to scenes from novels or television shows. Wang Mingyi seemed to suddenly feel inspired. She turned to me earnestly and said, "Go on, request a song. It would create such a romantic atmosphere. You know, in novels and shows, don't the male protagonists often pay the pianists in restaurants to serenade the female leads?" I found her reasoning compelling and stood up to approach the guitarist of the band. I pulled out 200 yuan and politely requested, "Could you play Wanchi Blues for me, please?" The band ceased their performance and conferred among themselves for a moment before the pianist shook his head and replied, "Sorry, we don't know that piece." "How about Tears of the Sky by Jay Cho?" I inquired. "I'm afraid we don't know that either," came the apologetic response. "What about Castle in the Sky?" I persisted. "Certainly. That's a piece almost every band knows." The guitarist nodded eagerly. With a sigh, I turned to leave, but the guitarist suddenly called out, "Sir, requesting a song costs 300 yuan. Instantly, all eyes in the restaurant were upon me, their expressions laden with disdain. What should I do? This is so embarrassing. Should I turn and leave, pretending I no longer wish to make a request? Or should I return and hand over an additional 100 yuan? After some contemplation, unwilling to squander 200 yuan, I reluctantly walked back to the band, handed over the 100 yuan amidst the scrutinizing gazes, and hurriedly returned to our table. At that moment, Wang Mingyi kept her head down, too shy to let the other patrons see her face. I felt equally mortified, my cheeks burning, undoubtedly flushed with embarrassment. What a shameful predicament. I wished I could vanish into the ground. However, the band remained silent. The guitarist approached me, returning the 100 yuan I had given him, and politely requested, "Sir, could you exchange this bill for me?" I was momentarily taken aback, then examined the note and realized I had inadvertently handed him a counterfeit bill. Laughter erupted throughout the restaurant, as if Wang Mingyi and I were the butt of a cruel joke. Why must it be this way? My voice trembled as I implored, "What have I done to offend you? Please, tell me, have I wronged you in some way? You could have discreetly addressed the issue of the money after playing the piece. I feel utterly humiliated." At that moment, Wang Mingyi appeared to slump over the table, refusing to show her face. Yet, I could see her forehead was flushed. I had never blushed in my life. But this time it felt as if my face had been smeared with chili oil. I reclaimed the counterfeit note and exchanged it for a legitimate one, and finally, the familiar melody of Castle in the Sky filled the air, just as our steak and red wine were served. Wang Mingyi and I had long lost the desire to savor our meal. We hastily consumed a few bites and then drank a bottle of red wine as if we were cattle quenching their thirst, before hurriedly settling the bill and leaving. As we rushed out of the Western restaurant, Wang Mingyi sighed, lamenting that she couldn't even discern the flavor of the exorbitantly priced steak, which cost 200 yuan per serving. I lowered my head, kicking a small stone on the ground with the tips of my shoes, feeling awkward as I muttered, "I will never order songs again. No, I mean, I shall never return to such a place again. Yes, I shall never come back." Wang Mingyi nodded in agreement. Standing before me, perhaps due to her earlier shyness or the effects of the wine, her cheeks were flushed. Suddenly, she rose onto her toes and planted a gentle kiss on my forehead, whispering, "I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have felt so embarrassed." Instinctively, I reached for my forehead, but she hurriedly protested, "No touching. Touching means you dislike my saliva." I was taken aback and withdrew my hand. We strolled together through the commercial street under the night sky, yet despite our leisurely walk, we remained silent for a full 10 minutes. Eventually, Wang Mingyi could no longer tolerate the awkward atmosphere. She stretched and chuckled, "Regardless of everything, this will be a memory we won't forget." To be honest, I've never dined alone with a boy before. Before entering, I had imagined a dozen romantic scenarios, but upon reflection, it's not so bad. We've faced life's trials together, and now experiencing the shyness is quite nice. I felt that it was not just shyness, it was sheer embarrassment. "If you like, I could accompany you more often," I blurted out. Wang Mingyi shook her head, laughing. "No need for that. It would be disastrous if I developed feelings for you. The old man once remarked that I have a mixed fate. While my fortune is generally good, I have a strong tendency to bring misfortune to my partners. The boys I secretly admired in my youth all met unfortunate ends." She spoke with a smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy. "The first was during middle school. He died in a car accident. I cried for a long time, and the old man claimed my affections were the cause of his demise, but I didn't believe in fate. Yet in high school, a senior I liked also took his life for reasons unknown. He was always such a cheerful person. That was when I realized I truly had no right to love anyone. I could only live my life alone." I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her, a blossoming girl burdened with the pain of frozen emotions. I asked, "Is there no way to break this curse?" Wang Mingyi clasped her hands behind her back, skipping ahead like a little girl. Under the starry sky, her silhouette appeared somewhat fragile. "There is a way. I just need to marry a man with a life weight of 5 taels and 5 chien or more. I once encountered a man as gentle as a pillow, whom I affectionately called Big Pillow. He was a quintessential Wenzhou man, and he told me he would venture into business elsewhere, promising to return within 3 years with a fortune of millions to shower me with peach blossoms. I couldn't resist asking, and then what? Every day, I meticulously fold a paper crane for him, even though I am aware of its futility. This ritual has persisted for 6 long years." Wang Mingyi turned around. Her smile appeared somewhat relaxed, yet tinged with a hint of forced cheerfulness. 3 years later, he would call me each month, expressing his remorse for the delays and assuring me of his imminent return. Regrettably, the blossoms of peach have withered numerous times since then. "I will protect you." I uttered these words unexpectedly, without a moment's hesitation or concern. They simply emerged from my mind, as a term sprang forth that seemed perfectly suited for the present, a match in social status. Chapter 36. Midnight knocks. Wang Mingyi would not fall in love with me simply because of a fleeting remark. Likewise, my words were uttered in a moment of folly. After a brief stroll outside, we each opted to return home. Upon my arrival, I dialed Zhang Li to end our relationship. Yes, we parted ways. It was a civil separation. Zhang Li, being an astute woman, did not weep or raise a fuss, merely advising me to take care not to overexert myself. Our bond had been quite profound. Yet it had become evident that we could no longer continue. I find myself traversing a path that most would hesitate to tread. And should Zhang Li remain by my side, it might bring her misfortune. Setting my phone down, a wave of fatigue washed over me, prompting me to lean against the bedside table for a moment's respite. At this juncture, Xiwu paused the television series My Fair Princess and informed me, "A rather beautiful woman came looking for you. I told her you weren't home, and she mentioned she would return later." I lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "What does she want with me?" "She seeks your assistance," Xiwu said. Bam! I struck the bedside table with great force, the resounding noise echoing through the room. Staring incredulously at Xiwu, I asked, "You told her I was here, which implies she can see you. Does that mean she is not human?" Xiwu nodded. "Indeed. She is not human. She is a ghost." She seemed rather anxious to seek your help. I gasped in trepidation. Han Tantan had warned me that I would often encounter such occurrences, yet I had not anticipated it would happen so soon. Caught off guard, I felt ill-prepared, having yet to learn any skills from Zhou Tianwen. "Knock, knock, knock," a voice echoed from outside. "Is Mr. Li there?" It was a hoarse, grating tone, laced with an unsettling sharpness that was unmistakably inhuman. Fear surged through me, causing my body to weaken, and a few drops of urine escaped. Why would a ghost seek me out? I had no guilty conscience. It was absurd for a specter to knock at my door in the dead of night. Xiaowu descended from the bed to answer the door, while I sat there in a daze, watching her open it. Standing outside was a woman, undeniably beautiful. Yet a gaping wound marred her head, as if she had met her demise from a blunt force. Her toes were pointed in a manner strikingly similar to Xiaowu's. Indeed, she was a ghost. Mr. Li the ghost approached, introducing herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Ame, and I have a matter for which I seek your assistance." A shiver coursed through me as I stammered, "How do you know I can see you?" "Wang Yanyan informed me," the specter replied. "Now, The ghosts in this vicinity are aware. You possess the capability to assist us with certain matters. Wang Yanyan. How cunning she was, manipulating me into alleviating her grievances while simultaneously advertising for her cause. I patted the bed awkwardly and said, "Please, have a seat. If there is something I can help with, I shall do my best. If it cannot be resolved, then you shall perish," she interrupted, her countenance darkening ominously as she threatened me. Suddenly, a small patch of my undergarment became damp. This was not merely a plea for assistance, but rather an attempt to coerce me into action. "I need you to help me report this to the police," Zhang Li implored. "My husband has been unfaithful, and upon discovering his infidelity, we had a violent confrontation. That scoundrel, in a fit of rage, struck me with a hammer, resulting in my demise. My body lies concealed in the basement of our home, and I earnestly hope you can help me alert the authorities." Was it truly that simple? I found it hard to believe. Right before Zhang Li, I made the call to the police, and she expressed her profound gratitude, stating that she would send dreams to her son, encouraging him to offer me a token of appreciation before she departed. The entire episode left me astounded. I could scarcely fathom that a spirit would seek my assistance for something so straightforward. That night, several other spirits approached me with similarly simple requests. 3 spirits in total visited me: a middle-aged man, a young boy, and an elderly woman. The middle-aged man disclosed that he had hidden a sum of money beneath the sofa of a certain shop and requested my help in retrieving it for his wife and children. The young boy lamented that his puppy was neglected, as his parents intended to abandon it. He implored me to either adopt the puppy or find someone who would cherish it. This request was utterly unprecedented. I had never anticipated that a spirit would ask for such a favor. The elderly woman, trembling, confided that she had perished in a car accident. Living alone in an old house, she had forgotten to turn off the gas before stepping out and wished for my assistance in shutting it off. These requests left me in disbelief. Han Tuan had previously mentioned that I would not encounter anything too formidable at first, which had caused me some concern. However, it now appeared that there was no need for worry. The simplicity of these requests was almost beyond belief. Each spirit offered me a reward. The middle-aged man told me I could keep 500 yuan for myself, while the remainder was to be given to his family. The young boy provided me with a gaming account, which he claimed could be sold for around 200 yuan. As for the elderly woman, she stammered that she had little money but would pray for me. It was my first realization that even spirits could engage in prayer, leaving me quite astonished. Upon receiving these commissions, I promptly attended to the tasks, which proved to be remarkably straightforward. Within an hour, a golden retriever puppy had joined my room. I opened the Wenzhou forum and advertised the puppy at an incredibly low price of 500 yuan, accompanied by a few photographs. Before long, I received a call from an interested buyer who planned to collect the puppy the following day. Xiaowu observed me with curiosity and remarked, "Are we about to experience financial prosperity?" I chuckled wryly. What prosperity could there be? All of this money is destined for the children's charity. We can only keep a small portion for our sustenance. Xiaowu immediately grew anxious. Isn't that a bit misguided? Why would you donate it all away? I rolled my eyes and lay down, indifferent to her complaints. I had no idea how long Xiaowu continued her tirade, but it was quite some time before I finally drifted off to sleep. When I awoke, it was already noon. Perhaps due to my cheerful disposition, I had risen early. Stretching my limbs, I recalled that my friend Zhou Tianwen would likely return this evening. Glancing around, I noticed Xiaowu still engrossed in watching my fair princess. Upon seeing me awake, she inquired with concern, "Are you hungry?" I nodded and replied, "Yes, I am. I plan to go downstairs to the Sichuan restaurant for a meal and then assess my plans for the afternoon." "Go ahead," Xiaowu murmured. I was glued to her computer screen. I can already imagine myself savoring spicy boiled pork slices and pickled fish at the Sichuan restaurant while we're stuck eating that dreadful food. Just when we finally have a little money to improve our lives, we end up donating it all away. I truly feel like a benevolent philanthropist, but the truth is that money mostly ends up in the pockets of those in power. I sighed. When did you become so cynical? Is it the constant barrage of news on your computer that has darkened your perspective? Let me assure you, even if 9 out of $10 donated are embezzled, there is still $1 that genuinely reaches those children in need. Moreover, I plan to specifically purchase supplies for impoverished areas in the future: clothes, books, instant noodles, so that they won't be misappropriated. I could see her frustration as she slapped the desk, falling silent as if she were too upset to engage with me. I didn't expect her to understand, so I proceeded to freshen up and prepare to leave for lunch. Just as I was about to step out, my phone rang. It was Li Xin. "Li He, have you resolved that issue?" I suddenly recalled the matter and hurriedly assured him that it had been taken care of, and he could rest easy. Li Xin expressed his gratitude, then added, "By the way, there is something important I need to tell you. Recently, a group has been looking for you, so you'd best be cautious." "What do you mean, looking for me?" I asked, puzzled. Some attractive girls from your school were drinking with me yesterday. They mentioned that a group was inquiring about your whereabouts, and their demeanor was quite unfriendly. Fortunately, your classmates were loyal and claimed they didn't know where you were. This group appeared rather intimidating, and I believe they were from Sichuan. You should really be careful. Those Sichuan people are not to be trusted. They hardly ever bathe and are likely riddled with infectious diseases. Even though Li Xin wasn't in my presence, I couldn't help but roll my eyes and mimic a Sichuan accent. You have more germs on you than all the Sichuan people combined, you fool. Sichuan people are your kin, you know? Comrade Li Xin, we must reject such regional discrimination. Do you understand? And by the way, haven't you slept with a Sichuan woman yourself? How do you feel now, covered in diseases? Li Xin was quick to retort, that is completely unfounded. Let me tell you, men and women are different. Women, regardless of where they come from, are clean, beautiful, and fragrant. Especially the women from Sichuan. Most are voluptuous and lovely. You'll understand once you've had the experience. You've just escalated from regional to gender discrimination, I sighed. Fine, I'll be cautious. I hung up the phone, feeling a twinge of irritation. Suddenly, a group of unfriendly individuals was seeking me out. What could be the reason for this?